All right.
There you go. No, this is the funny thing about my Twitter account. This Twitter account I have now, Nick, this one was banned, I think, in like 2017 or 2018.
We should probably do an intro to the stream, Spoon. Hello,
Let's do it, it's
everybody,
fine.
by the way.
We're very professional here.
Before Spoon starts complaining, well, I don't even know if it's complaining about
No,
his
it's not
very
complaining, it's
bizarre
funny.
limbo Twitter account.
Yes.
But anyway, hello everybody. Welcome back to this week's edition or whatever of Broken Crown. We are joined this week by Nick Rekieta, who is currently in YouTube jail, but
No.
well, sort of.
I mean,
But-
yeah.
But is streaming on Rumble, so I've linked his Rumble account down below. If you haven't followed him over there before,
have you
it's a
actually been
month
suspended
ban.
on your account?
What was that?
No, Aiden, have you actually been?
No, I got a warning once, and those warnings never go away.
Okay.
So that's about it.
So me and Nick have something in common then, because I've also been suspended before for a week.
Yeah.
Fun
Yeah,
times.
this is not my first rodeo of suspension.
No, not mine
I hope
either,
it's
actually.
My last one. So fucking tired of it.
Is it
What-
a month that you were suspended for this time?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2 weeks,
It,
okay.
Oh,
it feels like infinity.
It
Like,
does.
it does.
God, and I hate the fact that they don't let you tell anyone. So under the past couple days, I've been getting a lot of comments on videos like, well, I guess this channel's dead. I wonder what happened. Don't know what's
What?
going on. Why
And you wanna
haven't you
respond.
posted in 2 weeks? And it's like, so I have to go in and manually respond to all of those because you can respond to comments,
Yeah.
but you can't just like
Make a
throw
community
out a
post.
community post.
Yes.
And
Luke,
I
you can't
don't
make community
get it.
posts.
No, you
I
can't.
didn't
know.
know that.
No.
That's the most punitive bullshit that they
Yeah.
do is that you can't just tell people that, oh, by the way, I got a strike. I'll be back in 7 days or whatever. Here's what I'm doing in the meantime. Or even if they like didn't let you post links or something and just let you say, I got a strike. Like, Jesus, it's or if they put on your channel, this channel is temporarily suspended from
Yeah.
uploads. Like
That would help a
anything to
lot.
let people know that you're not just like blowing off your entire audience. You work every fucking day of your life to build. God, I hate these people. I hate them. Sorry.
No, that's
No,
fine. It's
understandable.
I can
yeah,
understand the frustration because I've also been. The one thing that I did, I went to my the last 2 videos I did, and I posted a comment and pinned it. That was about the best I could do.
Yep.
Also,
I did that too.
Yeah, there you go.
it's a bizarre thing that we're just like trying to get a hold of YouTube support. There's a bizarre symbiotic relationship between Twitter and YouTube where it's like, I didn't know that thing about the community posts. So yeah, they basically expect you to go to Twitter and tell people that you got banned or that you got suspended. And why you can't do that on YouTube is bizarre. Also, Spoon, because we don't have an icon for Nick, if you want to stream the Discord call so he's not just like a disembodied voice floating over the screen, you know?
Someone in the chat, I just want to respond to this because so people may not know about the how YouTube works and the punitive nature of their system. They said Nick needs a backup channel. Geez. And I said, I responded in chat, but let me respond here. I had 2 backup channels, and what you're suggesting is that I would be able to post things on the other channels while being struck. But
Nope.
no.
Nope.
That actually is why I don't have those 2 backup channels anymore. They were permanently yeeted off of YouTube for quote unquote ban evasion.
Yeah, that's like the worst thing you can do because then YouTube takes that as a sign of you being impudent. Impotent, not impotent.
Mischievous is probably the word.
Yeah, sure, being mischievous of violating their holy order and trying to sneakily get around it.
Right. How dare you go against the church's edict?
Yeah,
Right.
the cathedral.
Of your badness. It's so frustrating. They do not let you do anything. I mean, you can post to a backup channel. You sure can. But the second that it gets reported or they find out about it, gone. No strikes, by the way, on those other channels.
Just
0
instant.
strikes to instant termination completely.
So you're basically just guilty of association with yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I guess since we're in it, although I'm sure you're probably like annoyed of talking about it, how'd you find yourself in this situation particularly? Because we have now
Who did you
gotten,
make
this
fun
is a,
of?
relatively new channel, but we have also received a warning on it, and it was for talking about a certain. Yeah, we got a warning on this channel for talking on a stream where we talked about a certain person. That I think
is it the same one?
The same one beginning with a K.
Keffels? Yeah. It's the only we've got a no. It wasn't
that rhymes with
Duncan.
pedo?
Wasn't it because of the NOD?
No, that's what he calls the COVID vaccine.
Yeah,
but it was after you did the stream with Duncan, who openly said he wanted to get you deplatformed.
Yeah.
Which that whole stream was shocking. Also the amount of medical misinformation from a guy who's like, "Gee, why can't I get research grants?" That is a tough one, Duncan.
Yeah.
You don't know what Lupron Depot is, and you have no idea how hormone blockers work, and think they've been around for 200 years, and I don't know why no one will fund my medical research.
I'm like baffled by, I don't know what 200-year-old hormone blocker he's talking about.
Nothing.
Like 200 years ago, they were putting leeches on wounds to try and like get you to not die. And it's like, well, but actually we do have this gender affirming injection. Like what hormone blockers were they giving? I was trying to figure out if there was some some like tea or herbal tea or something.
Thing, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean they had like abortifacient drugs or abortifacant mixtures and tinctures have been around for a really long time. Super dangerous,
yes.
but they've been around. So I was wondering, like, is there some sort of thing that he's talking about? And the best I can figure out is he was talking about bullshit.
Yeah.
That's the best I can figure.
I mean, of course, it's because he knows that you're not a doctor, right? So he thinks he can bullshit, pretty much.
Right.
There we go. Now Nick's face on the stream.
There you go.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'm very orange today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows I'm not a doctor, but what he failed to consider was the fact that I don't need...
You're not a retard?
Well, I just I didn't need medical facts to make the argument. And that's where people get really mixed up on how argument and debate work. Is there are times where you need a factual basis for something. Mm-hmm. But on this particular topic of should we be injecting children with stuff without their parents' consent, I don't care how safe it is. I don't care how it doesn't matter that there's 200 years of research on it, which is was so obviously untrue. It didn't need refutation anyway.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite parts of the stream when I just said I disagree, and he's like, "What? Based on what?" My own intuition. Like,
oh, and then he went off on the intuition thing. That really triggered him pretty heavily. But well, there is some intuition there because there's ethics and morals involved here that go beyond like, oh, do you have a study for that?
You did?
What was that?
It's certainly the intuition thing certainly triggered the guy. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That's like hardly worthy of like going apeshit. That seems to just, I don't know, common sense.
Oh no, it is common sense, but these people aren't common, right? They're special snowflakes. He opens
exceptional
up
individuals.
Touting his well, I'm a geneticist, and if you look at his Twitter account, it says I learned genetics real good. So he's like proud of his accomplishment, whatever it is. He doesn't actually post his degree anywhere. I'm not sure if it's a bachelor's of science or if it's a master's or whatever.
If it's a bachelor's, I would find that quite amusing, but
it's like, and whatever it is, it's more than me, right? I like avoided the biology classroom because I didn't want to take it. I was a literature and creative writing major. Like I learned talkery real good. That's what I did.
It's paying dividends.
But, yeah, it's working out well. I'm not streaming Pokemon or whatever, but no. So these people, like, they get on this. I was talking with Mike from Sword and Scale the other day. The tactic is to create a lexicon to try and make the conversation inaccessible to normal people.
Oh, absolutely.
And then you can exclude them and say, oh, you don't even know the X, Y, and Z. Or wait, do I have to say Z here?
No, you can say.
I mean, I technically live here on this side of the pond too, but I don't mind. But it's the entire purpose of academic jargon. Well, not the entire purpose. The actual reason why. No, the reason why we come up with these terms within academe is to be very precise about a very specific thing. That this is the exact phenomenon we're talking about. This is this exact thing. But when it's being used specifically, because here's another thing, by the way, if you're working in academe, almost assuredly you also are required to teach. And what do you have to do to teach? You have to be able to translate your jargon into regular speech so that you can talk to students. So when it's being used by someone who knows they're talking to somebody who isn't another academic within this field, you're specifically taught for your own education and pedagogical education to not be a dick who uses and relies on jargon.
Well, and there, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Aiden, but I believe that even within academia, there are levels of discussion, levels of writing, level that you go through. Like the top would be scholarly research level. Yeah. There's another level below that, I think, and then there's like the popular level. And so most people, average normies out here, we consume stuff at the popular level most of the time. That's the thing. When someone with the gift of breaking down jargon into normal speak writes a book or publishes an article and everybody goes, oh, I understand this medical thing or I understand this research thing, that's usually popular level writing. But there's a whole different field when you're talking, like you have a doctor trying to write a paper about pharmacology to other doctors. Like they're going to not talk at the popular level, they're going to speak at the scholarly level. And and so but yeah, if you try and use the scholarly level of speaking as or communicating as a bludgeon, then what you do is you create an inaccessible conversation for someone else, and you use it to outgroup them and otherize them, and then remove them from their ability to have an opinion. And that's bullshit. And if you just power through, just steamroll through these people, they cannot deal with it because you're not giving into their game.
Oh no, and it is certainly a game of credentials and appeal to authority on that way. But it's the same thing. I mean, you could use legalese to him that he wouldn't understand. It's just people who are trained in a specific field in a specific type of language that applies to being accurate for that field of study or whatever it may be.
I'm very depressed at how easily that works on so many people.
It sounds you sound real smart. You use big words.
You sound smart. You use big words. Therefore, if I don't understand what you are talking about, that somehow means you have credibility. And like that's bullshit.
You're correct now.
Yeah, it's like that's the complete crap. I know some people that I'm listening to them going, I'm not an expertise in the field that you're listening to, and even I know that's complete bullshit. Like, how do you not see through it? I don't understand how that's. To me, just there's an element of a large section of the population that seem to be
easily impressed.
No, it's not even so that they're very insecure in their lack of intelligence.
Well,
and it's very exploitable.
That we've talked about here a lot, and that is kind of like one of my giant pet peeves, is the increasing focus and emphasis on scientism. Is the scientism thing, the worship of science, because everyone has abandoned worshiping God. I know. I fucking love science. I
I do actually have a question.
It's infuriating.
I do have a question for Nick, because I did ask Aiden this earlier because I thought this was interesting. You know the way that in America you guys have the separation of church and state,
right?
Right. How does this work when the universities become the church?
Oh, that's what we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, yes. They all just try and pretend that religion only applies, like that the church can only be basically Judeo-Christianity. Like everything else is not the church.
Well, Islam's fine. Islam's good. They can't do anything wrong because
Islam's fine. In fact, like the crazy thing is atheism is an ethos. Like it is a system of belief. It may have looser organizational structure, but like people are like, no, we need these atheistic principles to have separation. It's like, no, that's this. If you say atheistic principles, like we're in the church realm already. Yes. So the answer to your question is it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It was also it's
definitely a cult.
Never intended. It was never intended to be this way. That's one thing that a lot of people, because we all are born sometime after 1940. Typically for the YouTube audience, we all kind of gloss over Reconstruction in the United States, which is when we got the 14th Amendment after the Civil War. Right. And the 14th Amendment started applying the Bill of Rights to everything. But But really, the Bill of Rights was written to apply only to the federal government. It was never intended. The separation of church and state was never intended actually at the state level from a federal mandate. And in fact, at the time of the founding, I believe every state except Rhode Island not only had a state religion, but it was a mandatory state religion. If you were in Maine, if you were in Maine, you had to be a Quaker, I believe, to hold state office or whatever. It may not have been that strict, but there was an official state church, and you see like remnants of it. Like Kentucky is overtly Catholic, and that's where it's because of all the French Kentuckians that came over, the French occupying Kentucky early on, and that's why we have a bourbon trail and all that.
I was literally about to say that's probably where bourbon comes from.
Yes. And why, like, if you go through Kentucky, you get a ton of French named cities and stuff like that. But there was such a heavy, and this all makes sense just to the way travel worked back then. It was dangerous. It took forever, but people largely stayed in their own states. They stayed in their communities, the masses, of course, not rich people, but they stayed in their own communities, and they built strong family roots, and they had lots of state pride and interest because they were actually sovereign nations unified together kind of through a treaty called the Constitution. But all of that
by design,
and all of that stuff goes out the window during Reconstruction when the 14th Amendment comes in and starts applying all this stuff to everything. But the idea that you could not use religion to derive political will from the populace of the state is completely foreign to the founders. All of them were doing it. I mean, they were just doing it in their own states. They basically didn't want a nation that would tell each state what religion they could be, but they didn't care that the states told the people what religion you had to be at all. And so the separation of church and state thing is such a misunderstood artifact of history, and it's poorly implemented into today's society because of that.
I wasn't even aware about that, the state religion aspect of it. Of course, their irritation makes sense because they're, in many parts, rebelling against a nationalized kind of religion. I mean, the earliest settlers in the United States, of course, it was a religious freedom issue. It was interesting. I looked up the word scientism the other day because I was looking for like an image of it to use in a thumbnail. And I ended up in a Reddit thread, and it was an atheist Reddit thread, and they were complaining about the word scientism because they felt that it was discriminatory against atheists. It's like, well, if the shoe fits, if it's described as, they were saying it was fundy Christians who are getting mad that we just understand and love science. No, you worship science. That's what we're critiquing. You have replaced God with what you think of as science. Science is just a tool. That's all it is. Yes, a method.
Yes, it's a method.
It's not even a thing. It's like
the anthropomorphization of science is insane in general. But yeah, it's just a way of coming to understand knowledge, to understand reality.
First of all, I do want to say, Aiden, I am deeply sorry for your loss of winding up on a Reddit thread. No one ever wants to do that.
Always the worst thing.
You're just browsing the internet. And you're like, oh, I'm looking for an answer to a question. Oh my God, I'm in Reddit. No, why isn't the back button working?
It is sometimes interesting
knowing
too.
you spammed it like 50 times and you're still on Reddit because you went through multiple threads.
No, it was a just short ethnographic analysis. I could go in there and
what
do
were you looking for?
Like among the gorillas, a picture of scientism, like sort of explained as an idea, someone worshiping a test tube or something, like that. And I just
find it if you
looked up Googled
now,
scientism and ended up seeing this Reddit thread where people were complaining about the term and saying it was made up by fundy Christians who are afraid of science.
If you were to look for that now, just find a stained glass window picture with Fauci's face on it.
Yeah, you don't resent that remark. You resemble that remark, and that's why I think it's rubbing you the wrong way. So that has always been bizarre. And Duncan did seem to pull it back to that, to be the kind of guy who has a very scientism-y emphasis on the tism.
Well, I mean,
mindset.
The whole part of his freak out was that I just disagreed with what he forwarded as all of the research suggests. And I said, I don't care literally if that's true, if all of the research suggests that puberty blockers, remember the premise of the question,
right?
The question was, that I asked him. I said, so wait, so someone takes puberty blockers starting at 12 all the way to 18, and for 6 years they take these puberty blockers and then they come off of them and they just go through puberty at 18, and that's supposed to be safe? He says, yeah, all the research suggests it. And I said,
No.
I disagree. Like,
Well,
even if it's true, I disagree. Like, there's so many obvious things
There's no way.
that are wrong with that.
So wait,
Yeah, it's-
the contention was you can completely ignore the entire human cycle for 6 years and then just
be
continue
fine.
at 18.
Yeah.
And again, the
There's
thing that was
psychological
insulting,
damage from this
No.
as well. Like,
That's
could you
completely
imagine?
insane.
all your
Yes.
peers are going through puberty, and you would be stuck there as an androgynous
Your
child.
Ben Shapiro-heighted androgynous child. Yes, it'd be horrifying. Like, everybody's like, if you're female, everybody's developing like breasts, and their body shape is changing kind of dramatically. If you're male, all of your friends are getting significantly taller. They're getting broader and stronger, and you're like a little pipsqueaky kid running around like, hey guys.
And
Plus,
the
you
thing
might
is,
have a
too,
promising
that's-
career as a certain type of singer. That's about it.
Right.
Oof, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
they kind of did this, right? Like, I'm glad you brought that up. The castrati,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Where these young boys at the church would take and find the most beautiful soprano voices from these boys' choirs, and they would literally snip their balls off,
Mhm.
and they got super rich and everything. But so what? You can't. What are you doing with it if you can't like drive around in your? I don't know what a like 1400s Ferrari is. Maybe it's a cool horse. I don't know, but like they did that, like, and they preserved them at this undeveloped state for a long time because they valued the voice so much. But like, that was horrifying. Like that's a terrifying practice.
At the very least, you can
Absolutely.
ride bareback on a horse.
I want to point something out too. I just saw in the chat real quick on this because this is important. We covered this not too long ago. Poppy Seed Pound Cake said, "Remember the research on Alzheimer's that all need to be thrown out because of one bad study." This happened just
God,
earlier
yes.
this year. That basically absolutely everything that we claim to know about Alzheimer's has had to been thrown out because it was based on a faulty study that was just lies and bullshit.
For years on end as well.
And so
There's like
all
billions
the
of dollars of
medical
research.
truths, all the medical realities, the unquestionable holy science turned out to be
Bullshit.
lies. And the replication crisis in the social sciences is actually better than in some areas of medicine, which is a horrifying thing to say. That
Seriously?
Particularly my specific field of communication has one of the better track records on replication. But I'm
That's
sure that
terrifying.
you're aware of this to a greater or lesser degree, but the sciences haven't been able to replicate almost any of their work for decades. Studies basically get published, accepted as fact, and then no one double checks them in the future to make sure that those findings are longitudinal and lasting, or that they are.
Why would you
true.
check it? They already did the research. It's all fine, right? Like,
Unless you're
who in
James
science
Lindsay doing
would
it.
just- who would just lie? Like, who would just go
all
out
the
there
time.
and lie to get, hundreds of thousands of dollars of grant money? I mean, that's just silly. That's crazy. That
would never
no-
happen.
None of them would be motivated
politicians
by,
do
by
that.
greed.
To actually be even to take away a little bit of the explicitly negative connotations, because that certainly
Go
is a
on.
factor. There are other factors in academia that happen as well that influence this. The main one is that research journals want to publish something that is, I know this is such a weird way to describe it when talking about academia, but like sexy and
Yes.
flashy.
Yes. Yeah.
Clickbait
We want to
works
have a
everywhere.
new thing. And this is a study that's never been done before. Even if it's just, they're going to correlate two variables that have never been correlated before, something that is just pure nerdy academe crap. Replications get file drawered every single day because replications are boring, they're not sexy. So
Yeah,
by file
Mobook-
drawered, it means that somebody did it, they conducted the research, they conducted the replication, they sent it out to journals, and the journals said, nah, we'll pass. And then it just ends up going in the file drawer, and you can resubmit it later. But then now it's old. Now it's old data, so it's extra unsexy. And this happens all the time.
Yeah. Molbuk said this when he was on Tucker. The research that matters, sort of, the ones that they get attention for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And the bat viruses were the ones that mattered, so to speak. And so that kind of went worldwide, and then we had this. I don't know if you guys noticed this. We had like 3 years where the world was kind of going insane, and
No.
horrible things were happening. Yeah, it's a short-term memory loss now.
No, it's the reality is this, and I'm gonna sound like I'm dumping on the capitalistic system, but I'm actually not. I think that it's still better than whatever else we're going to find, mainly because at the end of the day, human desire and self-service push whatever system into a capitalism hybrid. It just depends on who gets to participate. So for me, I prefer open markets where as many people get to participate as possible. But the nature of it is that journals that publish this stuff need to sell the journal, and you can't sell the journal if everything is boring. And so it's clickbait. Clickbait is not. The people act like clickbait is new. Clickbait is not.
No,
new.
it's not.
Old ass forms of clickbait in science journals for sure.
Right, science journals, the newspapers
For like centuries.
Right, if you go to the like 1800s newspapers, like they're first of all every city had multiple competing newspapers, and they all like the trick was you knew that they were bullshitty, but you kind of started to trust particular news sources. Like that's what you did. That's why the New York Times existed, is because for a long time it became very, very reliable, and these other competing newspapers just couldn't keep up. So they built up their credibility with a wide audience. They're trying as hard as they can to throw that in the trash right now, but it didn't used to be that way. You used to just go, there were all these different papers, and you could pick the one that you liked, and you developed a parasocial relationship with some of the writers and journalists, and you said, I trust these people. To me, that's what I love about social media now, is it's actually a return to the original media. We had this, like, I don't know, about a 70 to 100 year period where media was batshit fucking insane from the rest of human history, and we said all of these 5 institutions are the most important and trustworthy institutions on earth, and their word is sacrosanct. Never, ever in human history have we had that, except when the church ran things.
I was about to say, like, the church is probably it. Yeah.
Would be the only the comparative historically.
And so it's like, people are like, oh, well, the trusted sources are breaking down. It's like, bitch, we never had trusted sources. That never existed outside of the Bible. And like, that's all you had. Everything else was not, there was no such thing. There was no such institution that could rival the church, but we've created a new one with Reuters, Associated Press, New York Times, Fox, and MSN or and NBC, all the major news wires or whatever. That's it.
There is a weird kind of counterbalance to that I can also see forming, is that there is some people who are absolutely batshit insane, who do batshit insane things, and I don't mean just the people on CNN and MSNBC. Luckily, they're all getting fired. Right. But it's a weird kind of thing of they're also protecting their interests in the shadiest of ways by saying, we've built this reputation through the centuries or decades, and now anyone that is challenging our reign is deemed unfit to sort of gel on the same level that we are, because they don't have the prestige. And it's like, what's
ivory tower stuff?
Yes.
It's the same thing as scientism.
Get locked in the tower, Galileo, you heretic.
Yeah, but there's also a balancing act of just, that is true, but we also know that you're full of shit. And it's like, there needs to be a new way to filter the people coming up without going through the old people trying to maintain the prestige. That, I think, is the challenge for our time. Because there's definitely some crazy people trying to come up the machine, but the machine is like, no. Like, you will not pass the ivory door. No, make a new fucking door. That's what we need to do.
That's what we're all doing, right?
Like,
we're
pounding
doors and holes, or pounding holes, and pounding doors and walls.
Pounding doors and walls. Yeah.
You said come, and
certainly some pounding going
went
on.
Straight to the gutter, so it's over now. Everything from now on is going to be sexual.
But that's why they absolutely, the mainstream media, and we can also, I think, because there's some of this has been going around as well. The insane, palpable level of just hatred that mainstream media journalists have towards YouTubers
is really bad.
Kind of delicious. Kat Tenbarge and what's her name? Who's the other one?
Taylor Lorenz.
Taylor Lorenz being the prime examples. I know that Kat Tenbarge was talking some shit about Nate the lawyer, I think. Or somebody else that she is going after now, which is absolutely stupid.
She was going after Nate for a bit. Taylor Lorenz is going after that umbrella guy.
Right. She's been doing that for months now.
And C Boozy, the fucking Twitter police, C Boozy. This guy is such a scumbag. He's the guy who
That's his actual name.
Well, I don't know what his first name is, but that's his Twitter handle. Christopher, I think it's Christopher Boozy. He's a like bot expert on Twitter, and the reason he's a bot expert is, I'm gonna say it, his company just does bot activity for people, like that's part of the services that they offer. But I
thought there weren't any bots on Twitter.
He came out and he tried to show that the support for Johnny Depp was actually like a paid for bot campaign. It wasn't organic at all. And this guy is so fucking sauced that everybody went, "You're an idiot." Like every single person, when this guy brought out his studies and all this stuff, and he started talking on Twitter, everybody was like, "You're an idiot." This is not the amount of money that Johnny Depp would have had to spend to get like 1 billion positive encounters on Twitter isn't worth 1 billion positive encounters on Twitter. Like,
and I haven't read his actual studies. The idea is that you can manipulate public sentiment. Actually, it would be called a public sentiment analysis, where you basically take a sampling of Twitter and of just random Twitter posts about on a hashtag or whatever, and you see, well, what's this? You do sentiment analysis using linguistic measures of being like, how positive or negative is this word valenced and that word valenced within the tweet. You can do it all using AI and bots now to do sentiment analysis. People used to have to sit around and do that with a piece of paper and pen. That's not done that way anymore. The thing about sentiment analysis and bot analysis, when you don't have the raw data, because I've read a lot of studies on this stuff too, is that it's very difficult, because a lot of times people act like bots because they just go along with what other people are saying, along with trends. So it can become very difficult to determine if somebody's a bot. That's why Elon wanted the back end data from Twitter to see how many bots are there really, and particularly now when the bots can be quite sophisticated. But yeah, the amount of money that, first of all, I've done some tertiary, research on buying support on Twitter and YouTube. You can do it. People do it all the time because the bots are so prolific. But it would be such an exorbitant amount of money.
It's a complete waste, though. Like, because you have to. So first, you have to purchase like the follow. Mm-hmm. And then you have to purchase the engagement. Otherwise,
on every tweet or on basically the way I understand it, it's every interaction has to be paid for.
Yeah, and I think what they do, if I remember, I was reading about this once. I think what they do is you basically buy like a subscription with a guaranteed number of interactions, and the bots like randomize their interactions, but they're inorganic, they're inauthentic. No one believes them. And you can see it all over the place, by the way, when you go and you look at these people who have 500,000 followers and they get 8 likes on their on their tweets and stuff, and you're like, okay, well, something isn't right here. And so the only way to keep it up is to keep feeding this machine and keep feeding it, but it doesn't produce what you want. The Johnny Depp stuff, like the way they determined that there was a bot is people used the same hashtag or whatever, and it's like, well, but that's how hashtags work, is like that doesn't make it inauthentic. And then they're like, well, this account's less than a month old. It's like, well, yeah, people felt strongly enough about an issue that maybe
Twitter account.
Right. They created a new Twitter account. I had someone the other day message me, and they're like, hey, I had to make a Twitter account to reach out to you because I'm wondering what's going on with your YouTube channel. And like, I watch it all the time. And it's just over. And so it's like, oh yeah, here you go. I'll tell you. But like, people make new accounts on Twitter. It's not that weird. Twitter is actually not that populous of a social media source.
No. And that's
something that Facebook, it's not even close.
And that's the thing too, is that Twitter actually is a very small number of people, and the amount of people who are active is very small. So the idea that somebody would be so incensed by the news about Johnny Depp that they would become motivated to make a Twitter account just to support him is completely logical. They're like, I don't want to use Twitter. This doesn't appeal to me, but I want to support Johnny Depp. so I will make a Twitter account to support Johnny Depp and to follow that story. That follows completely logically to me, at least.
That's also what makes Twitter so horrifying, is that something like 90% of the tweets is done by less than 10% of the user base. And considering how many of them are also fake, like if you are a politician and this is what you use to gauge public opinion, oh my god, are you getting a horribly skewed perception of reality?
There's research on that, which is, again, my catchphrase. But there's research on the Twitter mega users. And yeah, it's between 5, I think it's actually 5% produce something like 90% of the content on Twitter.
Can I ask you guys a question? What do you think is the actual percentage of bots on Twitter?
It's definitely more than 5. There's a reason Twitter is hesitant to give over that information. Yeah.
I think it's in the neighborhood of 15 to 20%.
I also think that. I've seen some insane numbers. I've seen something like up to 80%, which is like extremely high.
It's not that bad.
I think those are the people who go, well, this account is this age and has this many followers. It's
right. Same problem. Yeah.
I had a Twitter account for, I don't know, 8 years with 6 followers. I just, like, I never used it at all. I made it in, I think, I guess it wasn't 8 years. It was like 5 though. I made it at the beginning of law school, for some reason, or maybe right before I started law school. And then I had the whole time, and I tweeted a couple times. No one ever responded, because how do you get interaction with no followers? Like, you have to go and try and latch on to some a hashtag or some high follower, high interaction account. You respond to them and hope people respond to you and interact positively and follow along. But it's not an easy thing to build. It's any social media thing where you try and build it internally doesn't work. Like, you have to cross pollinate, because that's how social media, like, you drive people from one platform to another, and then people start following you on multiple platforms. But that's how that goes. But that doesn't mean people are bots. It just means that they for whatever reason, people aren't finding their stuff. Algorithmically, they're not getting distributed, and or maybe they just don't have anything that interesting to say, which is me most of the time too. So it's like, that's just how it goes. But yeah, I don't think it's anywhere near 80%, but I think 15 to 20, and the amount of terror that is for Twitter to have the exposure that it's actually 4 times higher than their estimates.
It's horrifying.
Well, their estimate wasn't that it was 5%; it was that it was under 5%. So if it's
no one believes that.
That it definitely had to be under 5%, because otherwise they knew that would destroy their entire business model.
Yeah, if people don't realize why this is important. Okay, so the ad buys on Twitter, when you're scrolling and get promoted tweets, or like an ad for, I don't know, Jazzercise or whatever, those are based on this bot number that's assumed of less than 5%. If it's actually 4 times as high or more, then they're paying 4 times more than they. The math is probably wrong in this, but they're effectively
it's fraud.
It's actual fraud. Like, because the way social media ad buys work is, if you're Coca-Cola, you go, I want to hit this demographic. I want to hit 18 to 35 men and 25 to 45 women in the United States, and I want 12 million ad hits. And then you go to YouTube with that, and they go, okay, 12 million ad hits cost this much. And they go, all right. And they buy it. And then YouTube is distributing those adverts to those the channels with focuses in those demographics. And there's no organized distribution from Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is not like, I mean, they could do a specialized package, but generally speaking, they're going broad here, and they say, we want to hit these demos. And you see this a lot during political campaigns. If you have a channel that's catering to 55 to 75-year-old people during politics season, you make $1 billion, and your videos get skyrocketed, because they have to pump those ads into those videos. And the same thing is with Twitter. Like, you go to Twitter and you say, I want to hit this. Well, if a fucking quarter of the interactions with your ad are bots, like, then you wasted a quarter of your money.
The computer's not going to buy your product. It's not, obviously. So it is totally wasted money. It's interesting now that you can as an
previous
individual
companies
user,
be sued for
promote a
that?
tweet. I find that interesting. I did that once, I think, for a video, because the same thing happens with YouTube, where there's like cycles too, where there's clearly people who, like the people who watch my content have to be like people interested in science stuff or interested in politics and
Or
science.
weebery.
And so I don't talk about weebery stuff almost at all. But there'll be periods of time, and I'm sure you've seen this as well. I think it's different when you're covering like big trials that are in the public attention. That's always going to be something that people are going to gravitate towards. But there'll be periods where YouTube does not recommend any of my content. Doesn't matter what it is or what the topic is. But then other times where the topic obviously matters, but other times where nope, this is in vogue, and it's because of that. I think in large part is that advertisers are saying this is a demographic we're trying to target right now, so show them content that or try to reach out more to those people. So,
let me. I'm gonna find. I can demonstrate this. I have a great stream that I did. It was a short stream where my wife gave me the painting.
The painting
behind me.
Yeah. I remember.
I'm gonna pull up my analytics on the stream and show you the views and how they have evolved, because that stream has for some reason like 80,000 views, something like that, and it doesn't make
can I ask a
any
question about
sense.
that? Because I see Knob Creek, Blanton's, Lagavulin.
Oh, he's a whiskey guy. He's
Jameson.
going to ask you whiskey
you
questions.
actually you don't see Knob Creek or no Knob Creek, no Blanton. So
what's the ones on the left? The middle is Lagavulin.
okay, so Lagavulin 12. I've got a broken Boss Hog Whistle Pig that I dropped in Tampa. Kentucky Owl, 10-year rye, which is so fucking good. Fid Street Gin is from Maui. We have Calumet Farm bourbon, Fireball, which is trash and deserves to be burned at the stake. And then Koskwe Gin, which is from Finland, is the Koskwe Gin is the one over here.
Never had Finnish gin either.
It's very, very good.
I've had Finnish vodka. Finlandia is quite cheap, though. So.
A longtime friend of my channel, Keck7Go, who's been a moderator, and he's been following my channel since like the beginning. He sent it to me.
I should probably have promised Aiden to not turn this into a whiskey stream.
Yeah,
because
I am fine with a little bit
between you and
I don't know how much time also you got, Nick, and feel free to head out whenever. But
I got a good deal of it. So
all right, cool. Oh no, that's gonna incentivize and encourage Spoon to talk about whiskey, which I know very little about. He did recommend me one whiskey that I did buy. I'm not a whiskey drinker. I'm a gin and vodka person personally. Sometimes tequila if I'm feeling like not remembering the next couple days. But but what was it called that you recommended?
I made her buy a Texas single malt, the Balcones.
Oh,
that was very good.
Yeah,
that was very good.
That's good. Have you had
There we go.
Have you had this? Have you had Alamo?
I have not.
They sent me a couple bottles. It's actually like, it's not an expensive whiskey, but this Alamo Black Label, I'm a big fan. Like, this is good. Very good stuff.
Is it bourbon or single malt? Or?
This is bourbon.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Much of the whiskeys I have experience with are Japanese because I am a weeb. So
yeah, there we go.
Have you had Black Nika?
I am aware that you have the bottle of Black Nika.
There's a Black Nika?
Black Nika whiskey right here.
It is Nika, but still close enough. I don't know if that makes it
potent.
Worse. I think that makes it kind of worse.
Because the thing is,
how do I share on Discord? I gotta share my. I think I can share my screen over here.
Yeah, it should be able to.
Okay, I've got these analytics pulled up, so I just want to. This is just demonstrating what you were talking about with Let's see.
YouTube clearly like puts channels into boxes of, well, here's what the channel does, and so when something is in vogue, it gets promoted more.
Right. So this video has been around for 414 days, right? And so here's the day it broadcast. It had like 10,000 views. That's Thursday, July 29th of last year. And then as it went up, it just sat, it got this kind of normal growth thing. And then for whatever reason, February 6th, it pops up and doubles in views. And then it kind of goes just normal. And then for whatever reason, June 5th, it skyrockets. Like it almost triples.
I mean, it's obviously not normal user engagement. YouTube is showing it to people. Explicitly.
YouTube, for whatever reason, started recommending this 22-minute stream that we did, just this impromptu thing, and it just blows up for nothing. And there's no rhyme to it. There's nothing that makes any sense about it. It's just it
was her giving you the painting.
Yeah,
right? And like unboxing it. I remember this. But from back in the day. But yeah, it's interesting how a year ago now over that. It's weird how that's happened to many of my videos where something that I made 2 years ago will pop off out of nowhere because something in the algorithm, which is someone's paying for something and it's related to some area of the topic that they want to put their ads on.
Yeah.
It just kicks in. Yeah.
It's great. I wish they would do that all the time with every video I do.
Yeah, that would be nice. I guess getting back to...
I made a joke before that I think Tim Pool has done that by saying the phrase civil war in the algorithm.
Oh.
Tim?
I would not be surprised if he's actually done that. Because that's a meme at this point. Not that against Tim, but like it totally is.
No, I like Tim. He's always been extremely friendly to me, but he has been getting he's been getting really butt blasted about his song, for example, not doing as well as I think he thinks it should be doing. Because I don't know if you saw this, Nick.
Is it not second?
But he released
No, I heard that he released a song, but I have not watched it.
I liked it. It reminds me of post emo, and then he didn't like the labels of being post emo or emo on it. I was like, I don't think people are saying that to you necessarily negatively.
He tweeted it saying that there's a yearning for like post emo.
No, that was me. That was me who said that. Yeah, I was the one who said that. I said that people are post emo is a genre that's been around in like indie.
My apologies, then, Tim.
People who collect LPs, like physical LPs with color splashes on them and weird records.
Old people.
It's been it's well, if it's old people, it's people who are literally our age, Spoon, because it's I know the record companies that do this stuff because I'm into that genre.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus.
We're the same age, dude. But yeah, he's been upset about that. And it's like, it might just be that it's not that you're being suppressed actively, just there's not a lot of interest in post emo music, which even if you don't like the label, it is that's what I would describe it as most similar to in genre. Is it sounds like post emo to me, which is not a negative. I love post emo. At least I'm not saying it disparagingly, but sometimes the algorithm just doesn't favor you on stuff, and there's nothing you can do about it.
If you hit a wave and a trend in one area, and you expect it to translate to other areas, you are wrong. I guarantee you are wrong. And anyone who's done a second YouTube channel that is wildly off topic from their main YouTube channel knows this. I had a secondary YouTube channel that was just dedicated to nerd shit, some Warhammer stuff, some anime stuff or whatever, and movie reviews. And I would post over there, and I'd get almost no interaction. And
it's not like those are unpopular topics either.
No, they're not unpopular topics, and they were, they're relatively popular with my audience, but they're relatively popular with a subset of the audience. And so the algorithm doesn't know to treat you like royalty on this other channel. It just does, and it doesn't care, because when people look up Rekieta, they're going for Rekieta law. Like that's the kind of default thing. They're not looking for my media opinions in a specific place. That's they go to someone else who does that, and the algorithm knows that. It does A/B testing, and it basically says, is the person more likely to watch Nick Rekieta's review of a movie or Critical Drinker? Well, Critical Drinker, 10 times out of 10. Yeah. He's way better at it than me.
Yeah,
and it's his focus.
You're right. Yes. And so Tim Pool, like your thing is political commentary. And if you start a music channel, like you have to build it up as a separate music channel entity, and you could get a nice head start by tapping into this existing other audience who will follow you for your thing. But the algorithm isn't that audience, so you're not going to get boosted just because you're you. Like, I mean,
even on a main channel that applies. Like one of my favorite videos I ever made was a review of the video game Journey, which is I think like a masterpiece. It takes about an hour to play. they're astonishingly, when I made the video maybe 3 years ago, even though I think that game came out in like 2014, still people online to play it, and there's no usernames that show up. It's just it's a walking simulator is all it is. I don't even think there's no real fail state. It's just an experiential game. It is unfortunately a game that probably influenced other walking simulators that are trash, but that one was one of the early ones, and that's really quite good. It's like para-religious experience in the game, and I made a 50-minute long video about why I think this game is so great. It's one of my lowest viewed videos at a time when my channel was being promoted a whole bunch, and it's like, even though I poured a lot of work into that, it doesn't matter because it's just an unthinking, unfeeling computer algorithm that figures out, and it goes, Aiden Paladin viewers don't really care about hour-long video game reviews for a 10-year-old video game, right?
Yeah. No, it's that's how it goes. What the thing I love about the algorithm, one of the big booms in my channel for views was during the 2020 election. And the most frustrating part of that was it was like the lowest effort content you could possibly do.
Sure. Yeah.
But the algorithm just launched it to the moon. And it's like, why try at anything? Like, why go through, like, you can make this clean edited video. You could do that. Or you get for 3 minutes and be like, Trump's going to win. And you could just get 1 million views. Like, God. Fuck,
yeah.
wow.
2020, I remember that particularly. It was channels popping off out of nowhere just because they were very pro-Trump. And even though, of course, YouTube's own personal internal politics are very anti-Trump, they still want to make money.
They
had a certain price point.
We talked about this a minute ago. They had a huge amount of ad buys from the Trump campaign that they had to fill. And if you want to strategically approach YouTube, figure out what the ad buy is for. So the election's coming up in November of this year. We're gonna have midterms. Like, figure out where money is going to be dumped and start talking about, like, when you see a news article that says Marjorie Taylor Greene's got the most expensive congressional fight in U.S. history. If you do a channel dedicated to and do a video, like 2 to 3 videos every day for 2 weeks about Marjorie Taylor Greene, starting now, by the time the election comes out, you're going to make a fortune. No matter what side you take on her, you're going to make a bunch of money because they're going to have ads that have to get served to somebody. And they will promote you in the algorithm, and they don't have to be good. Here, I just gave you all advice. You want
this is hardcore tips from the Grift Master himself.
You want to make a 50,000 subscriber YouTube channel? Start making Marjorie Taylor Greene videos right now today and do 3 a day, 5 minutes or less each, completely brain dead content. Like,
maybe even shorts, because those are being promoted still, I think. I think YouTube's kind of stopped some of their short promotion campaign.
The problem with shorts is you don't make any money.
Right.
Like, look, just record a 60-second video in landscape mode and just post it anyway. It doesn't matter. Anything. They just want to put one ad on it. Don't go to the 8-minute thing. That's too much work. 3 to 5 minutes tops, and just nothing. Just be like, Marjorie Taylor Greene's the greatest politician of all time. She's oppressed by everybody. Yeah. Or you go, Marjorie Taylor Greene's dumbest grifter on the planet, blah, blah, blah. You just do that. Again, 3 times a day, every day. Take the quartering model. You can go up to 7 if you want, but 3 is your maximum notifications, and it will start to build. It's 2 weeks. 2 weeks is the magic. I'm telling you, I did it.
I could totally do this on my channel, but it would totally violate my principle of not doing this kind of shit.
That's the ultimate thing that it comes down to is like, you get accused of being a grifter all the time. I mean, the quartering does too, but
yeah. And by the way, Jeremy and I love that guy. He's great. I actually really respect the hustle that man puts out. So many videos. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
And I listen to them. I mean, like, so it works. I was like, all right, because I don't have
his copy grift on the empty stream with Tim was hilarious. I
do love to listen to EFAPs and long form content. That's my favorite form of content because I listen to it while I work on other stuff. While I'm doing research or while I'm editing my own videos. So that's the content I make because that's what appeals to me. It's not always in vogue in the algorithm, and it often because I have to do a giant fucking documentary style thing that by the time I get something out, it's not relevant. It's not algorithmically friendly. My last video, it hit something, I guess, because it's doing very well, and I'm very happy about that.
Awesome.
Well, yeah, but that's because it was making fun of feminism, I guess, which is back in vogue again.
Well, thank
Cool.
God.
Great.
Finally.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
It needs to be back.
I have so
It's,
many jokes for that.
Yeah, it was making fun of the girl boss phenomenon, which everyone's talking about right now. And so yeah, when you hit on a node like that, even accidentally. Did you see those comics by the woman about the peach and her husband?
God, they were so fucking terrible.
Nick.
No, what the hell are these?
Oh, it's an Instagram page called Mom Life Comics, and I used that as a framing device to talk about research for an hour. But
Mom Life. I almost feel like maybe I have seen those.
Yeah, the one that went viral was it was like me. Oh look, the last ripe peach. I'll save this as a treat for the kids. My husband. Oh look, the last ripe peach. I'll use it as a treat for myself at work. And just to make him look like a dick, like a selfish asshole, and all of the
at work.
I know. Oh well, here's the thing too about that one, which her husband, I don't think ever worked in her entire life, and every comic is just about how hard it is to be a mom and how much she works so much harder than her husband.
Yes. And, I do remember this because I was like, wow, you're such a bitch.
Yeah.
You're just sitting here shitting on this guy over and over. And she's like, my husband likes this. I'm like, no, he doesn't. He tolerates this for whatever reason. You must have a magic vagina or anus. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Her husband is a lawyer who works another job because his work, and that's already I'm guessing, I'm not sure.
Oh,
I'm guessing he's not a defense attorney, but I don't know what he does. I don't know if he's a prosecutor, but he has to work a second job in order to be able to fund her and their 2 kids.
No, he just wants to get the hell away from the house because his wife is a bitch.
That's what everyone else thinks too,
Yeah.
Spoon, is it's like, wait a minute. You're a lawyer and you work in 2 jobs to
I don't know if
have
you seen this one, Nick. The most ridiculous one is there's a picture of her and her husband. And you know, you're a guy. If we go to the car and we pick our groceries, we bring in every single bag we can.
Oh, this one is made of imaginary
Yes,
coke.
that's just what we do. She thinks she does that.
She has an image of her husband's got 1 bag and she's got about 50.
Yeah,
and it's like,
this doesn't
girl,
happen ever.
We all know that's fake. You can't convince anyone that's true.
Yes.
If that guy posed for that picture with her, he's a fucking cuck.
It's like a little comic, so it's
okay, yeah. So she drew it. God, what a bitch. Oh,
I know, what a bitch.
Like I cannot imagine going online and disrespecting my spouse.
Your spouse,
yes,
to everybody,
every post, and it's like,
and it's all you
again
do.
when the comments where she describes stuff. So not only does he work 2 jobs, he does all the yard work. He makes all of the meals for the kids. He
literally does everything.
Most of the cooking and most of the cleaning around the house too. Her tough job is that she watches them during the day and she teaches yoga 3 nights a week. And it's like, but there are, the other mommy Instagram bloggers are like, oh, that's so relatable, sis. Oh, so true. And then I just made an 1.5 hour long video shitting all over her, but and why everything that she said is wrong and incorrect in a fantasy.
If that
made
is
up in her
many women
warped
relating
head.
to that can explain why marriage rates are kind of low.
That dude needs a damn life preserver thrown his way.
I know.
Like, it needs to, like, here's what it is. It's a big lifesaver circle thing, but around it are duct taped things to it. Like one's a fleshlight, one's a beer, one's a hustler, and you throw that out to him, be like, this will get you through the tough times, buddy. Come here. I'll help you. Like, Jesus, get away from that. Oh,
I don't understand the tendency of women to post their L's like this and thinking it's a W. There was another one that went viral that I covered in the video that's like from like 2 years ago, where this woman posted with her big smiling, like ear to ear happy face, a husband reward chart. And it was
I saw that.
Yeah,
that was
a couple
supposed
years
to be
ago.
a joke.
She claimed that after the
backlash,
like
yeah.
I don't believe
it's like
that.
what he does dishes like 18 days in a row and then he gets a blowjob, but if he misses one ever, he goes back to the start.
Yes, that was her and then she claimed it was a joke and it's all satire, and it's like, was it though?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
buy it. I don't think it's a joke. I don't trust any of these people to be jokes anymore because they demonstrate routinely that they're 100% serious until they get called out, and then they're like, "Oh, literally everything I've ever posted is a joke." It's like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
there's a
okay,
comedian
Okay, yeah,
defense.
sure.
got it.
Nice
Sure.
cope. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Or it's a
See, that would make sense
when people
if
get called
people
out,
were
yeah,
laughing
they
at you from the
circle the
beginning.
wagons on stuff like that. You know, no, but they
Yeah.
weren't, and
Yeah,
it's only
that's
once
the
they
point,
get
yeah.
called
They're
out.
cheering, which is even
Yes.
scarier. Oh
That
my
is
god!
scary.
So I saw this today. I won't pull it up specifically, but I'll just talk about it real quick. There was this Linda Tirado. I don't know who this person is.
Never
at
heard of
Killer
them.
Martinis. So here's her story. Okay, which you can put a big fucking X on. So I'm at a pub and this Tinder date or whatever couple
I
is
saw this.
behind me.
I did see this. Yeah.
And of course, she's Irish, I guess. And of course, he's an American dude. And I hear him say, "Do you know who Jordan Peterson is?" And I whipped my head around so fast, and he made eye contact and changed the subject. Dude, we will bust you anywhere.
I'll have things that never happened 4,000, Alex. Yeah, hard X'd out on that one.
Yeah, and she goes on. I mean, guy had heard my accent. We're in a city center. It's mostly tourists. And what I will not be having tonight is you fucking with some Irish chick with that bullshit, like, you know, philosophy. First of all, Jordan Peterson knows psychology, not philosophy.
Yeah, well, he dabbles in philosophy, I'd say, as well.
It's definitely Irish because you said city center. That's definitely Irish.
Yeah,
Spoon lives in Ireland, so
yeah,
technically anyone who thinks dabbles in philosophy, right, or who tries to figure out the human condition in some way, but like still. And then some of you seem to have the misconception that I said anything. I did not. I just looked at the man like, "Oh, hi, did you think you could just fly a couple thousand miles and say whatever you wanted to women?" And he got the message. Oh no, he fucking didn't, you dumb. Oh, I hate these people.
know. It's all performative, and it's all clearly attention seeking.
They will swoon for an accent, by the way. That's total crap.
Oh my god, this guy as a So what I was wanting to get back to though is the fucking simpery that follows these whammon posters on Twitter. This guy Robert Shearer, he's got blue check. I don't know who this visual journalist. He's got no followers. It doesn't matter.
So he's a photographer, but okay.
As a recovering Rogan listener, this action was 100% justified, Linda.
A recovering Rogan listener.
Simp.
I don't even know what that means.
Everyone pointed him and called him a simp. Oh, it's because he's saying he used to be more acceptable or accepting towards non-approved of opinions, because Rogan is now a far-right position or podcaster to these people, which is of course absurdist.
I do like how the leftist purity spiral is killing themselves. It is pretty funny to watch. It is also insane. No, like it's definitely making them nuts, at least.
Well, the Catholic stuff, to go back to that, I think that is a purity spiral that's driving them insane. And that is a bad move for them. We got to support somebody who's down to clown with giving children hormones behind their parents' back that are cooked up in some guy's bathtub. And this is stunning and brave. No, it's not. It's child abuse, and it's creepy as hell. Have you seen, Nick, the conversation? Because Catholics doxed somebody because...
of course they do.
Well, yeah, because everything that he complains about, he is now doing on his righteous crusade or whatever it feels righteous in his mind. And so he doxed a Kiwi Farms user named Winter. That's the name he goes by on the farms. And this guy is like 19 years old. I have the DMs between them because Keffels spoke to him in DMs for hours and hours. They are very...
How old is Keffels?
30.
What?
Yes, I know.
These people need to get
out. God, I have so many jokes that it can't be said on YouTube when you ask.
Can you at least can you at least put them in Discord? So
I believe they're 30. They might be 28, but they're nearing 30 if they're not. Again, I was shocked by that too, because they act like a late teen, early 20s person with their complete lackadaisical attitude towards giving drugs to children behind their parents' back. But no, this is a full grown ass adult.
There, I threw it in our Discord chat. There, I don't want to
damn,
say this on
Nick. That's pretty bad.
I don't want to say it on your channel because
I feel like Nick and I would get along in like off YouTube. Just missing
all the
joke.
time I have to like also tell Spin like we gotta respect mommy's Susan's rules a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of
this is
stuff
the
that I
person-
want to say that I can't say.
The only time when we got a warning, it was about talking about this person. But this also, and this is your area of expertise. Have you also seen that Destiny is looking for a lawyer in Canada?
yeah, I have. I have seen that. You know, like
Destiny in
because
Canada.
Keffels lived in
Keffels
Canada,
was
is a
in Canada,
Canadian
yeah.
citizen.
Oh, okay.
it
The tort would have-
purportedly will return back after leaving Ireland or wherever it is.
I think they're in Ireland, yeah.
It's
But
the land of leprechauns.
so I believe then what happened, of course, is that Keffels bragged about getting Destiny banned from Twitch, took accountability for that, then said it was a joke. It was obviously not a joke. It's just that it was kind of a bad look. Like everything that this person does is a bad look because they're crazy.
They violate the rules of
Every rule.
every
Every
platform.
rule.
Every platform Lucas violates the rule on organizing hate campaigns and harassment campaigns against people.
That's fine.
They just get a free fucking pass to do all this stuff, and you tell one joke about it, it's like, oh my god, you're hateful. It's like, no, I don't care about. That was the thing. The tweet where they lied about what I said about shooting him in the head. Which,
the against the wall, which is another thing. I guess. Did YouTube explain to you what exactly the problem was as to why you got the suspension?
No,
they never really do.
No.
They said what I got was specifically, so it was cyber stalking, harassment, and bullying. And they said more specifically, although I don't have a timestamp or a phrase or anything, they said calling for violence against a particular person, which I didn't do in any way. Like it was trying to organize violence is I think how they not calling for attempting to organize violence against a particular person, which is insane.
Yeah,
I imagine
the quote was that people who do what Keffels does should go against the wall. And in your talk with Duncan, he also on the wall. Right. Sorry, let's be very specific and clear about it. On the wall, as maps do go on walls. I don't see what the problem with that one is. But
exactly. No, and it's really critical to have the on the wall be different because against the wall is an idiom. Up against the wall is a different idiom. Going to the wall is a different idiom. If you look up going on the wall, it's an idiom that doesn't exist in the greater zeitgeist of culture. It's specific to my channel. Like I literally in a weird way, like invented the phrase going on the wall and maps going on walls. I'm sure someone else has said it, but there's no, like, you can't Google that idiom and find it. It takes you to a different one. And precision in language is an important fucking thing, especially when we're talking about calls for violence and who's allowed to speak afterwards.
I imagine you being a lawyer and YouTube yeeting your channel for any particular reason must drive you fucking insane.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, I was thinking there's a 1971 album called From Fire Sign Theater. It's a comedy album. Where one of the lines is, man, woman, child, all are up against the wall of science. And I found that to be an interesting line in this particular... Yeah, it's dystopic. It's a dystopian nightmare world that's being described in the album, which is really great. But in this particular context, I was reminded of that quote quite frequently.
The reason why I got one of my videos taken off, I sent it to V, and he said it's probably the thumbnail that got you in trouble because I called it because I called it "Why I Give Women Hell." And it was basically I was giving the women of the view shit because they're insane and stupid and they're a really bad influence in society. And the thing is, I said that, but I also used a quote from Queen Victoria and how she felt about the suffragettes. And I went like, Queen Victoria is a fucking badass. I'm like, okay, so I can criticize these women, but this woman is totally based and I'm praising this one, but somehow I'm disliking women. It's like, no, I'm disliking this one because they're morons and this one because they're cool. So it's not women, it's the ideology they follow. But YouTube is never going to say that. But... shitty as hell.
Yeah. It's well, and Here's the mystery, the reason that they do the mass flagging, and they know that. So I probably had hundreds to thousands of flags come in on that stream,
Almost assuredly.
because it was pushed by Keffels specifically to flag the stream with the fake quote. And so you can imagine that all of those flags said, this person said to shoot this trans person in the head because they're trans.
That's what he said. That's how he defined it in his tweet about it.
Which is not true, because
Nope.
even if you just watch the clip that's on the tweet, I didn't say that. And then, of course, they edited out the next part, which is what I got into with Duncan, where I said, once you're 18, you can do whatever you want to your body.
Exactly.
I don't care. Trans people don't bother me. Again, if someone asked me, should I go trans? I'd probably say, like, maybe
Unless
you
they're
should
in your
really
chat.
like have
wait
have
a little bit. Talk to a
like,
therapist.
maybe you should get
Maybe not
some
do that anymore,
expert
I don't know.
opinions.
Yeah, that's maybe
or
not the best
something.
idea.
Like, I wouldn't recommend going trans. Like, that's not my recommendation to people. But if you do, I don't care. Like,
No.
what the hell does it have to do with me at all? And so, like, it's this weird thing where they just literally fucking lie. But when 1,000 people lie, like, a platform will just respond. And then you spend the rest of your time fucking fighting the fact that 1,000 people lied, and the platform is just like, well, we had to do something. It's like, you didn't, though. You didn't have to do anything.
No, it is absolutely bizarre, and it is a total double standard. But there's no real reason to complain about the double standard, because we all know it exists, and it's not going to go away anytime soon.
Yeah,
essentially.
there's nothing you can do. What you could do is call for mass flagging of someone else, and if you do that, you get fucking struck for that.
Well,
it's like, wait,
Yeah.
what?
That's the thing. That's the thing with the Keffels person too. Is that, like, what are
hand behind your
Keffels' big complaints? Is I've been doxxed. My family was doxxed. And what do? Go around and dox other people.
Yep.
Well, then how
And
can you complain?
Their justification is, well, it happened to me. It's like, well, yeah, if you get robbed, you don't get to go steal someone else's
I was going to
stuff.
say, like, yeah, you don't
precisely.
get
make
to
it
the fight
okay.
fire with fire.
Well, it's not even just fighting fire with fire. It's that you don't commit a crime because a crime was committed against you. If you think it's a crime, which doxing, of course, is
two
not a
wrongs don't
crime
make
at
a
all,
right.
but two wrongs don't make a right. I do have a. I don't know if we want to go through this, but the conversation that he had with the guy from Kiwi Farms. Have you seen it, Nick? It's so creepy.
Yeah, I've seen it. Let's we can go through it. I don't care either
okay.
way, but I want to point out that not only that, but there's another direct message discussion with Keffels, where Flamenco had apparently reached out to Keffels, and Keffels said, the person was like, Flamenco reached out to you, and Keffels said, yeah, I told him to kill himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that violates
every
Twitter's
rule.
terms of service.
Yes.
Very much. It's fucking crazy. By the way, after Keffels posted that thing, several people DM'd me to kill myself in various ways.
Yeah.
Twitter doesn't care about any of that.
Of
though.
course not. Of course, certainly none of this is applied equally.
It's almost as if
I
they don't
think
like
this
you,
is.
Nick.
What?
It's almost as if they don't like you.
Yeah.
Well, I think
sense some
YouTube does.
hostility.
YouTube has to be weighing this because they like the money that you
I
bring.
was going to say, like, with
obviously.
Nick, it's like, yeah, we don't like him, but we like the money he brings in. Like, we have a conflict of interest.
There's no way they don't. So they have to
Yeah.
be balancing, and they're choosing ideology over finances, which is what we see so much anymore. With, for example, all the the aerial thing, which I put in the thumbnail, and the rings of power, them rangs of power, and just doing things that are. I mean, Amazon in making this woke silly show, which I've heard I refuse to watch it. It's a no hate watching rule, right?
Yeah, I
but,
agree with Razor Fist on that.
Yeah, no hate watching. But I had to be forced into it because, trust me, I
You were
would
forced
do
into
well
it by
to.
who?
Bill, my husband, would be like, he literally told me, like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Like, don't give them the time of day.
Well, you are tiny,
And
and he can just, like, throw you around like a manlet. So.
He could, but, like, yeah. So he basically just told me, like, no, Aiden. He told me to lay down the line, no, Aiden, no hate watching, not even on the Discord, not even in private. Don't give them a single click. And I understand that is a principled take. It's frustrating to not be able to be totally in on the conversation because I haven't seen the show. But from what I understand, it's not even that it's that woke. It's just horribly boring and awful. And they wasted $1 billion on it.
Well, that was the thing, because all I wanted, Aiden, was for them to have elf boobs. Like that's it. That's all I wanted.
We all?
Because I'm like, okay, we've got a premium show, like a premium movie service or premium service show.
It's
Amazon.
supposed to be like Game of Thrones. They're going to show titties, or they can,
because that's the only place you get them now. Like, you don't get them in movies anymore. You only get them on like HBO. Sometimes like HBO exclusives like Game of Thrones, or Netflix exclusives. That's the only place that these things happen anymore. And so I'm like, all right, maybe if Amazon's going to ruin Lord of the Rings, maybe at least we're going to have some elf titties and orc titties, and this will be hilarious and great, and I'm going to be so happy. And then the reviews started coming out, and Nerderotic and Drinker, they hate it, and I'm like, okay, well, I kind of expected them to hate it, but the critic reviews were like, this is an unmitigated disaster. And I'm like, oh my god, like, when their powers combine with all the people I trust, like, holy shit, this must be really terrible.
Yeah, and I listened to Drinker and other people review it instead of watching it myself, because I trust those people. Again, it's that thing too where once you develop this parasocial, I'd say rapport, not relationship. Let's call it rapport. Where it's like same thing with a journalist back in the previous era. I know that this person is going to have a good take on it and be fair and relatively balanced, even if they're dunking on it, and they're not going to just talk out their ass about it. So in that way, I feel like I've seen this show. I know like everything that happens in it, but I didn't have to actually watch it.
Agreed, it's knockoff garbage. Nick is great.
Well, stop. Now you're simping.
I'm reading the chat.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought you were saying.
Yeah, so
how dare you accuse me of simpery?
Furious Dan said, no titties in Lord of the Rings, please. But this isn't Lord of the Rings.
It's not Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with it. In fact, I think they have license issues. Yeah, so it's some thing they just made up, and it's like, well,
it's fan fiction.
I look at it as like those porn parodies. Then, so it should just have booty and boobies all over the place. Like, throw a dick in there. I don't care.
Sure, appease all sides.
A pity dick walking by, like a little dwarf with like a giant fucking penis hanging down to the floor. That would be funny. See what? Put me in charge.
Hang
of this.
on 1 second, Nick.
Yeah.
The dwarf's got his giant dick down to the floor, but here's the question: balls or no balls?
Oh, it's the dwarf dick. It's got balls at the top, like at the base, and also balls halfway down the shaft, probably.
It's like sad space hoppers.
Oh my god. Yeah. So the show isn't unmitigated. The like serious reviewers that are writing articles.
Nick Rekieta just put this idea of a naked dwarf in my head. That's kind of weird.
now you got to see it. Now it's there, and you can't scrub it out.
You're like, oh god, he's walking, and his beard and his dick are both dragging on the floor behind him like a wedding dress train. Oh god.
With a battle axe slung over the shoulder.
He's a dwarf, so they should be a pair of cast iron balls that he, made out of, made at the forge.
Oh, we have to hammer the piercing through.
Oh, gosh. Oh fuck! Now I've lost my train of thought because unfortunately my mind has been full of terrible imagery.
I think before the show even went, when we saw that. I can just say this, like the black woman with the hair. Everyone was like, "This is going to be bad."
Disa. Even though I've heard that she's okay. The actress though wouldn't shut up on social media.
Yeah, but here's the
diversity. It's finally time for a black female dwarf. Well, where is your beard then, bitch? Oh.
Yeah, but no,
this is all just fan fiction. I know it's not even good fan fiction.
I know that's the case, but like I said this before in one of my videos, the way that the diversity thing is played out now. This is going to sound horrible, but I don't care, because this is how I judge my films. If I look at the cast and I see only white people, I'm going to watch it because I know the story is going to be better. Because if I see people of color, I know that's the thing you're pushing. If I see only whites, I know the story is the main thing that's driving this. That's how I know it's going to be better.
The problem is that wasn't the case before.
Yes, I know.
They've made that the case now. Yes. That people, they see a diverse cast and they go, oh. Yeah. Which is a thing that happened with House of the Dragon. That I've heard is also that people like, that people think is quite good. But the second now, people have been trained that if they see black actors in something, they go, oh, they're just going to shove them in here and you're going to make something shitty.
Yeah,
and that's very
not,
unfortunate.
Yes.
Because I think some of my favorite actors throughout history are people like Sidney Poitier. And it did not used to be the case that if you saw a black actor in something, the assumption was instantaneously that it has a political agenda.
Well, it used to be if you saw 2 black actors in something, though. I'm joking.
Depends who they are, but yeah. No, because
I will say, House of the Dragon, though, I've watched all 4 of the released episodes, and I'm enjoying it. I think it's so far it's intriguing and entertaining, and it's the only thing I don't like. My wife and I both have commented that the production, it's very CGI heavy. And it's obvious. And I'm not talking about the dragons. I'm talking about the backgrounds and the scenery. Whereas I feel like when I was watching Game of Thrones, I didn't notice like heavy CGI backgrounds and a lot of green screen going on for the environments.
Well, they didn't have the money at first. So the first couple seasons when people got hooked on it, it was mostly practical.
Yeah. And now like I'm watching it and it's like it's almost nauseating at times because it's like it's so obvious. Like they need to fix that. Like there's a scene in the first show when they're just riding a carriage like into fucking the city, and it's like they do these weird angles and stuff, and it's heavy on the CGI. It's like, please don't do that ever again.
It's kind of weird that you mentioned the CGI because 300 was done exclusively with CGI, and no one ever bitched about the CGI in that movie ever.
I did a lot.
It was new.
I hated 300.
Really?
I hated every second of it.
I love the story though.
I haven't seen it in many years, so I remember liking it when it came out. But I did think that CGI was still kind of a newer thing, and it was heavily stylized. So I can see why people would have liked it, rather than now where the CGI is a prerequisite. I was listening to Adam and Sitch talk to Mahler, and I thought it was EFAP. I posted something on Twitter about it, thinking it was EFAP, but no, it was Adam and Sitch talking to Mahler the other day about Xanderhall, another one of these lefty guys on YouTube, and Twitch.
I saw his name pop up on Twitter, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this?"
Nobody. But his reaction. I don't care. His reaction to that I'm saying on our tiny podcast channel. I don't give a shit. Actually, I do give a shit because I know it would make him upset if he heard me say that. But that's
can I say the F word if it's not that big a deal?
No, you got to mute yourself if you're going to do that. But what was fascinating is this guy who's like a socialist lefty, take me seriously, I'm a big brain intellectual. In his description of Rings of Power and the reviews of it, he said, all right.
I cracked me. I'm happy now.
In his review of the Rings of Power, he first goes over... He doesn't really talk about the show at all. He just talks about, look at this racist, this nerd-rotic guy. He's a big racist. And this critical drinker guy. Look at his thumbnail. That's so racist and that's evil. And then the only thing he has to say about the television show itself is he plays a clip from the first 30 seconds of the first episode where a CGI dragon is fighting a CGI eagle, and he talks about how it gave him an erection.
You know what? Actually, there are some people I would recommend to be trans. Think about it. It's like, you are not responsible with that thing. Get away from me. Get rid of that.
I mean, that's really, this is the thing. This is what made you so excited that you can't understand why anyone would have any criticism of this show, is because I saw the thing. I saw the dragon fighting the griffin, and I clapped, and I got a semi. I think that you've got some other problems in your life, my dude. You might want to hammer out before you critique other people. Just a thought. But
Nick,
that was hilarious.
I'm not, look at this quote. I'm not saying you advocate for that, but that's how it comes off.
No. He posted something in private.
Here we go. Let me see. Well, sometimes.
A little bit. Yeah.
Hang on. Removing your dick is stunning and brave. Okay.
It's true. Well, let's be clear, Aiden. It's not a removal. It's just making an outie an innie.
That's true. Yes. I'm sorry. I wouldn't want to.
Inversion therapy.
Inversion
offend anyone.
therapy? Oh,
Oh shit. Since
Was
we've
that- was
moved
that-
on to the
was that
topic
bad?
though of horrible,
was pretty funny.
That's good.
reboots, remakes, Holly weird garbage. How much have you been looking at the Little Mermaid stuff?
Oh
Nick?
my god, this one's so
Uh,
good.
what I saw today is that I think I saw a tweet yesterday where a guy said once it came out, he had developed an AI software to white
Yes.
Ariel.
So I have the a
He's
video
got
of it.
banned. He got banned.
He's
Yeah.
back. He is back
he's
on
back?
Twitter.
Oh, is he?
Oh,
Yes,
thank God.
I double checked because I saw it as well. I'll share my screen so that we can see it all. But I think probably like the whole internet's seen it at this point. But this was his. And well,
Wait, hold on, let me see this.
it seems that the Chinese also have worked
Oh,
on advanced
Space China.
AI technology to make Ariel white again. So here, of course, is what it looks like, and with the exception of like the blinking and stuff doesn't
damn
look
it.
great, you know. But that's just because it's an AI that did it.
Am I the only one who thinks
It
he
looks
looks a bit
pretty
like
good.
Jodie Foster?
Yeah, I can see that.
A little bit.
But he did, from the guy who is now unbanned, he did say it would take him about 24 hours once the movie comes out to run it through the AI algorithm.
You know the pirate version
white
is going to be better
Ariel.
than the actual movie.
Well, I mean,
Because
like,
they're going to pirate that one. You know they're going to.
the just rage over this that from the left, because I think most people were just kind of looking at it and going,
That's kind of
Why?
funny.
just why? I mean, it is a pattern of ginger erasure that
Dude,
we've
the
seen.
ginger side, that's a real thing.
It is a 100% real thing. You can see basically every ginger character that has been adapted into a movie or TV show
You know
over the
why they
last
go after the gingers? 5
to 10 years has been recasted as black, because I guess, well, you might not want to rearrange the letters in the word ginger, but maybe that has something to do with it.
Okay, this is the thing. I was going to make a joke, and that's way better than mine.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn
I'm not
it.
sure if that's
Look,
why. Maybe
the
they got it
Irish are a bunch
confused.
of potato gingers.
I was
That's
going
all I
to
know.
say
It's
it's
just
because it's
dyslexia.
the weakest white race.
They saw ginger and they just got
And then
dyslexia.
that was
They read
way
it as something
better.
else. Yeah.
Like I have a special place in my heart for redheads and in my pants, and I'm really really disappointed at the ginger side that's been going on. No, I mean, like, here's the thing.
Good luck with Ariel, though. That might be quite a challenge.
Look, she gets legs eventually.
Especially if you have your way.
Get rid of your voice, bitch. I don't want to hear you talk.
Well, she did lose her voice to gain a vagina, so
Right, get those long stems. And
That's
No,
wait. That's man. Okay, the amount of jokes. I'm
well,
thinking
what
right
would she
now.
have had? Spin, what would she have had beforehand?
no, she's a tilapia. You just had to come in her mouth a whole bunch, and all the eggs are just sitting in there. Like, it's not the worst plan either. I mean, that's okay too.
I guess not. Jesus.
Thank you.
Why
Why Nick
If
wants more
anybody's
trans is
wondering
starting to make
about-
sense now.
Yeah, just like that. If you ever wondered like how mermaids reproduce, they're tilapia based. No, the Ariel thing, it both does and doesn't bother me, because I just mostly ignore any
care.
live action Disney conversion I'm
Right.
immediately suspicious of. The only one I've watched that I enjoyed was, I thought Beauty and the Beast is pretty well done.
I heard it was fine, pretty much, and that
And-
it was a decent recreation of it.
Most of it was the same. The story was very, very similar to the original. Like Aladdin, I didn't watch all
Yeah.
of Aladdin. My wife did, and she was like, this is such garbage. And she showed me parts where they like had to make sure everybody knew that Jasmine was a strong character. It's like she literally undid the entire tradition by herself, like of everything she was expected to do as a princess, daughter of the Sultan. She undid all of that and basically rules over Agrabah at the end. But we need to be reminded that Jasmine's a strong female character who resisted every male in the movie at any time that she wanted to, and had all of them fighting over her the entire time. It's like pretending that the fucking chick in 50 Shades of Grey is the sub in the relationship, when it's obvious that Christian
Yeah.
Grey is the sub
Right.
in the relationship.
It's
But
also I went over this in my last video. All this girl boss crap of like, oh, women are so happy. I'm alone and independent. Guess what? The data are extremely consistent. Mass, global level, huge longitudinal studies show consistently women are miserable now compared to what their happiness and life satisfaction levels were like in the 1970s and 80s. Women's happiness has declined on a steady and just never-ending downward slope while all of this stuff has been happening.
Well, of course it is. Like they don't get the butt pats in the office anymore. That's everybody. Like I say that as a joke, but it's not.
It's not entirely a joke. No, it's not.
It's not because one thing one thing about women that I've observed in my time here is like men, they like attention. Like
Sure.
it's almost like people like attention, right? And there's this amazing thing that happens. Like, sure, workplace harassment can go too far. It could
Absolutely.
It could be very offensive or whatever. But you know what? If and let's just get straight into Andrew Tate here. If a powerful, wealthy man in the office shows positive sexual attention to a female in the office, she likes it a lot of times.
Yeah.
And the times that they don't like it are when it's a non-powerful, non-wealthy man or
that's what all
like
this is about.
uggo.
That's what it's about. Is that women they want attention, yes, but they don't want attention from uggo, low value men, right?
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
It's
there are men who want attention from low value women, and they baffle me.
I think I tell you what, I think the reason for that is because I think on some level women crave quality, whereas men crave quantity.
Women need to crave quality from an evolutionary psychological perspective.
Yes, whereas men don't.
Because women are like, okay, if I'm going to choose a man, I need to choose a man who is going to be the best father for my children. So that's how that works out. And that's why
up. Right, who will keep me from dying while I'm at my most vulnerable place too. Yes. Like you're going to have not 9 months of discomfort and lower physical ability, but about 6 months you're going to need a significant amount of assistance. Our society and our technological improvements have kind of reduced that burden a little bit, but
pretend
our brains
mostly that it doesn't exist. No, your brain, the amount of time it would take for the human. I was talking to Benjamin Boyce yesterday, and he asked me about this stuff, of like how society would change, and I said, okay, yeah, it can. Give it 40,000 years, because these are evolutionarily baked into our species. You can't get rid of that in 50 years with the women's rights movement. And when we find instead, women report being absolutely fucking miserable. They hate their lives. And women always previously, up until about 1980, had always reported being far significantly more happy and more satisfied with their lives than men. Because men get sent into meat grinders and to fight in wars and go to work in the chemical, factory, stuff that sucks.
Or even like ignoring the danger, like the overwhelming majority of on the road truckers are men, where you sleep in either a truck or a shitty hotel or whatever. You drive these long fucking hours. You're alone for these extended periods of time, married or unmarried. You're away for 4 and 5 days. And then you get home and you might get like a day or two. I remember I was getting on, this is the worst plane flight I ever took. It was from Dallas to Tyler. But it was this time when Texas had 45 days at that point, 45 days in a row where the temperature didn't go below 100 even at night.
Damn.
So I get on this plane. It's a little shitty plane because it's like a 30-minute flight tops.
Oh, also it's like 40, by the way, to explain to the Euro.
Thank you for teaching the temperature.
So it's hot as fuck, and the plane's air conditioner is broken, so it was terrible. Ooh. But anyway, I'm sitting next to a guy, and he lived in Tyler, but he worked in Dallas. And every let's see, Monday morning, he would wake up and catch this early flight, or maybe it was a Sunday red eye, and he would fly from Tyler to Dallas, and then he would work there for 5 days. And then on Saturday, I think it was Saturday morning or whatever, he got to go home. And he talked about it. He's like, yep. And when I get home, My wife is waiting for me with the beer. We sit down, we have our time, and then Sunday night or Monday morning, I get up and do it again. That is the quintessential like male sacrifice for
Yes.
the income thing. And it's like you're not always dying at your job, but guys have to do all of the shit jobs that exist.
Yeah, no girl boss is trying to go be a sewage cleaner.
Never.
You never ever will ever see, all these complaints about the breakdown of female to male in STEM is heavily loaded towards men. What about the breakdown of sewage workers and garbage
people.
men,
Yeah.
garbage
Oil
collectors, oil riggers, anything. Oil rigging also a very rough job. You're on the rig for months.
Obscenely dangerous too. Like everything on the rig can just kill you instantly or just rip your legs off. I mean, that's it. Even the guys who do who work on the oil derricks in oil fields, just like in fields, not out on a boat, like those. Sometimes like they have to work on these fucking axles where if anything happens, you're dead. Like you'll get pulled in and spun into a pastry or whatever. It'll rip your leg off and you'll have to crawl away and no one's with you. Or how about those dudes who climb the fucking towers, like the cell towers? They're 150 feet up. It's like,
I've seen a live leak video of some guy who got his arm caught in one of those machines. It was just
traumatizing.
Wait, is that the guy who gets turned? He gets spun
yes.
sprays?
The same video. Oh my god, that one. Yeah, well, it's baked into my brain forever now because I can never unsee that.
Can you send me that?
No, I don't have it. Do you think I have it saved? I'd like to forget that I saw it, Spoon.
But I'd like to see that.
Speaking of Reddit, I don't know if it's still there, but you can go to Reddit, r/make my coffin has all sorts of stuff like that. It's
I'm gonna save that next thing.
Well, but Reddit is a bizarre place because about 98% of the site is unusable leftist trash, but then there are places that are kind of holes where you can find interesting things. I haven't used Reddit since I worked at a desk job.
Reddit is basically Twitter with more characters.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
It also has, because of its karma system, psychologically it encourages people to...
There's a karma system?
The karma system is you can pay money to Reddit to give people little stickers on their posts.
Why would you do that?
To show how much you approve of their to show how much you approve of their message. Why would you do that? Because of weird social it's social politics. That's what it's no. I had to show that I extra approved to the point where I gave you money, and we shouldn't be talking too much shit sitting on a live stream where people are sending super chats. But to be fair,
Aiden Bear Lamb in the chat says, I know a woman. She works at the sewage. She's a lesbian. She's very butch. She kickstarts her vibrator and rolls her own tampon.
Very based.
That's a working woman right there.
Sure is. Very based.
That's very hands-on.
Oh my god.
And the thing, you know what's the worst thing about it is someone like her would probably not be revered because she's too masculine. That's the fucked up thing.
Oh no!
That's what's quite messed up.
Maybe no. It's kind of like that's now very. That's the She-Hulk thing too. Is be a big, strong, masculine woman. And the thing about She-Hulk as a character in the comics, and I don't want to nerd out too much and put you all to sleep, but the character of Jennifer Walters in the comics is that before she becomes She-Hulk, she is a quiet, mouthy sort of lawyer woman, right? That's her background. She is not super sexually or aggressive or extroverted. While the gamma rays that made Hulk bring out the deep hidden parts of Bruce Banner's personality, which is his rage, what it brings out in Jennifer Walters is her extroverted sexual side. That's what the whole She-Hulk character is supposed to be about. And that does make an interesting conflict, I would say potentially. I mean, it was interesting in the comics for 40 years of Jennifer Walters is not. She's the mild-mannered, average, everyday, quiet, mousy woman. And then She-Hulk is, I'm coming out. I want the world to know. That kind of stuff, That's the entire dichotomy.
It'd have been funny if she turns red. There's a lot of period jokes you could make.
Well, Red Hulk is a different thing. But sorry, again, not to nerd out in the comic book stuff. But they've removed that in this stupid show. She's just the same she's a bitch either way.
Oh,
That's not very compelling.
Is that Nick? Someone in the chat said that the chat pays you to berate them.
That is
they
true.
do. I get requests to fat shame people all the time.
Really?
Oh,
You
would
do
you like
that?
to see some fat shaming? Nick, would you like to engage in some fat shaming? I got some stuff.
Only if they people have to pay for the fat shaming. I mean, this is premium content.
All right.
I
Well,
would love to
all
go
right.
on Nick's stream just to help him do that, because that sounds like a lot of fun. I would totally do that.
Let's fat shame some people. I was going to talk about the Little Mermaid thing for a while, but I will only mention, we can come back to it, but the trailer now has 1.5 million dislikes on YouTube.
Oof.
1.5 million. So that's not going great, because even though they tried to hide the dislike bar, it's still around. I'll share my screen here for a minute here as well. We'll watch, because I got some Twitter videos. This is very
By the way,
important information here.
I wonder how much the actress is getting paid, because I imagine there must be some psychological
I actually
scoring with you.
feel bad for. I actually do feel bad for her. It's not her fault. It really isn't.
No, it's not. But you get paid. I mean, you must know this.
Yeah,
is
she's
gonna
getting
be the
paid
backlash
millions.
to
So
the
I-
shit you're doing.
It's like the chick that they got to play Faye, Daniela Pineda or whatever, to play Faye Valentine in Cowboy Bebop.
Oh yeah.
It shouldn't have been her fault, but she turned it into a fucking disaster on her own. But they should have never cast her to play Faye Valentine, because
Didn't make any sense.
Faye is hot and she is not.
Faye is hot and half Chinese, and so they fucked like even their own diversity shit. They fucked up.
And long and lean, and this chick is not like Daniela Pineda is not. I say she's not hot. She's not ugly or anything,
But she's not buxom.
She doesn't have the body shape of
hourglass.
Faye.
Yeah.
Faye's body shape is like Emily Ratajkowski's body used to be. Like they have women that look like this. They're out there. They exist. They're wonderful.
Have you ever seen any of the like women cope shit where they're like, it's literally impossible for a woman's body to be shaped like that? No, it's not. Here's a picture of a woman with a body like that. So
when I was just down in the Caribbean with my wife on a long vacation, and we were sitting at dinner, and it wasn't a huge place. There's like, you can kind of tell when people come and go. We were also there for 12 days. So like some people were there for like 7, and then that crowd like cleared out, and then a new crowd came in.
Right.
And there was this woman who walked in, and literally everybody, man and woman alike, everybody was just like, what?
Yeah.
Because she was, I don't know how better to describe her than like a fucking Instagram model, but like a really good one. I don't know if she actually
Perfect
was.
Hourglass, I'm guessing.
I mean, like rail thin, long. She's probably like 5'9". And it's like,
tall.
Jesus Christ, like this, and like D cup, of course. Like she walked by, and everybody is like, "Oh my God, those things exist."
Yeah.
Right, they're just rare. That's why we
Tales.
idolize them in fairy tales and media. We want to see, everyone does, the best that humanity can produce.
Yes,
we see schlubs all day, every day in our own lives, because we're all schlubs for the most part. So we want to, when you're going to put something on the. Okay, yeah. Spoon's like a weird like bodybuilder guy, but like most of us are just regular looking people who want to see something that is amazing, because exceptional. That's the point of all of those.
That's and first of all, like Faye Valentine is exceptional. It's part of her backstory.
Yes,
like and these. The fucking Marvel characters are exceptional. Like Chris Hemsworth is jacked. Chris Evans is jacked.
Yeah.
They used to remember that like Scarlett Johansson used to be hot. Like so that's why they picked her. But now now they're trying to do the opposite. It's like, stop. No, you had it.
Nobody
right.
wants to see it.
Exactly. God, it's like, just no.
We go to see cinema. We watch cinema. We watch movies. We watch TV shows to escape from the mundanity of reality.
Yeah, I can go to the grocery store and see busted bitches all day. I want to see the hot chick.
Yes, precisely. And this goes for men and for women. And it of course, in the way that the current politic, the way the current politic works is that there's there's no acceptance of the idea that women ogle men and that they glorify attractive men's bodies. And that, oh, of course you want Chris Hemsworth to be hyper buff and incredibly sexy. And that's fine for all of us, all the women to go, ooh, oh, look how sexy he is. But if men do that to women, now it's a crime. I do have thought we'd make fun of some fatties though, speaking of which. Here I have this LA schools shared a food neutrality video on Instagram.
What?
They tell our kids that we've lied to them and no food is better for them than another food, which is an oppressive hierarchy.
Okay.
These women aren't that fat, to be fair, but they're fat in spirit.
Skittles.
Okay. So
I'm not eating anything other than Skittles and Starburst for the rest of my life. Oh my God. I'm joining the Star Wars girl diet.
as someone
Star Wars girl also like licks rocks, I think, which
she eats dirt.
Or eats dirt. That's what it was.
As someone who is a religious nutritionist, you have no idea how much this triggers me.
I can't talk too much shit. I drink vinegar, so I can't talk too much shit about that
so do I.
diet.
Vinegar?
Yeah, so do I.
It's delicious.
The fuck is
you do
wrong
that
with
too,
you
Spoon? What the
people?
fuck? Why have we not talked about this?
Because it's an artistically weird thing.
I like to use vinegar because basically it was that like I liked salt and vinegar chips. And I was like, yeah, but unfortunately there's this potato.
Which vinegar?
White.
Okay, no, I'm not that gross.
Or cider, or pomegranate. I have a large collection of vinegars.
Oh my God! You have a large collection of what? I'm
vinegars.
sorry. What did? Oh my goodness! Well,
because I enjoy drinking it. It's delicious. It's very tasty.
1835 Aiden Pallet in here.
I enjoy my vintage vinegars.
Jesus.
Look, I know it's weird, but they're delicious to me.
Also, why white?
Now I'm hungry just thinking about it. It makes me want to drink vinegar just thinking about it.
Why?
That's that
white?
thing.
White vinegar?
Because again, I used to like salt and vinegar chips, or excuse me, crisps, as you would say, Spoon. And then I was like, but there's this unfortunate,
because we're not
there's this unfortunate potato in the way. So instead, I just started mixing up white vinegar with salt and drinking that.
That is
that's very
I know it
weird.
is. I know it is.
I do.
But no, I googled it. I looked it up on the internet, and I found out that other people do it too. It's not just me. There's dozens of us. Dozens.
Dozens of potential millions is not a good sign of what you're doing.
That's not many. That's not. Yeah. That's not.
That's
I
kind
know.
of like there's
what
other fringe weirdos as well.
Spoon?
I do apple cider.
Okay, I've heard of people doing like a shot of apple cider vinegar
Yes.
like once a day or something like that.
Yes, I'll do it like once every 2 days. But white.
I tried that once and I wanted.
It's supposed to be good for you, I guess.
Okay.
I don't have any health
Okay,
reasons.
so people in the chat are saying I have to address this. As a South African, I can't explain this, but when you say chips to a South African, they just instinctively know which one you mean. I don't know why. It's just a weird power that South Africans
you've
have.
lived in Ireland since you were kids. That's why I was.
Yeah, but even
clarifying.
then, when they say crisp, I will still say chips because that's the way I was brought up. I don't ascribe to their weird fucking language, even though it's also English. I don't know why. It's like if you could go up to a stall that sold potato chips and French fries, and you can go up to the guy and say, "I want a packet of chips," and he'll just know which one you mean. I don't know why that is.
Frozen 55 says Aiden. Other people on the internet also eat boogers. That doesn't make it okay.
They're not wrong.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
By the way, I have never heard anyone slosh in white vinegar. Yes, the apple cider, but white.
Really good.
Why?
That belongs because you could get it by the jug for like 89 cents. I guess
exactly. It's cheap and it's delicious. Anywho, let's look instead at these. I would say these women aren't really fat. Like it's weird that they're saying this. This is why it feels more like propaganda.
That's why.
And again,
it's
Twitter.
Right.
It is propaganda.
Well, no, it's LA. The LA schools has shared this video, which to me means they found two women, and of course, look at their weird costumes. But they found them
That's
that
how they
weren't,
always dress every day.
I guarantee every day. Let's see.
I got us donuts. Those are so bad for you. Oh no, are they moldy? I mean, are they poisoned? Are you allergic? No, I'm just saying. You're judging my food choices based on a false standard of health again, aren't you?
Nope.
Nope.
Diet culture, fat phobia.
Oh, stop it. No, let's just be clear. I love donuts. I love them. Oh my god, those look so good. Those were raised donuts. They weren't that cake donut bullshit. You could see they're all fluffy. Yeah. They got the light line around them at the equator of the donut where like the fry oil just didn't quite get there.
Yep.
They look so good. They look so good. They're fucking terrible for you. They're awful. There's
you see him again. They look great.
This is Nick's special power, apparently.
I don't like sweets, but I do love a Bavarian cream donut.
And
all the
vinegar,
time.
apparently.
Yes, but I feel like this is like I'm just so German, and it's trying to break out through my genes and be like, oh, I like Bavarian cream donuts and drinking the vinegar.
They,
I do drink beer. I have a Corona downstairs that I could drink right now.
That's not a beer woman. Hero
I know.
Woman.
I want.
These are so bad for you. Like every one of those is 400 calories or something like that, and it's all
that
sugar and
thing
fat.
Is 400.
Seriously?
Yeah, and it's all sugar.
It might be 290. Like to be fair,
it's
Jeez,
between
no
3
American
and
costs
5.
are so fucking big.
It's between 3 and 500 calories.
Spoon, have you ever had? Have you ever had those?
No, I don't eat.
If I ever meet you in America, I'm buying you a big fucking thing of donuts. You're gonna have one, and I'm gonna make you into a fatso, and I'm gonna shame you back into a fit bro. That's what I'm gonna do.
I would like to see you try that. That's gonna be an expensive endeavor, by the way.
We'll do it.
I'll hold you to that, Nick.
I mean, these are like really good looking donuts. But
they're god awful for you.
Of course, they're 300 to 500 calories. They'll put it in that range, right? Depending on what other crap you put on them or in them.
I have eaten a plate of donuts like that, and one like that where you got like
really
6, 7 donuts, 8 donuts or whatever. Oh yeah, whenever I go to Texas, I just buy a shitload of donuts because I love them so much. They don't have good donuts in Minnesota, but in Texas, they're everywhere.
Oh, I've heard you talk about this before, actually.
Yeah, they're like candy. So I'll buy a dozen donuts for like, and I'll give one to my wife and like one to each kid, and then I'll eat the rest. So I eat 6, and I'll get,
saving the final donut.
And you gotta buy like a thing of donut holes for the ride home, and you gotta wash it down with chocolate milk because that's how you.
Oh my god, that's insane to me.
It's so
sounds like
delicious.
a nightmare.
And when you eat it, when you do what I just explained, you want to die. Like your stomach hurts, your body shuts down. You go into a fucking sugar coma.
You went into a minor diabetic coma. Why would you do this to yourself? I don't understand it.
See now, Nick, when you say that, it sounds like you want to kill me.
Yeah, well, I mean, nicely though. You'll enjoy it.
It's a pleasant death.
it's like overdosing on morphine or whatever. No, it's like the reason I end up doing that, and I don't anymore, but I would. It's just because you can't. Like, I love donuts so much, I grew up on them, and then you move to Minnesota, and no one makes good donuts. So when you go back down, it's like you gorge on them, right? And so, but every time, without fail, you feel miserable and trashy because they're so bad for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's balls. Well, rings of dough, fried in fat.
Someone in the chat says
rather than in veg oil.
If we met up, we should do a 10,000 calorie challenge in a day.
Hell no, I wouldn't. Why? First of all, I wouldn't be able to compete. The thing that I miss more than anything, being in the UK,
Nick and I use whiskey? I think we get at least like 2,000 via that.
I could do I could do a 10K calorie day. That's
holy shit.
Yeah, I probably could as well.
I don't like to anymore, but man,
no.
I'd have to use heavy cream.
You got to work out afterwards and work it off. The thing that I'm just very sad personally that I can't get, that doesn't exist here in the UK, or at least where I live in the UK, is pretzels. Hot, soft pretzels. That's what I want.
Yeah, those are good.
Oh, it's my favorite thing. Is a hot, soft pretzel, and they're never as good when they're made from home. I've tried 100 different recipes for them, and it's just never as good as some shit that's sitting on a rotating cart at a 7-Eleven, and I don't know why.
Oh my god! I did find a place here in Minnesota that fresh makes the pretzels. Though it's this little barbecue place called Forkless. And they fresh make them, and they're like this big. They're $12. I was like buying. I bought a couple of these because my kids are like, "Oh, can we get pretzels?" I'm like, "Sure." Bought them like $12. Holy shit! And they're huge. Oh, they're squishy and fluffy. They get the salt in the right places.
And you gotta to make them. You have to cook them in lye, which is like it's actually how you make a pretzel. That's why it gets that weird flavor that they have on the outside. It's from being cooked in lye. Water and lye. I've done it, but even I followed every recipe, and I can still never replicate the 7-Eleven pretzel with the shitty nacho cheese dip that I want. That's what I want this just
Because
absolute
you're white. That's why.
trash. I just want trash. Sometimes you want trash. It's
Yeah.
understandable. But
No, I'm with you. I love eating trash. I'm working so hard to not eat trash all the time because I fucking love it so much.
I will say this. I'll trade you one day. You give the donuts, and I'll give you a South African dessert. And the only thing I can think of,
Chat, you can use baking soda, but the traditional way of making pretzels is with lye.
The
I've
most-
looked into this because again, it's my life goal to make the perfect pretzel.
the most South African dessert that we have is Koeksisters, which is it's braided dough that is deep fried and then twice dipped in heavy syrup.
I mean,
that sounds
good.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I'll see if I can find a picture for you. Hold on.
I like that the point of this segment or whatever was to make fun of fatties and
Every
now we're all
time we do a
Well,
stream,
fat.
we end up talking about food. It is
it does happen.
Aiden, very quickly switch over to my shared screen real quick.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great fucking looking pretzel, dude, bruh.
Oh yeah, that is a big ass pretzel.
Oh, it's so good.
It looks like a
so
peace symbol.
I love them. Auntie
You have-
Anne's whatever is
You have it pulled
also
up?
good.
Yeah, I have it pulled up. I'm
Oh,
very
okay,
quick
I-
today for some bizarre reason, even though I've been drinking.
No, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the ones I was talking about from that barbecue place. God, they're so fucking good.
Dude, I went to a barbecue place here in England that was when I went to Birmingham for a conference, and it's an English chain restaurant that specifies in American style barbecue, and it was very interesting. Was
Okay.
it good compared to American barbecue? Oh no, not even close, baby. Not even like, not even. I mean, it was kind of like, well, that's cute. That was kind of my response. Like, oh, that was a cute thing you tried to do.
See,
But,
look at this code. There's a picture of it. That's Koeksisters.
Oh, those things, yeah.
Oh, that looks horrifyingly good.
That's like
That-
really
it's-
greasy crullers, which in a good way. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
more the glazing on it. It's actually you would think it's quite sweet. Okay, well, I haven't eaten them in quite a while, so I might eat them now and think, oh my god, I'm getting diabetes just as I'm eating this.
Yeah.
I've never had that as a kid though, but yeah, that's we have that.
Oh.
What else? Milk tart, and it's malva pudding, which is basically
Spoon just wants to
sponge cake
share
with
his South African.
it's basically
treats.
sponge cake with pudding seeped into it and custard.
Sounds like a bread pudding. Yeah, bread
Yeah,
pudding.
bread pudding.
thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, but if it's this is gonna sound kind of
share
insulting to an
share
American.
the screen spoon.
it's
if you're gonna
it's
do it.
like it's.
Well, I
it's
guess we
like,
really
It's
can't,
like if you
whatever.
took. It's like if you took bread pudding and Americanized it.
Share it with the chat real quick, Spoon, because everyone wants to see what you've posted that you're describing. Just share your screen real quick.
Hold on. Fuck it out. Hold on. Yeah.
Then we'll move back onto actually now that we've all been very fat, as to why it's okay to be a big fat fuck, essentially.
It's not okay.
It's super
be
not
fat.
okay.
Like you should not. If you look, some people get fat. I get it.
Mhm.
They should be punished.
Lots of reasons.
Yeah,
You go through stress. When I put on a lot of weight, it was because I was driving all the time, and I could only eat fast food. Like I was on the go constantly. It's just like fast food. It's like the pounds just started racking up.
absolutely.
We watch
You
a
should be
Broken Crown
working.
stream. And
When
talk about food.
when I was in grad school, I gained a bunch of weight because I was, and then any time to do anything but go to school and come home and grade papers and go back home, and it was like, well, I'm just gonna eat shit. I'm gonna eat McDonald's and Chipotle every day, essentially.
I should try making
Which
this
is-
actually.
I'm looking at the Black Nutritionist Twitter.
Yeah, let's
timeline
let's
right
talk
now.
about
I'm
the let's listen.
Oh my god,
getting
is it bad?
Let's listen to the Black Nutritionist.
Oh my god. Wait, can you send me the thread?
I'm streaming it still.
Oh, you're Nick. I don't care.
Yeah. All right, so
Wait,
here we go.
what do you want? You want
The
her
thread.
timeline?
Yeah, please.
I'll put it in Discord.
Thank you.
All right. Here's the Black
Oh
Nutritionist.
god, yes, peppermint crisp tart is just
Here's the Black Nutritionist.
Diet culture, fat phobia, and systems of oppression have created false hierarchies of food. And
Oh, for
kept up
fuck's
everywhere.
sake.
For
no.
instance, harmful thought patterns like earning food through exercise.
Okay, she is fat.
Or that dessert is
Yeah,
the
she's
reward
chunky.
for the punishment of eating vegetables.
So I would admit, like, I would say that isn't it's not necessarily that mindset is not good of being like,
No
I'll
shit.
reward myself. Oh, I didn't eat anything garbage for a day, so I'll reward myself with a cake the next day when you're trying to lose weight.
You do
That
this
is
with
harmful.
alcohol.
Yeah,
Don't-
just use and
Yeah,
don't beer.
don't call me out.
use hard liquor, like because
Yes.
hard liquor is typically pretty low calorie. Like it and you don't drink
Yeah,
a lot
beer
of it.
is what beer is what it's got all the
God,
calories
Aiden, why
in
are
it.
you on stream?
And
I want
wine.
to say things, but they would be so mean.
It's fine. Beer and wine's what's got the calories in it. Like I mean, there are calories
Yeah.
in clear liquors, but
best thing to
and
drink is
in
actually
whiskeys,
whiskey.
But yeah,
Yeah.
but same, whatever. This idea of this earning thing, they are correct. That's a really bad way to look at life. Of being like,
No,
oh,
agreed.
I'll eat salads, or I'll restrict for 5 days and then reward myself. Well, when they reward themselves, they end up eating 10 times more than they should.
Your reward should be regulated by someone bigger and stronger than you. And it should be like one fat-free Oreo. That's all you get with the cream scooped out.
Oh no, what's the point?
So basically an authoritarian husband.
Exactly. What's the point? Yeah. Get a man to help you be less fat. That's
It's-
even better.
If you, the weight loss thing is that like, okay, because all of these things like, oh, diet culture so toxic or whatever. And it's like, okay, you can't think of
Fuck
a
off,
diet
Blender
as a temporary thing that you're gonna do for like a little bit until you lose weight. It's not a good. You have to think of diet as life, as all the time the things I'm going to do. When the reason why these diets fail is because people put a timeline on it. No. Diet is lifestyle
Yeah, it's
forever.
permanent.
Yep.
You can have a couple of cheat days or whatever, like your birthday or whatever. But if your
don't
cheat
have-
day is once a week, then that's not a cheat day anymore. It's just this is your behavior, your behavioral pattern.
I eat pizza
There's
once a week. Don't shame me.
There's a couple tricks to this that really will help people. Okay, less frozen food,
Yeah.
Agreed.
less canned food,
Yep.
more fresh food.
Mhm.
Like just if you want to like have a diet lifestyle, start making fresh food. And when you go
Absolutely.
out to eat, go to places that use fresh ingredients. Like, like if you're gonna get something, I guess get a sandwich, but get a wrap or whatever. Have fresh ingredients in it, and that you're already on a step towards not being a fat. But when you have all of this processed food that is calorie dense, sugar heavy, and
The sugar
you
is the huge problem. They
It's-
in all
and
these
you also
restaurants.
need to eat a lot of it because
Yeah.
it's dense. So the food itself that fills you is small. But if you're eating like calorie non-dense foods, like the actual physical sensation of being full happens a lot faster.
A big
That's
salad. Yeah.
That's the diet you need to have. But it's all this little stuff. Like start cooking fresher food. I know it's hard, but cooking food is really fucking easy. You just
And
put
fun.
stuff in a pan and add heat and oil, like a little bit of oil just so it doesn't stick, and then you heat it up and you cooked food. It's really not hard.
Cooking is really, really fun. I love cooking. The thing that you find with so much of the processed food, the amount of sugar and salt that's in it is incalculable compared to stuff
Yeah.
that you would make at home. And what happens when you have something that's full of sugar and salt? It
Addicted to
increases
it.
cravings instantly.
Yeah.
You never get full.
And if you're a person who eats a lot of fast food, seriously, don't eat fast food for 2 months and then go buy some McDonald's fries and you will throw them out the window of your car.
Yeah.
They taste like
Yeah.
trash.
That's what happened to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your body gets soda the same way. Like I've basically not had soda for the past, I think 4 months now. It was years, and then Drexel broke me by bringing soda, and I drank it.
Oh,
for
how
me.
dare Drex come!
He brought me a
bring
bunch of
soda
grape
to the
soda,
home.
that motherfucker. So
Oh, you can't say no to grape soda though. Hang on, come on.
you can't say no to it. But no, like lately, I occasionally like I'll have a sip of soda for something. Like you got to take pills or whatever. It's like, oh, there's a Sprite. You take a sip. It's like, oh
It's
god,
so sweet.
it's
Yeah.
gross. You have to get your body out of the condition of needing all of that sugar and all of that salt all the time.
Yeah. And once you break the cycle, it's actually pretty easy to not eat it anymore, because once you do, your body goes, "Oh God, why am I doing this myself?"
Yeah, you
Yes.
notice it
Yeah.
instantly. Again, when you're out of it, like I've had people question me all the time, like, well, why don't you like soda? Why don't you like? Because
It's horrible.
it's awful to me. The problem is that we give it to kids, and you become acclimated because when you're a kid, of course, like we have a big sweet tooth. It's very normal to be like,
It's so
kids want.
easy.
Yes.
A can of soda is so easy. You just grab it and it's like it's
done.
right there. They're everywhere. Every restaurant you go to, what kind of drink do you want? If you're not drinking
You
water,
want Coke or Pepsi? You want Dr. Pepper? Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate water. So like I have to force myself to drink water. I don't like it unless I've just worked out. It's the only time I like it. But other than that, I don't like it. So it's like, well, what else do you drink? Like, because that everywhere is liquor, I guess.
Iced tea. It's what I would when I would used to go to restaurants, which I don't do much often.
Whiskey is
anymore. If I'm not getting a normally I'm getting an alcoholic beverage. So unsweetened iced tea. That one's good.
Yeah, kind of. Except unsweetened iced tea also tastes like trash, and most people have
got caffeine in it.
Bullshit like Lipton from the fountain iced tea.
Right.
It's not brewed, and it just comes out. It's got that. Never mind. I can go on. Let's watch this lady tell us.
Yeah.
Doesn't Lipton in America have like 17 teaspoons of?
To earn food. We are all incorrectly.
Oh wow, that's a huge bitch.
Savage Fatty. Okay, her name is funny though.
Yeah, so she's aware.
She's making fun of Rihanna's clothing line, right? Savage X
so.
Yeah.
I think when your tits are the size of your head, you need to stop.
I mean, both titties size of your head.
Than each tit.
Yeah, geez, that's a huge bitch. All right, let's see what she has to say though.
Taught from a young age that our size and therefore the foods that we eat are markers of our self-worth.
They are.
Normalizing food
kind of,
relationships with food and disordered eating.
Instead of focusing on good and bad choices, try to approach food with neutrality in mind.
No.
The only foods that are bad for you are foods that contain allergens.
No.
Oh, and this is just my thing. If you measure your food quantities via KFC bucket.
Yeah, if you measure your shit by the bucket, you've got a problem in general.
Here's the thing, y'all. Like, to the chat, your self-worth is measured by your size. No matter what anybody will try to fictionalize, tell you, you have to wake up and look in the mirror, and everyone looks at you. And I'm sorry, it's not fair or whatever. But that's
it is kind of fair. We're all on the same planet. We all have access to the same stuff. I know that there's like food deserts and stuff like that. With some extreme exceptions, we all have the same access to this stuff. We all now have access to the internet and to understanding that these easy access to information, that these foods are extremely unhealthy. And there's very little excuse at this point for people. Because again, also, when you start to do the calculations on this, people who eat entirely fast food spend way more than people who eat healthy.
I did calculation that it's about 3 times as much, actually.
It's
pretty much.
So much. It's so much money to eat fast food. It's
yes,
so
it is.
Much.
Than to just go to the supermarket and buy carrots.
And calorically, you're still in a deficit.
And you just mentioned that like YouTube exists now, guys.
Yeah.
If they're like, so this is my specialty. It's the only stuff I watch on YouTube are breakdancing videos, Romanian pole vaulters, and then sometimes Italian and Polish pole vaulters, and also cooking shows.
How many of those are female, Nick?
All of them.
There we go.
All of the pole vaulters are. But here you go. There's so many channels. There's that Ethan Chablowski guy or whatever. There's Sam the cooking guy. There's Jean-Pierre. Gordon Ramsay.
Countless cooking channels on YouTube to show you how to make food.
And they all have, not only that, but all of them have figured out if you make a video that says how to make a healthy meal in 15 minutes, those videos blow up. They're easy. So Sam the cooking guy right now just started a series, and it's 15-minute meals under $15 for 2 people. And they're these really simple things. You could cook them. Nobody has trouble cooking this stuff because it's literally just ingredients in a pan and heat. You don't have to cook for like 10 hours or anything crazy. You don't have to do any wild techniques or make insane sauces. It's all simple. This shit is so easy to do, and it will save you from looking like Savage X Fatty. Oh my god. Oh, and the other thing, this is because I ran into this. I used to work with a fat chick who used to make me fat shame her at work. So that's when I learned how to fat shame. Because she was like, God, I'm trying to lose weight.
Good, yeah.
Like you're not trying very hard. And so she would have me fat shame her every day. And one time I was getting lunch. I went to lunch before everybody else because I would get lunch and just eat it. I'd get a whole bunch of food because this is when I could eat a ton. I can't anymore. But I would get a whole bunch of food and eat it kind of throughout the rest of my day. She was like, I guess it's lunchtime, so I guess I'm going to eat, but I'm not hungry. I'm like, why are you going to eat?
That's so weird, right? I've known so many people, particularly when you work in an office environment, it's like, oh, it's noon, so I eat now.
1 second.
What if you're not hungry?
I'll be right.
Yeah, no problem. I had to run away for a second because I had to go use the restroom as well.
You were saying? Someone said
just
shaming you in Afrikaans. I'm assuming you also understand Afrikaans, otherwise that wouldn't make any sense.
I don't understand Afrikaans, obviously.
Yeah, but someone in the chat told me to do it.
Yeah, but if you're not hungry, just don't eat. Like,
yeah, I don't get that.
No, that's one of the weird things that was inculcated into American society in particular based on the food pyramid nonsense they put into public schools in the 90s and the 80s of you need to eat 3 meals a day and you have to have these many numbers of it. And so people...
That's rubbish.
Weirdly, you would see people who'd be like, who are super overweight and be like, oh, I need to get my serving of this today.
Yeah, and
you need to stop. You're fat as fuck.
It's lunchtime. I have to eat lunch. I'm like, it's not lunchtime.
No.
Like lunchtime is a fiction that doesn't exist. Like you don't have to eat at noon.
It's an actual social construct.
Yeah, just don't go for a walk. Like try that out. Oh my God, I worked in this building downtown Minneapolis. It's like you could walk miles and miles in the Skyway. I did every day. I walked about 2 miles because I wouldn't eat on my lunch break. I'd bring it back to my desk, but I'd go and I'd walk down to like Barnes and Noble or Borders and I'd read through a book or whatever. And it was like a long way away. And then on my way back, I'd pick up food, go sit down at my desk and eat my lunch. But that's because I was hungry and skinny. Like this chick was fat, and it's like you don't need to eat. You need to not eat, and you need to walk. Like just try it.
I find it funny if somebody says you need to eat, or like I need to eat. Like you look at it like, really? Do you really?
I mean, like, you do to not be in pain. Although whatever.
Yeah, but everyone looking at you is in pain.
When I got chunky and I got to like 150 pounds, which was like the chunkiest I've ever been, it was because I was working at a desk job, and it was that same thing where, well, it's noon, time for everyone to go get lunch, and it's like I will walk across the street and pick up food from the sushi place that is not good sushi. I mean, it was delicious sushi, but it's not healthy sushi. It was like super loaded and full of fried shit and all kinds of other crap.
Yeah. Sushi rolls are not healthy things. That like they're delicious. I love them.
Just rice and fish is fine, but those
when they start adding all that shit to the rolls, oh man,
mayonnaise,
so good.
Oh, it's delicious. I won't talk shit about it, but it's delicious. But it's like it's terrible for you.
Me hungry.
Oh, and don't put fucking condiments all over your food either. Oh my God, mayonnaise and ketchup. Like, stop it. It's the barbecue sauce. Go Texas style. Dry rub only, motherfuckers.
No, I have to be.
But I like
barbecue
sauce.
Barbecue Carolina style. That's the vinegar-based one. That's the vinegar-based one. So that's why I like it.
You, Nick, shut the
I was calling Spoon fat. That's what I was doing.
He's like the least. He's pretty much the least fat person, but.
I'm lean as shit right now.
Is fat.
He's drinking barbecue sauce from the bottle.
Oh.
I mean, if you could make it into a drink, I probably would.
Yeah, true. Shall we continue with this large glass?
The best way to combat that is just make it exceptionally spicy so you can't. Problem solved.
Yeah,
that's actually not a bad idea.
Actually, spicy. I think there's studies that support the idea that spicy food, regular intake of it increases metabolism.
Yes. I'm a spice head. Yes, it does.
That explains a lot.
So I looked into it. Yeah, I love hyper spicy shit.
So my eating curry for like 5 straight years has actually done me good.
Well, I mean, it might.
You get on my level.
Out.
You get on my level, Spoon. I'll send you some shit that will like hurt you. And that's how you know it's good spicy.
You've said this like multiple times now. Put up or shut up. I want to know.
I will. I'll send you my favorite. My favorite hot sauce brand is. Oh my God, what's it called now? I haven't ordered from them in a couple of months.
Because they haven't seen pics of me. Ask Aiden. Aiden knows what I look like.
Yeah, he's like all ripped and stuff.
I mean, it's really easy to say that on the internet. Post dick pics or shut up.
Yeah, or shut up.
I'll show you off Stream Nick.
Pepper Palace is the no. Now you're gonna send Nick dick pics off.
No,
screen?
just
That's
go. No,
weird.
just off. What the fuck is wrong with? I hate you.
Here's my dick. Please respond.
I'll just go on camera when the stream's off, you asshole.
No, there's a place that I found actually when we went down to oh fuck, where was the Warski fight supposed to happen at?
Knoxville.
Knoxville. I
Yeah.
went down there. There's a place down there called Pepper Palace. They're a chain, and you can order all over the world. They're fantastic.
They have all the salsas, all the sauces.
The best stuff.
They're all hot as shit, and they're great.
It's so yeah. If you not sponsored, but check out Pepper Palace. They do deliver all over the world, and with the exception of their horseradish, they don't deliver because it needs to be refrigerated.
Can I just ask something random?
No.
This is gonna sound kind of gross. With the curry thing, I want to know because I eat curry a lot because it's kind of a big part of South Africa's cuisine. Why do so many people think curry is going to blow out your asshole?
Because it does for some people.
Okay, but that's
I think if you're not used
to
to it, it does.
Yeah.
Okay, because I get that a lot, and
you have to work up a
don't.
tolerance towards capsaicin. Not all people like some. So first of all, some people just don't like capsaicin. I grew up. Well, okay. My dad smoked cigarettes. My dad used to smoke 2 packs a day, 3 packs a day, if not sometimes. At his height, a carton a day of cigarettes.
Damn.
So he had no taste. He couldn't taste shit. So he would put Tabasco, an exorbitant amount of Tabasco, on everything. And what?
Right.
Well, Nick, you've got kids. What do kids want to do? They want to emulate dad. You know.
Yep.
So I would pour Tabasco all over my food, and probably destroyed my taste buds as a kid.
This
but that's how I got used
drinking,
to shit.
or the vinegar drinking.
But yeah, it probably does actually explain the vinegar drinking.
Yeah.
If you go to Pepper Palace or any spicy place, I'm going to tell everybody there's my favorite hot sauce is called Matouk's. It's from Trinidad and Tobago. It's fucking beautiful.
The scorpion pepper. Scotch bonnet, yeah.
They have a scorpion one also, but I prefer the Scotch bonnet. It's a little less spicy, but it's so good. I put that shit in everything.
They're one that is my favorite. It's called Tiger in the Darkness, I think. It has Scotch bonnet. It's a 3 pepper sauce. I think it's Scotch bonnet, habanero, and scorpion peppers, and it is a delicious. It's chocolate habaneros. Scott, I think that sauce is fantastic. Highly recommend Tiger in the Darkness. My favorite sauce from them, and their Smoky Reaper. All their sauces are great. Yeah, again, this site Pepper Palace, which I hashtag again not sponsored, but like I found that I went to their place when we were down in Knoxville.
I tried looking for the spice that Nick just said. Scorpion hot sauce.
I also got a lot of whiskey when I was down there because I went into all the whiskey places.
It's extremely hot, apparently.
The Matouk's?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's serious. It's very good. Very good.
Good stuff.
And you have to be very careful about this hot spice stuff because a lot of stuff it's the hottest thing ever. It tastes like trash. It tastes like chemicals. Yeah. I hate that stuff. So again, Pepper Palace, I wouldn't eat like their I have tried their thing that you have to sign a waiver to try. If you go in person,
that's good. It might kill you.
Tastes like shit. It tastes like it.
Yeah, it's that pepper extract stuff.
Yeah.
There's no flavor to it. It's like you put drop of it in a whole pot of soup just to get the heat, but no, don't eat that stuff. Get a good like chunky sauce like Matouk's.
Yeah.
You can see the bits of pepper and the seeds and stuff in there. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, that insane spice stuff. It's as a meme. Don't go for that. It tastes like chemicals because it's just pure capsaicin extract, and it tastes like trash. Let's continue with the fat lady.
Yeah.
Poisons and contaminants, or food that is spoiled or is otherwise inedible.
Eat without guilt, regardless of what society says.
No,
absolutely not.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. If you tell me to eat without guilt, I'll just pick up an entire bag of fucking kettle chips and eat them.
Yeah.
Like, I'll clean a whole bag out of those in seconds. No, thank you. That's so bad for you.
I mean, it's funny that everyone who's in this video is not in shape. I wonder why that's the case.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah. We're telling you just eat literally whatever your face craves, and then after a while you will look like a bloated behemoth, like the Michelin Man, and then society...
Like this lady? Now
Oh,
we're gonna
God.
hear about how it's actually white people's fault that she's a big fat fuck.
You do realize I'm already kind of racist as it is. This is not helping.
I'm aware.
Are the reason I'm fat today.
Fat today? You're not fat yesterday or tomorrow?
Then various sea routes to Indian subcontinent and Africa and other places of the world would not get discovered. And if they didn't get discovered, then East India Company would never come to Indian subcontinent. And if they didn't come, then the fertility of the land would not get destroyed.
Wait, but it's your food that's making you fat.
Tobacco and dyes and opioid, things like that. And
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah, of course.
The opioids aren't making you fat, bitch.
Yeah, that's not what I mean. Like, it might make you.
Did she just say
hungry,
the
I guess.
Dutch East India Company, so the company that founded
Yes.
South Africa?
Is what and again over what? Like, they came to your country, they made your food popular, and that's why you're fat.
Can you turn up the stream volume?
Yeah,
Like the
I
Yeah,
saw
it's
that as well.
it's
can't hear
low.
it at all.
It's just low in general.
let
Let
me
me
see.
see.
On the Discord, there's like 3 little
Yeah.
dots next to the thing. You should be able to boost it on there.
Yeah,
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah.
Play it now. Should be alright.
One. Did you turn it up, Spin?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. We'll go back.
I'm gonna prove to you why white people
Is it better?
are the reason I'm
As
fat.
best as I can.
If white people didn't go looking for spices, then various sea routes to Indian subcontinent and Africa and other places.
Who
of the
sold it to
world
them,
would not
bitch?
get discovered. And if they didn't get discovered, then East India Company would never come to Indian subcontinent. And if they didn't come, then the fertility
How dare
of
those
the
white people
land
engage in trade.
would not get destroyed.
Yeah.
Because they forced us to cultivate tobacco.
Forced
and
you.
dyes
Forced you.
and opioid, things like that.
They
And
didn't force
that
shit. It
destroyed
made you.
fertility of
The trade was good.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
if that
That's-
didn't
it's not any
happen,
better for
and
the
if they
chat,
didn't
unfortunately.
exploit
I'm sorry, guys. It is low.
Until my ancestors were left with nothing to eat.
How did you get so
we
big
were
then?
moved to
Did they?
really
Hang
heavy,
on.
She ate her ancestors. That's what happened.
nutritious diet.
Yeah, excuse me. We were left with nothing to eat. I X'd it out on that one, lady.
By the way, you like what the ancestors gave you
Yeah, I-
because you speak English.
I think you made. I wonder if you turned up Aiden. I don't know.
Maybe if I don't
No,
know.
it's the stream.
Okay.
It's
I could turn up Aiden as well. I might blow my ears though.
The volume bar on the tweet is maxed out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same
guys,
same
so
on her
it's-
stream.
it's just her TikTok is a little shit, I think.
Yeah.
Let's have a moment of silence, then we'll go through, I guess, and hear her stupid shit, and then
There's a moment of silence. Oh god.
We have today. Also, if white people didn't come to the Indian subcontinent, then my ancestors would not go through 50 small, medium, large famines in a period of 200 years. That's a lot. And
That would also
in
mean they made you thinner.
1943, Nearly 3 million people would not have died due to starvation.
You're
and
not
malnutrition.
in a famine right now, lady.
Famine.
And if that
Famines
didn't
happen without
then
white people
this
around.
entire place and the people of this place would not adapt to survive on lower calories.
Nick, that's
We
actually true. We
also
control the
were
weather, I've heard.
biologically programmed
Billy,
to
Yeah.
weather wizards.
hold on to more fat because my genes, they always think, okay, you're gonna die. At some
Oh
point
my
there's gonna
God.
be-
Your genes.
So get
your
bigger
genes
genes.
always think,
You will
"Oh
not
God,
have
I
food
can't
and
fit
you-
this thing in it
Yeah,
anymore."
the genes
That's
are.
what your genes
You're,
think.
trust me, your genes are screaming. They certainly are. But it has
My
nothing.
seams. My seams. Ah!
Like, okay, this is. It's funny because some people on
The
the,
genes
left
are probably made
you
in
know,
her country as
Don't
well.
don't believe in or they've denied genetics existing that cause any relationship to things like IQ, for example. But it causes for her. That's why her genetic genes, outside of the fact that her physical genes are struggling, based on something that happened 100 years ago, is why she's a big fat fuck. Okay.
By the way, can you just imagine, just hypothetically speaking, if you segregated the world from the left and the right, and just these people were just by themselves, do you know how quickly their society would collapse into utter fucking chaos?
They
Dude,
eat
it
each
would
other.
fucking hell.
Because it's
we
all
could get rid of leftism just by leaving them alone and just like moving all of us away from them. These people would fucking crumble in no time.
Well, that's the funny thing about the national divorce in the U.S. It's
I know.
like, give all the leftists the western half of the United States, and don't worry, you'll be able to take it back in about 6 to 8 months when they're all dead.
It's going to be Chad on a national scale.
Like, they're leftists now are also calling for a national divorce because they hate the right.
Oh my god, yes, please do.
And it's like, okay, well, fine.
Please,
and it's funny, they'll say like, oh, what are you gonna do? We have all the water and we grow all the avocados in the United States. What are you gonna do without your avocado toast? I'll be
You're
fine.
the only people who eat avocado toast, you weirdos.
I'll be completely
barbecue,
fine.
you
Don't worry.
asshole.
You can grow avocados in Florida pretty easily. Like,
Yeah.
God.
If you really need your avocados.
And the Mexicans would get paid a better
I
wage.
like
Don't think-
avocados.
I do too, but I don't think I'll fucking starve if I don't get one.
No,
you know?
I almost never eat them, but when they're around and like someone else has gone through the pain in the ass of like cutting them open or whatever, I'll put them on stuff all the time, but I don't
Sure.
care if they're not there.
I'll make a nice guacamole. That's good, but I
like
don't
some
need
avocado?
without our
that shit.
almond supremacy.
Yeah, my almond milk. I'll die without my almond milk. Okay,
Oh
I think
my
she's like
God.
2 more seconds of shit here. I think she's finished done.
I would also not be prone to diabetes, high blood pressure,
Then stop eating donuts, bitch.
heart diseases.
You aren't prone to diabetes, honey.
Yeah, she was actually like.
Again, just it's all white people's fault. Okay.
So yeah, white people is the reason why I can't lose.
By the way, do you not think when you ever listen to these people, like, my god, we're fantastic, we have so much power? It's unreal.
According to them, white people are like
Control
some kind of strange poltergeist that
we control
like,
your fat
infiltrates.
levels just by existing. Like, we are fucking badass.
Well, I mean, if Wilford Brimley came and had sex with her, gave her the diabetes STD, apparently, and that's what happened. Like, it's so silly. It's like your self-control is not someone else's fault, ever.
Or lack
But that's
thereof,
how
yeah.
all this, the entire mentality of these people is based on that. Is I don't have any personal agency. Anything that's wrong in my life is the result and fault of somebody else. Please come save me, daddy government, and fart in my face. Like, that appears to be the way that they think about almost everything. And it's like, you know what? Okay, so what do you want? You want daddy government to come in and do what exactly? Restrict your ability to go eat McDonald's?
Well, the crazy thing is, you know, there's all this talk now about how white people don't have any culture and don't have
Oh
anything.
my god!
that,
Yeah.
Oh my god, please
Like
don't
that-
get me started
no-
on this.
Well,
Yeah.
I will
give me just a
fucking
second.
rage.
They're like, there's no culture, there's nothing. It's like, okay, then what influence did white people have to do this to you if they don't have anything? Like, they don't have any attractive culture or what? No culture at all. It's like, okay, then what white people thing are you doing that's making you fat? Like, what is it? Because you keep telling us over and over that white people don't have good food. White people don't have this. They don't have that. And yet here you are engaging in all the white
We
people
taught you how
stuff.
to eat with a spoon.
Nick, you know where I'm going to say something that I've said before, but it is a bit dangerously based, I think, on some
go on.
some perspectives. Why is it that there's this perspective that white people food is unseasoned and is just plain and bland, and it's just chicken with no salt or pepper on it?
I don't know what. I guess it's like, well, around here where I live in Minnesota, which is heavily like German, Norwegian, and Swedish, it kind of is like there's just no one knows how to fucking season anything. And it's like they put some pepper on there and they're like, oh, that's a bit spicy, you know? It's like, no,
That is
that's
weird.
not. That's not spicy at all. That's just pepper. So I actually run into that a lot here in Minnesota. They do not have a culture of seasoned food.
Interesting. I would say that it's because the way that many of the people who complain about white culture in food have interacted with quote unquote white food culture is through public schools and prisons.
Yeah, well, that too.
Well, that
That's
too, yeah.
true.
I mean, like, because public school food's no good. It's not like prison food's any better. And I think that there is, I mean, it's kind of a meme, but it's also true. If you are asking people, like, what is white food? And they go, oh, well, I had it when I was in public school. That's white food. No, that's food that has no spices on it because of all the allergens stuff.
The prison one is kind of weird, because if you look at the prison demographic, I hardly think you can contribute that to white people.
But that's my point. That's how they experience white food. Is that like, white food is stuff that I got served in public school? No, that's not white
or
food.
Prison. That's basically the same place.
It's because they have to serve you hypoallergenic crap. So yeah, it stinks.
Well, it's also like if we're like doing if we're bringing this in from like black students going to these public schools, for example, I mean, the level of fat included in traditionally black cuisine is monumentally high. So yeah, anything's gonna taste dull next to soul food. I love fried chicken.
Who doesn't love soul food? I love greens, collards. I love them.
Because collard greens, that's the vegetable
you eat. Butter.
They're cooked in bacon fat or butter or Crisco. Yeah. They just wilt down greens. Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Of course, it's delicious. It's like that's your green vegetable. That's your vegetable is something that's been cooked down in bacon fat and grease. And it's like, yeah, of course it's delicious. But it's not, like, again, like you go to like a Bojangles, it's like, or whatever, it's like, okay, what's the food? Fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, greens with bacon in it. It's all delicious. I'm not going to talk shit. Although I would talk some shit, but I used to take the bus from Morgantown, West Virginia, where I went to doctoral and grad school, to Baltimore. And there's a fucking Bojangles in the bus depot. I
love Bojangles. Oh God.
I love it too. But there's a Bojangles in that bus depot, and every single goddamn time people would come on with their Bojangles, and the whole bus smells like grease for hours, and you just sit there and get hungry.
Yeah.
Is the reason it's called comfort food is because when you eat it, you just sit down and you don't move?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I love Thanksgiving. Oh God.
I love Thanksgiving for the same reason. Yeah, it's great.
No, but I was talking about this the other day when I was looking for places to open my law office. The other space that I was looking at than where I ended up was about the same price. And it had a shower in it, which was awesome. And I was like, cool, I can like go for a run during my workday and shower off. Problem was, it was the next door place was a pizza place. And when I first looked at it, it was fine. It was great. And then I went back to look at it one more time while they were making pizza. Oh my God, I would have died. I would have been so fucking fat because it's like it just the smell just came right through the wall, and I was like,
you can't do it. That smell alone, like it's crazy. Like when we smell fresh food cooking, it instantly makes you. It's weird. Like there is a dichotomy here, at least for me. If I spend all day, so like the other day I got a bunch of, because they were 60 pence, which is hard to translate into American, but nothing essentially, for a giant sack of rainbow carrots. And I was like, well, I'm going to make a tartine out of that. So it's like purple and orange and yellow and colorful carrots.
So
and
like
I'm going to make a
turnips.
Yeah, I'm going to make a tartine out of that. But it's going to take me all day because I'm going to make the dough. I have to do the whole thing. And by the time that I'm done, and this is actually something that I've talked to other people about who do cooking, who cook a lot, is that you spend all day smelling that stuff, you don't become hungry anymore. And by the time that you're actually done cooking the thing, you don't want to eat it. It's happened to me for years because you've spent all day smelling it and getting the olfactory experience, that when it comes time to actually eat it, I'm like, nah, I don't want to eat that anymore.
I think it's just people who cook all the time, because
I've eaten it through my nose all day.
I don't fucking bake. Baking takes too long and too much effort.
It is. Does your wife do any kind of like advanced cooking, Nick?
No, not really. I do almost all the cooking. I love cooking though. I've cooked forever. I started cooking when I was like 9 years old, and then it's like my hobby and that's my zen.
That's what it is for me too.
I like the cooking.
It's total zen because you can just tune out the rest of the world and just focus on what you're doing on the plate. That's why I love cooking.
Background.
It is the most. I can be listening to political shit as I always am, in the background. But it's so much more relaxing to be cooking and doing something productive, or what I see as productive. I have something less fun. We've got through the fatties on Twitter here, though.
Is this going to piss me off?
This is the Idaho government's offers porn literacy to kids.
Oh, I have.
Let's destroy everyone's. I know we were like feeling very nice and thinking about food.
I must be ruined.
Now everyone's gonna vomit. Now everyone's gonna want to vomit.
You bring it up because I have this beautiful wall. It's just a lovely wall. It's undecorated, and I'm thinking of. It's right over here. It's just bare wall.
You put a map on it.
There's some beautiful maps could go on it very nicely.
They certainly would be apropos. So this is the shit. Like when people say, "Oh, it's this conservative insanity." What are you talking about?
Porn literacy and just porn.
Let's listen to it. Okay, iHypocrite has put some music behind it.
Oh, fucking women.
I like that guy. By the way, he's great.
So ignoring his music.
Always women.
This was a leaked Zoom call or whatever between these people. Idaho educators
are the largest component of porn literacy. It's the ability for young people to analyze and ask questions about the media that they're viewing. Porn is meant to sexually excite a viewer and create fantasy, right? So let's go ahead and start with elementary age youth.
No.
And I know some people.
Trainers believe third grade students benefit from porn.
No.
There's no scientific evidence of that whatsoever.
Let's be clear. What is a third grade student? It's a 7-year-old. Okay.
I want to briefly say, like, look, as someone who throughout my entire adult life or whatever, you consume porn is fine. I'm not here to shut anybody down.
I'm against that now personally because it fucked me up, man.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
I'm not here to stop anybody, but porn is a thing where it's like, I like this thing. I wish no one ever made it ever. Because liking it is a fucking problem. Like it's destructive. It really is. It's destructive to the people who make it. It is destructive to the people who consume it.
It's a drug.
It changes your perception of sex. It changes your perception of like your partnership. I think it ruins people's ability to bond, pair bonds or whatever.
Are consistent on that.
It's like, but again, my stance on speech is still, I'm like, there's a bunch of shit that's really bad that I think needs to exist or whatever, but I just wish it didn't. I wish no one made it. And like the idea that it should be given to children, like there's no way you can promote anything related to anything healthy through pornography.
No, I do not think porn, I think porn is a complete net negative to society. It helps people get their rocks off, and that feels nice. But these are things that are supposed to happen between human beings, between adult human beings. What?
The people who advocate for you can use to test wood chippers.
That's probably true. But
if you need to lubricate the blades on your wood chipper, you now know where the lubricant is.
Yeah,
it's.
I always try to find the silver lining and everything.
I mean, I was first exposed to pornography when I was about 9. The age that they want to show these kids to, and I think it really seriously fucked up my life. And it wasn't until many, many, many years later of working through my own shit and finding God was a big part of that, of realizing, holy fuck, I had been exposed to the stuff that had harmed me. And it was, at the time, it was just like, oh, it's okay, it's all okay, it's all cool. Just be cool with your pornography stuff. Why are you trying to be regressive? Why are you trying to be repressive of people? Because this is not okay to show to children. And really, I think pornography it's bad for everybody. But let's see what they say here. I turned my volume up on my side. We'll see if that makes it any better.
There's so many OnlyFans people right now that are shrieking in pain.
I don't give a shit. Thoughts can scream. Students watching cartoon porn.
Nope.
No.
Absolutely not.
Oh, wow. That's so big.
Fucking hell.
I never knew it could be so huge.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I know.
What the fuck is that?
This is for 3rd graders. 7 to 8-year-olds.
So there was I was watching this short, one of the YouTube shorts. It was some group, and they had Mia Malkova, who's a porn actress on stream, and they asked her what the average size like penis she interacts with is, and she's like, I don't know, like 8 inches or whatever. It's like it's just triggered because like I'm watching this little girl say, "Oh, that's so big, it's so huge. I never knew it could get that big." No, it's porn. It's porn. It doesn't like
it's fake. It's fake. That's not normal. Like
this is the top 1% or top 1/10% of the population on certain attributes and like body styles. They're gonna fucking ruin
by the
these
way,
kids.
Yes, and I don't know why that's okay. You know, I left my gigantic, huge post on your stream with talking to Duncan.
That could have been so differently the way you started that sentence, by the way.
No, I'm saying yeah, my giant, huge dick, dick on that post. But because I have a disease that actually does require doesn't require, but is treated by that drug that Duncan thinks is super fucking amazing and helpful. And I didn't really go through this earlier, but I probably should go through it very quickly. I've talked about it. I've been an advocate against the use of Lupron Depot for trans kids for the large purpose because I've taken Lupron Depot. I was prescribed Lupron Depot to treat a different disease. I have something called endometriosis. It's a disease where the cells that are supposed to be in your uterus occur in other parts of your body, right? Well, it's extremely painful. It really sucks. It is a leading cause of infertility in women. I took that drug. It causes you to go through menopause. So again, this is something they want to give to 11-year-olds and then keep them on till they're 18 so then they can decide or whatever. Well, you're going to go through menopause and then you're going to lose up to 10% of your bone density, if not more. I took that drug for 3 months, shattered my foot by tripping off a curb. Like a simple 2-inch curb shattered my foot. It is a horrifying drug that has lasting implications. I'm very lucky that it worked to treat the disease that I have. But I was an adult woman who was 22 years old when I took that drug. I was not an 11-year-old, right?
Yeah.
I don't regret taking it because I was 22 and it treated my disease. But these are not children who have a disease, right? They would say maybe that they do. But they don't have a disease that is treated by this drug. And that's the part that's insane. So I failed to mention that earlier, but it's the same shit where it's bizarre of the removal of all childhood innocence too.
If an adult wants to like fuck up their sexual life by watching porn or whatever, they get, they engage in it and get hooked on it. Fine. Like gambling, right? Like if you want to get, if you go do gambling, you get addicted to it. Like, first of all, there are programs to help you, but second of all, that kind of sucks, but that's also the result of your choices. These are kids in a school. They don't have a choice. There's no getting around like, well, and if your parents pull you out of the thing, like, the one kid whose parent like didn't let them go to sex ed, that kid got thrown in a locker the next day every time.
The thing too about that now is you see this in the legislature that they want to prevent people from homeschooling. Why the fuck do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, because they want this. They want this on all of the children. It's so fucking gross.
It is. Well, let's see the rest of it, I guess. Ugh. Link students directly to abortion resources. How to hide porn browsing from parents.
Man, look, if you don't know this in third grade, then you're pretty behind the times anyway. Oh my God.
True to be fair, but still, it's still a weird thing for a school to be doing.
Yeah, school should be teaching any of this shit.
That's the thing that people learn on the internet. Why is the school being like, here's how to hide your porn history from your parents? Excuse me. I hope the audio is a little bit better. I don't know.
Curious, students are a lot more engaged in the conversation, but they're also building trust with me. It's okay if they have watched porn.
Trust with you? What the fuck do you want to do? You
because this is the thing.
Bitch.
This is the thing that all of these groups do is that the child has to build a trust relationship with the educator and not with their parents. It's trying to create a division of saying, no, you can't trust your parents. Your parents are bad. Your parents are conservatives and they're evil. even if they're not, by the way. But you have to make a relationship with me, your educator, and I will tell you, I will show you, I'll get you involved in all these resources to make sure that you can mutilate yourself as quickly as possible.
Look, if the resources aren't Antifa abuse and radical Jislam, then the resources are wrong. Those are the only two acceptable porn sites.
Exactly.
Radical Jislam.
Oh, it's look. I'm not recommending porn to anybody, but Radical Jislam is the best named website on the fucking planet.
It's pretty goddamn good.
And I know I know the guy who
Radical Jislam's pretty good. Just saying as a name, but
yeah, and there's also Deaf and Degraded, that's a little bit.
I'm not familiar with these, but it's a good name.
They're all the same company.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I know way more about Nick than I should in the last 5 minutes.
I know the guy who owns them.
Sure you do.
It's so fucking funny. Antifa abuse is like they're card carrying Antifa socialists or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And just get absolutely demolished.
I've certainly seen Keffel's side of that. I've certainly seen Keffel's pornography that he's very upset that Kiwi Farm. Look, I don't like the fact that I saw it, but I saw it on Kiwi Farms because I did.
I would rather watch Radical Jislam.
I didn't stick around for it, but I was like, oh wow, that's there, I guess. And this person is very upset that their pornography that they themselves posted online is on Kiwi Farms. Did you not post this by your own volition? Well, you did.
Yeah. It's not revenge porn if you put it up.
Yeah. Oops.
Say someone being curious about sex and or porn does not make them a bad person.
Yes, it does.
Makes them human. It's so important we normalize that this is a natural human experience.
Not in third grade.
Really not. Not in third grade, and not in general. But definitely not in third grade. Porn is a normal experience. Are you kidding me?
When she said "and porn," it ruins the statement. Like people of appropriate age having curiosity about sex is not abnormal, and I do
that is
think
normal. Yes.
I do think we need to make sure and have that normalized, but that's not the school's job.
Yes, it's not the school's. No, parents are going to have a conversation with their kids over. I remember when my mom had that conversation with me. It was very, there's, Nick, I don't have any kids yet, but I'm sure we sent me, how old is your oldest kid?
14. He'll be 15 soon.
You've had to have the talk then?
A little bit. Not too much. We homeschool, so it's actually it doesn't hit in the same way because he's not going to go get into some crazy high school party or whatever, because they doesn't have that.
Yeah,
that's not a real thing.
So it's a different situation for you and your family.
We have curriculum around, age appropriate curriculum around sex and puberty and maturity and all of that stuff. That is part of it. So yeah, but there's not much of the we haven't had to have the talk because there isn't much to talk about.
The talk between me and my mom was some things feel good, and that's okay. And I think that's about where it should be. Is it because
and then you had your first sip of vodka.
Well, hang on. There's extensive data on this. Children will touch themselves, okay? Because they're gonna do that.
Yeah,
and so you have to have not just they're curious, it feels nice. And so the talk was that's okay. But you don't do that in public kind of stuff, do that in the privacy of something.
Other people.
Don't touch other people. That's the kind of stuff that you typically have because again, children are gonna do that. They don't understand what it means. And I think that the correct response, and Nick, you're the only parent here among us, to say, I would think that the correct response towards that is to say, that's fine. That's normal. Don't be ashamed. But
no, I perform an exorcism. Yeah, that's what I do.
Is that what the hat is
immediately?
Holy water at them.
I bet you wear the hat as well while doing it.
Compels you leave this child.
But I think the normal way to respond to that, I would assume, is more or less being all right, okay,
we're gonna have the sex talk today. That's what we're gonna do.
Right?
It's evil.
Oh my god, how I Ooh, it's a very scary thing to even imagine having to do with kids. I've been like, we're gonna talk about this, but oh, there we go. Here we got Pope Nick. There he is.
Yeah.
But still, like, yeah, you do have to kind of talk to them at some point, I guess. And mostly it's like, again, because like even toddlers will that's the age where it starts to just general touching because they're exploring their own bodies. But this weird fucking like, let's accept and celebrate that, and let's make toddlers sexual because they do that stuff is sickening to me.
Yeah. Nope. Nope. By the way, the only appropriate sex is missionary sex for the purposes of procreation.
Wow, based old meme, very based.
That's it.
Understandable. Have you seen this clip?
I have.
Nick?
I saw that a couple of minutes ago. Yeah.
This is we're doing a hard transition, I guess, as Keffels has done, to this infuriating clip from this fucking pig. I thought we'd take a gander at it.
Way to keep it topical, by the way.
I was done. I was done with the previous topic, so here we go.
Pigs and fats.
PSA to everyone out
Yeah,
there.
pigs and fats.
I'm speaking for myself, but I'm probably speaking for a large majority of other officers out there. If we're driving on the freeway in our police car, get the out of the way. Get the out of the way. If you merge and we follow behind you and we merge too, you're probably in trouble. The best way to find that out is get the out of the way. I can go 90 miles an hour.
Fuck yourself.
You can't
Fuck
do that.
you. Yeah.
So get the out of the way. If us officers stay behind you long enough, we can find a reason to pull you over.
Can find a reason, aka invent one. Okay.
You know what I hate?
Out of the way.
I hate that what she's saying is just what all of us know already.
Exactly. We already
saying it
know
out loud, but it's like it doesn't make it right. And like the thing that pisses me off is any police department who gets indignant about this, like, you fuckers, you do. I watch you guys drive up to a red light, turn on your lights with no siren, drive through it, and then turn them off. Fuck all
exactly. Yeah, because you want to fucking go fast. You want to go fast, and the same shit too. They are looking for a reason to pull you over because they're trying to meet quotas. It's absolutely sickening, and I think that it's kind of important that like a place over like here that we be clear that even though I do support the boys in blue in general, I don't support fucking pigs.
The women in blue. Damn.
Well,
I thought I had.
Oh no, I don't. Women shouldn't have jobs, but
no jobs at all.
None of them. But like, this is just in like
this is why she and I are friends.
Yeah, she's
you're
also
a fucking bitch.
She's also like technically incorrect.
Incorrect.
Like,
yes,
if
that's
a police
the crazy
officer
thing. Yeah.
drives 90 and doesn't have a pending emergency with their emergency lights on, then they are violating the law. They're violating the speed limit just like anyone else. The thing is, no one's going to pull them over.
Who's going to pull her over another cop? I think she hasn't said that yet, but that part's crazy.
Well, it's like when like when cops lie on the stand and
I know.
Who's going to prosecute them? The prosecutor that they're lying for on the stand, they're going to bring the perjury charges against the cop. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, right.
Oh, right,
they
of
win
course.
their case.
And that's like the inherent contradictory sort of problem with the prosecutor's office versus the police force. And I do understand where there are legitimate criticisms of the police. They were originally like libertarian criticisms that I used to see all the time, and then it became Black Lives Matter criticisms. And that was, oh no, it's not that there's a problem with the police force, it's that there are problems with the police force, but it's all racist. No, hang on. There's power tripping that goes on regardless of race.
I'm just amazed she openly admitted we can find a reason. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, here she talks. Did she already say it that she goes 70 miles an hour?
I can go 90. She said.
That's all.
Oh, she said she goes 90. Yeah, but this bitch.
She looks plastic as fuck.
She does look plastic.
Probably got some fucking filter on or whatever.
Probably.
Yeah, because that's really important.
TikTok is the fucking death of society.
It sure is.
Yeah,
it's awful. So I opened a TikTok the other day because I'll probably have to do something because, like I said, you have to cross-pollinate. I don't know what to do. And I know a couple people on TikTok.
Fat shame.
Floss, I guess.
So like Geeks and Gamers and stuff like that. And so like when I pull up TikTok, the first video is always like Geeks and Gamers or Drunk 3PO. The second video is like some hot mom challenge or whatever. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I didn't even put in any interest. And it's the second and third video. Then it goes back to something else. Then the next one is some chick talking about like how many ejaculations a guy should have a week. I'm like, fucking Christ, like this is just cancerous.
Yeah.
Sure is. I have made a TikTok account. I haven't used it now in a couple of months. But for like 2 weeks, I used it like almost every day. Just be like, what is TikTok? Let me get into it. And here's what TikTok for my 2 week experimental usage of it was. And it was
rough.
No, it was house renovation, cooking videos, and like animal memes. That's what I got. And it's like, well, okay, all things that I actually do enjoy. They figured me out instantly, and I got creeped out. They figured me out instantly. And it's like, oh yeah, I would like to see you renovate that house.
All I get is 39-year-old women with good bodies who are in lingerie. Like they look good. Like it's not fat uggos. It's like, but I'm just not understanding how this is a genre of TikTok. Like
it just is. I mean, like you absolutely fall in. No, yeah, it's bizarre. TikTok for me isolated me was like Aiden is a housewife. Here's what we'll show her: house renovation videos and cute animals and fucking cooking videos. Well, guess what? You won. Like. And that's why I stopped using it, because I was a little bit creeped out by the fact that the algorithm realized so quickly what I wanted to see. That was very disconcerting. That's why I stopped using it. It's like,
I don't even know how to browse. Like I've only ever just gone up. Like I never like went to anything at all. It's just I just swiped up and that's what I got. It's fucking, it's insane.
That's quite bizarre.
If
that's on Nick's one, I don't want to download and see what the fuck is on mine. Like Jesus Christ.
Have you seen this article?
Just donuts, only donuts.
Only donuts. Have you seen this article, Nick? Kenosha rioting duo, including, quote, man who shot first, in jail holding for 6 felonies, including armed robbery and burglary.
Yeah, this is from Kevin Mathewson, the Kenosha County Eye. He's
the Zeminskis. Finally, we found the Zeminskis somehow.
Yeah, they've been we're just waiting on that prosecution for shooting
2 years.
Still.
Yeah.
That one just doesn't ever seem to come up, but don't worry. They got involved in other stuff. They were involved in other stuff before, though. This is not their,
of course.
They are very familiar with the criminal justice system, and they should go away for a while. They're terrible.
They
terrible
sure
people.
should. These people were not able to be brought up during the Rittenhouse trial, though, for some reason, which was bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that was or why they weren't able to be brought in. Like I don't.
Yeah, it didn't make
really
well.
get
It seems like Binger made some kind of deal. His own prosecutor's office, where he should be prosecuting these people, gave them some kind of immunity. I didn't understand that.
He is charged with arson from that night. But so if anybody doesn't know, the guy on the left is Josh Zelinsky, or Zeminski, and he is the Zelensky. That's the Ukraine guy.
That's the Ukraine guy.
Joshua Zeminski. He is the guy who fired his gun into the air before Kyle Rittenhouse shot anyone, causing Kyle to turn around.
Yes.
Which is about the time that Joseph Rosenbaum was catching up to him, and that's when he went blam, 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 and ventilated.
Joseph Rosenbaum was attacking him with a shitty little bag, but still, Kyle.
He was also screaming "fuck you" and reaching for the gun
and using the N-word. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's
we all.
Rosenbaum was he got what he fucking deserved.
Sure.
Also a child rapist, but
yep.
But even if he wasn't, he got what he deserved because of what he was doing that night. But
he's a psychopath who was out there to get away from the fact that he has having a domestic with his partner.
Right. Zeminski, however, though, he may have been the guy who kicked off the whole event by firing into the air before anything else had happened. We don't know why he fired into the air. Super illegal for him to do that.
Yes.
No justification for pulling the trigger, not charged, and somehow just never was able to come into the trial, for some reason or whatever, even though he should have literally been in custody for what was going on.
That part made no sense to me during the Rittenhouse trial. I couldn't understand why these two morons were left out. when their testimony was actually relevant. I mean,
Yep, very relevant.
Great that Rittenhouse got off, obviously, but these people were excluded, and now here we are, a year later.
The problem
and they're
was,
arrested.
Yeah, the problem was their testimony would have been sort of beneficial for the prosecution because it obviously would have been highly biased.
Yes.
But the cross-examination of them would have destroyed
Devastating.
everything because they would have gone like, these are criminal scum. Like they would have gotten directly to their character pretty easly and gotten everything in.
Right. So yes, the cross would have been devastating because they're clearly criminal scum. But it was bizarre that they were kept out of the original issue when, as you said, Zeminski is the one who set off the entire incident that led to everything that had with Rittenhouse. Also, Nick, I think you got to head out.
Yeah, I have to get going pretty soon. Probably like 5 minutes or so.
Okay. Oh, well, let's go ahead and well, thank you so much for dropping by and bringing your enormous audience to come here to our tiny stream. It's
my
been
pleasure.
Astonishing.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, well, dude, awesome. We haven't talked in a minute, so it's been very cool to hang out. We're gonna do a little bit more of the stream, I think, Spoon.
Yeah, sure.
To get through a little bit more of the stuff. But I don't want to keep you up too late. I know you got stuff to do, man. So I'll give you just a way out. And again, thank you so much for coming in and schlubbing it with us, tiny monarchists.
Yeah, well, it's been my pleasure. And if anybody, again, banned on YouTube, they don't let me say anything at all to anybody. So I love that you guys have given me a chance to do that. I've got 2 more days left on that ban. In the meanwhile, please, rekietalaw.locals.com, sign up for free. And I always announce everything on there for every stream. So.
Yes, and Nick's Rumble is linked in the description. That's where he's uploading videos right now for the time being. So go check that out and subscribe to his Rumble channel as well. And
Nick's welcome back in time because he's funny.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll happily do so. Happily come back.
Thanks so much for hanging out with us, Nick.
You guys have a good night. Good night, chat. Peace.
Night. Well, that was very fun. I'm glad we all got to hang out with. I said that was very fun. Huh? Oh, with these two idiots?
Yeah. Because I didn't even know that there was. I mean, I knew there was a shot fired. I didn't know
they're now in jail again for a different crime. Joshua and Kelly Zeminski were captured many times on video rioting in August 25th of 2020 during the Kenosha riots. Kelly pleaded guilty to obstructing an officer and failure to comply with emergency management order of local government, both misdemeanors. Joshua is currently out on bond for arson, a felony, disorderly conduct, use of dangerous weapons, a misdemeanor, and the obstructing of an officer for his role in the rioting and lighting a trailer on fire. Joshua Zeminski can be seen on video firing a pistol just moments before Rittenhouse would shoot and kill Joseph Rosenbaum in self-defense. Progressive Kenosha District Attorney Michael Gravely waited over 5 months to charge Zeminski. This is again why they were not brought up in the Rittenhouse case.
One, yeah. 5 months.
Only after community pushback. Even still, many thought Zeminski was charged too softly. Zeminski was initially held at a low $1,000 cash bond. Judge Schroeder, who is a based boy, raised it to $13,000 in January 31st. I loved his cookie book, by the way. He had a good taste in cookies. Zeminski was scheduled to go on trial this day, but was accused of intimidating a witness in the case. Kenosha freelance photographer Nathan DeBreen. Sorry. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name, Nathan. Progressive prosecutor Zach Wiedenfeld of Walworth County declined to charge Zeminski. Zeminski was able to post bond and was free until Monday evening, where he was booked into the Kenosha County Jail for an alleged crime spree together with his wife. So he got released and immediately went on a crime spree with his wife, which includes felony armed robbery, felony armed burglary, felony false imprisonment, felony intimidation of a witness, felony ID theft, and misdemeanor or battery, and for him only, felony bail jumping and his wife probation hold. So he got out and immediately went on a crime spree.
Wow,
Who's
who could have
shocked?
seen that coming?
Who could have seen this coming, right?
By the way, we should do We should do super chats.
Let's
people to bounce
let's do
back
super
up.
chats. Yes, since Nick has left, I didn't want to. I didn't know how long he could join us. It will take me just
That's
one
a
second
gentleman.
to pull this up. Yes, to pull this up because thank you all so much for
the Little Mermaid
the
has
generous
reached-
donations. Been very nice.
Little Mermaid has reached 2 million dislikes, by the way.
Very good.
That's fucking bad. Like, Jesus,
That's
man,
hilarious,
that's
to be
rough.
honest.
I kind of feel bad for the chick because, like, she didn't do anything. She's just an actress.
Yeah,
And
it's not
she
really her
just,
fault, I guess.
okay, I have to at least in some way believe that if you go into that field doing that shit, this must be the inevitable outcome. Because, like, for goodness, you're taking a franchise that had a white chick on it for fucking decades, and then suddenly you are black for no other reason other than you're black. That is the only reason you're picked.
I would say the first and like most impressive super chat, which I really should have brought up, and I do actually kind
Someone said
of
check out
feel very bad
Diem's
about this.
gym
Was
was
that
on.
obviously hooray?
Which
It's a
gym?
Reese's stream. No, what stream? Sorry, I'm reading the super chats now. Obviously hooray! It's a Reese's stream. More importantly, Nick, this is from Peter. More importantly, Nick, we all know libertarian socialists can exist, but how do you feel about libertarian monarchists? I don't think we got into that question, but thank you. Unbelievably, so much. Thank you so much for the $100, Peter. That was incredibly generous of you.
Libertarian
Dragon
monarchists?
Treasure T. Thank you, Dragon Treasure. Says Nick's ban is unironically
You were lagging
affecting
like
my
hell right
business
now.
as well. Hello? Really?
Yes.
Oh, let me change the thing. I think maybe we've. Let's go.
We are currently experiencing technical difficulties.
Spin?
Yes.
Is this better?
There we go, yeah.
Okay. Dragon Treasure says Nick's ban is unironically affecting my business as well. Who can I sue for this travesty? I agree. You should be able to sue someone for that Dragon's Treasure. Also, by the way, go to Dragon's Treasure Tea and check out all of their anime-inspired teas. Very, very cool. Definitely check out Dragon's Treasure if you have any interest in different types of teas. I love tea personally, so definitely check Dragon's Treasure out. C Hoodie CL Hunter says Nick is an orange man. He was an orange man tonight. Wrestler Town for $10 says they aren't pro-science either. They are anti-God and so ignorant of religion that they've designated science the opposite of God and only care about science because of their hatred of God. I agree 100%. Their scientism focus is absolutely a hatred of God manifestation. Sean Coleman for $5 says stay calm, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Supreme Emperor Kissa for £5 says, let's
Why
not
do you
forget
keep doing
John
that?
Money's gender. Huh?
Why does it keep changing the region?
Why? Oh, it's Discord. It says, let's not forget John Money's gender theory experiment, which the entire trans garbage is based upon, despite it being conversion therapy. Ultimately, it's also been entirely debunked, and he molested those children. Hasselhopper for $5 says replicating research would cost money, contradict narratives, and embarrass academics. Nobody wants to be the fact checker. Just trust the science. Oh, I would love to be the fact checker.
For a second.
Well, we have been fact checking people, but I would love to be the fact checker. That would make me very happy. I
You don't need
enjoy
to
just
see
looking
them, you
over
can
numbers.
Just fucking hear them.
Dude, I just like
Both
looking at
walking
data
and
all the
breathing.
time. There's not, and look, it does require a degree of autism to just be like, yeah, I just want to look at the numbers all day. I would love
Yeah, of
to.
course.
If I could get paid to do that, it would make me the happiest. I think I'd be like the happiest person on earth. If you would pay me money to just look over other data and go through and check the mathematics, that would make me so fucking happy.
You can be a
That
fact checker
would
for the White
bring me.
House.
I would love to. I would, but because the point is not about fact checking for them. It's about creating political narratives. If it was just about fact checking data, then I would love to do that. That would be
How
extremely.
about you just do that for
extremely
like the
fulfilling
Trump
for me.
administration that's incoming? Because the current one now, obviously.
Well, I used to want to work for like Mises, and I might still in the future. Like, it's not necessarily. I'm not saying I'm not going to work for Mises, but that would be kind of
dream
the.
for you. This
It's
is
not,
what
it's, not,
satisfy the
it's not a
libertarian side of you.
dream. It's a do I take the offer thing. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, probably.
Not probably. It's a, do I take the offer of just working for Mises as a number monkey? which I'd be more than happy to do.
Number monkey.
I'm fine with being a number monkey. Xander Zrance Z
Voice
says,
is
Nick,
creepy as
you
hell.
need to get. Sorry. Says, Nick, you need to get Aiden and Ken Jennings to give, quote, good logic. Good logic is another lawyer on the internet. An intervention on his relativity stance. Yeah, anytime. I like good logic. He's a really cool guy. But we disagree on some things. Kiza for £5 says the only replicating fields is mechanical engineering because if you screw up, you'll be out of a job. If only politicians had the same standards. Even mechanical engineering has a replication crisis, unfortunately. It's the insane thing about science that doesn't make any sense, but is the case nonetheless. Ornu for $20. Hey, thank you, Ornu. Says, still no notification for Aiden's housewife good video. It is on my channel. Not even an email mentioning it. On the other hand, I got my first for Spoon, not even 2 days late or anything. Also, hello, Nick. Nice to see you somewhat sober.
What? I heard my
Dreadnought.
name.
That Ornu got to see one of your videos come up in his in his recommendation.
Oh yeah,
not replication.
Yeah,
recommendation field.
it doesn't actually happen all that often. I hear occasionally if someone happens in the comment section, they will say that it was just a random recommendation and then I liked it because I said wild crazy shit, which is one of the boons of having a smaller channel is that you can say wild crazy shit still.
Very true.
Reason, yeah.
Dreadnought for 10 says the church does not appear to have created castrati, but it did employ them. Demand for castrati was driven by the elites. Often it was poor families who castrated their sons hoping for a musical career. Yeah, I can see that as being correct. I haven't looked into that, but I can see that as being correct. Nutty Salts for 5 says tequila drinker here. Will there be RK Law commentary on the AJ trial? We'll have to see with Alex Jones. He was on with Steven Crowder today. I didn't watch that interview yet. Keza for £5 says if Tim Pool was smart, he should have done a Eurobeat song and the algorithm would have made that bang for viewers as the internet loves Eurobeat. That's very true, Keza.
That's probably true, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Western Civ for $10 says, Nick, I bought a nice map. Can't decide where it should go. Suggestions. Sorry, I didn't bring that up while Nick was here. Brendan Lesko for $5 says, I'm way too lazy for that. Can you just, I can just pay you to Nick. Also, everyone in here go vote for Nick in the Grifties. Just vote for Nick in the Grifties. He is the maximum grifter. DRT is King for 2 says, Aiden, what if your video was great? Well, thank you. I hope it was. Galactic Emperor Schlurm for 2 says, his second job, YouTube. It's his second job, YouTube. Not the Peach guy. His second job is like he runs a other business. That guy, the Peach guy. Kizza for £5 says, Aiden Spoon Rekieta, that woman needs an Uncle Ruckus style beating that'll make Islamists, Africans, and Asian parents think that's too far. Wow, Kizza, that's a bit based. 200-watt studio for 2 says, will we finally get daily unbreaded this afternoon? Sorry, 200-watt studio. Rekieta had to head off. We did not get our unbreaded. But I'm sure that he will do it soon. Scarfy the Strange for 5 says, the only difference between the only diverse-driven fantasy movie I liked was Beowulf. Backflips for the win. I did like Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters. I watched that the other day with Bill, and I like that a lot. Dark Phoenix 77 for 2. And again, I'm sorry because you addressed this to Nick. Said, Nick, any thoughts on Zeminski being found guilty? But we did actually get to that. So I think that got kind of answered. Keza for £5 says, I reckon Aiden would love the show The L Word, which is now on Amazon Prime, 6 seasons, and Aiden can enjoy it. I do not like The L Word. Did not like that show whatsoever. Scarfy the Strange for 5 says, the problem isn't that there are no black people in fantasy films. The problem is that there are no black fantasy films. I agree with that 100%.
It's because that's not a genre that they seem to have an interest in.
No, they want to take existing things and make them black rather than make black fantasy. That seems racist as fuck to me, but apparently I'm not allowed to have an opinion.
That also means that they can't tell stories.
Yes. Brandon Lesko for 2 says, Rings of Power, we talking Baldos already? Yeah, we were. Kizza for £5 says, that sounds like something instead of Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge Badu getting an erection over dragons fighting. That's what, dude, unironically, that's how Xanderhole described his own experience with Rings of Power, it was cringe. Furious Dan for 5 Canadian says, after Batwoman and Little Mermaid, I think there's an epidemic of dyslexic network execs who are misreading Ginger. Yeah, I did make that joke as well. Furious Dan. Matthew Valenti for 5 US says, you do not get it's race swapping is no different than whitewashing, but different regardless of underrepresentation. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. Scorpio the Strange for 2 US says they should have cast a mermaid who could swim.
Flufferball.
Bad Dragonite says, ask Nick balls or no balls. Bad Dragonite, I did ask Nick balls or no balls earlier in the chat, I think before you posted that. Big Chris for 2 says, no women in sewage? I'm gonna go apply. There you go. Get away from femoids. Bad Dragonite said, fat shame Nick's nose. We did not do that. I'm sorry, Bad Dragonite. Peter for 20 US says, Nick, the fat shaming worked, but lots more to go. Hit me. We do need to fat shame more. Von Sonch for 5 says, bring on the fat shaming. I've lost enough where I've been publicly complimented for being handsome, for looking handsome, but need to lose more. That's the thing. Like,
congratulations.
It'll be all right. Get on it, man. All of us have to. Like, let's not be fat. Being fat's kind of lame. Oh, Nate the lawyer for 10. Hey, thank you so much, Nate. I don't know if you're still here. Probably not. But thank you so much, Nate. Says, great show. Trailer sucked. Disney is woke in the US, but in China they made her white. I care less about race and more about the story, but stories now suck. Absolutely, Nate. Yeah. House of Dragon rocks. Lord of the Rings sucks. Agreed. Fair Frozen 55 for $5 says, Aiden, other people on the internet also eat boogers. Oh, I read that before. Doesn't mean that it's okay.
By the way, I want to put something on the chat because someone said, someone told me to do audiobooks. I do want to do like a 90-minute book to see how the reaction would be. And I wanted to do maybe Anatomy of the State by Rothbard, because that's about 60 pages. And I can do that in maybe 2 days if I just read flat out. I mean, editing might be a bit of a bitch just to get the bumps out of the way. But that's something that I could do.
Yeah,
there we go.
Very true. Nate the lawyer gave another $2 and said, we are engaged, Magung country, Nigerian voice. Shelley Stewart for, I don't know what, Zar R330.
South African Rand.
Is it South African Rand?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Here's your countryman. Shelley said, Nate the lawyer is on. I would love to see him join the convo. Nate is welcome on at any time. Just Me gave 2 and set 2 US and says Shipley Donuts. John Apocalypse for 1.79 British dollary dues says we have anti-ants here. I have one close to me. Not where I'm at over here in Guernsey, but it's different. Hans Plays for $2 says Spoon, opinion on Black Label draft beer. Love it.
I've not actually had Black Label draft because, I left South Africa when I was 11 and I wasn't drinking beer 11 years old.
Are you sure?
I come from a very Christian conservative family, actually.
Yeah,
if I look at how I was raised versus children now, oh my God, my upbringing seems insanely strict. And it wasn't by my comparison. I just feel like, man, I'm so glad I don't have a kid in these days, because man, I would fucking whoop my kid's ass if he behaved like kids nowadays.
Hasselhoff for 5
straight for a week.
Yeah, very true. Hasselhoff for 5 says you can also listen to a stream podcast audiobook while cooking. That's what I do all the time, Hasso.
Yeah,
Hot Coffee for $50. Wow, thank you, Hot Coffee says Aiden, Paladin, Spoon, and Nick, be still my snarky heart. Seriously, freaking awesome. Well, and thank you so much for Nick for coming on and hanging out with us for a little bit. Yes, he's very cool people. Lamented Guide for 2 says, what about marinades, Nick? Solvis for 2 says Pepper Palace has a location in the MOA. I'm not sure what that stands for.
How do you feel about marinades versus dry rubs?
It depends on what you're cooking.
And kind of the length of time.
Yes, all kinds of things matter. I'm actually like a kind of cooking nerd, so it depends on like what you're cooking.
Because I've noticed.
Like, what are you trying to make?
Yeah, because I've noticed people who do the dry rubs, it tends to be for meat they cook for hours on end.
It depends on what you're cooking and how you're cooking it. So yeah, whether it's a dry rub or a liquid rub depends on what you're cooking and why.
And that's how. More an American thing.
I think it's an American thing. I think it's a understanding. No, I think it's an understanding of how the chemical interaction works with the meat. Just my opinion. Fluffer Boy.
It's a great name, by the way.
Fluffer Boy 2004 for $5 says glorifying fats and this no bad food BS probably has nothing to do with the depopulation agenda, right?
The 2004
Of course not.
is already.
Dreadnought for 5 says, Aiden, have you ever tried Reaper sequins from Pucker Butt? I have not. They are very hot but all natural. I'm not the biggest fan of Reaper peppers, flavor wise, but it's just me. DRT's King for 5 says, why must spicy food do you good? It's disgusting. And like a third of vegetables don't digest and rot in the intestines. What do? DRT's King, don't worry about it if you don't like spicy food. It is literally an acquired taste. It does feel very nice if you're able to get into it, but if you're not, then it's fine. Supreme Emperor Kissa for £5 says, yes, Spoon, leftists would be eradicated within 12 months as they are unproductive, useless people. Chaz/Chop was a prime example of this. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's actually true.
C. Warren for $5 says, okay, I confess I'm on here because of Nick. I called him Nip, my bad. But I'm falling in love with you too quickly. Thank you, C. Warren, and thank you for showing up. Kizza for £5 says, speaking of food, did you hear all the Domino's and Naples have closed down for good? Didn't know that. Really? Italians don't want that garbage yank shit. Understandable. Very understandable. Brandon Lesko for $5 says, stop talking about hurting me. I don't know what I said at that point in time that hurt you, Brandon Lesko, but I apologize. Sean Illingsworth for 5 says, this is one of the reasons I despise my generation. They want to turn the next generation into coomers and make them as miserable as they are. Yeah, we talk about that all the time over here as what the fuck's going on there. I'm super drunk. That's their name. That's not just me. For $5 says, I wasn't the one who supported women driving, and now look where we are. I agree. It is a problem. IFID for 5 says, women should have some jobs, be in charge of HJs, BJs. Oh, HJs, BJs, and so on. Agreed. And then finally,
we should show that map, by the way, that we found earlier. The one I showed you of like the map. If you just looked at who voted Democrat in 2020. If you looked at just who voted Democrat from women, it is fucking overwhelmingly female.
Very interesting.
Jesus Christ. It's something insane like 45 out of 50 states were blue.
Yeah.
Like, it's insanely
women
high.
I didn't know this was a new map for you, Spoon. I'm sorry. But women vote almost entirely blue. Finally, Keza for £5. I will get to the rest of the chats. I was trying to catch up on where I was when we started. I said, Spoon, Rekieta, Eden, TikTok is just Vine, but on Hulk steroids. That's very true. How the fuck people forget about Vine when it only disappeared 5 years ago? I will never forget about Vine because Vine was hilarious. Anywho. Thank you. Oh my god. You guys have been so fucking awesome. Thank you all so much. And we have a huge amount of people here who thankfully Nick has brought over here, which is very awesome. And I hope you have enjoyed the stream where we talk about bullshit. Let's talk about some more bullshit. Shall we read the Irish Times article?
Oh my
Spoon?
god, this is going to trigger the
We're
shit
going
out
to
of me.
read. Oh my god. Someone put a bomb in me potato.
I'm not going to defend the Irish, but don't ever do that accent in my present again.
I'm sorry. Okay, so Spoon, alright, is the opposite of me, but very similar. In that he moved out of South Africa into Ireland when he was a kid. So Spoon, you can do a good Irish accent, can't you? You've been living in Ireland for like 20 years, yeah?
I don't know what accent you're trying to do.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. I'm doing my best.
It sounds like a weird concoction of an Indian trying to do an Irish accent.
Because I don't know. Well, could we talk some shit about Rings of Power? Because this article from the Irish Times is hilarious. Spoon has made a video about this. If you want to see his pure, unadulterated opinions about it, go watch that. But I thought we should have another discussion about the Irish and their opinions towards this shitty show. Only because I find it funny.
Hold on, let's see. Can I link the video?
Oh yeah, if you give me the link to the video, I can post it in the chat and pin it.
Yeah, there's a video in the chat.
There we go. Okay. I will pin. There's Spoon's whole video on this article, but I would like you to read it, and Spoon, I require you to read it in an Irish accent.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I hate you. I hate you so very much.
I love you too. I just hurt my. As soon as I said that, I hurt my back. It's like God was punishing me for being rude.
Ha ha ha. The Rings of Power. Do I have to read this in an Irish accent?
You have to read. Oh, laddie, you got to read it in an Irish accent.
I don't know what if I can sort of read crazy
Do it.
person on the left hand side, like.
Do it. Do your
Rings
best.
of Power. The new hobbits are filthy, hungry simpletons with stage Irish accents. That's $1 billion well spent. After 20 minutes of this Lord of the Rings spin-off, I'm having flashbacks to that EastEnders episode with the fighting villagers and donkeys walking off the streets.
Okay, but here's the thing. This article is hilariously stupid. It's so crazy.
It doesn't make any sense,
by
the way. Like,
no, it doesn't make any sense. That's why it's funny.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can...
I've scrolled down now. I am streaming it, so
I
you
know,
can see.
but the quality is kind of shady.
Oh, sorry. Just for I can send you just the whole thing.
No, I gotta pay.
I'll read. While you read.
Yes, go. The reason I'm not doing Irish accent. Fuck you.
Do it. Do the Irish accent. No.
The Rings of Power Prime Video, much anticipated Lord of the Rings spin-off, works hard at recapturing. It doesn't work out at all, by the way. That's a load of shit.
Well, somebody's working hard, and it's you right now, friends. I appreciate it.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. And recapturing the magic of Peter Jackson's movies. But for Irish viewers, the $1 billion series evokes less welcome memories. It features a race of simpleton proto-hobbits, rosy of cheek, slathered in muck, wearing twigs in their hair, and speaking in stage Irish accents. They make the cast of...
Do you want to explain what stage Irish is, by the way? It's not even what you're doing. What I was doing was stage Irish. Oh my god, this is awesome.
Of course, it sounds like Dave Cullen. He is Irish.
That's really a Scottish thing where, oh my god, this awesome. Like put a bomb in me potato. Like that's stage Irish. What spoon's at least familiar, and I apologize. Hey, hang on, I'm Irish by genetics. I'm allowed. No, hang on, I'm genetically somewhat Irish. I'm allowed to. Oh my god, I'm bombing me potato, and I'll do that, right?
Throw shillelagh at your head.
Don't shillelagh my head. That's not very nice.
Neither is making me do this accent. By the way,
no, making you do the accent is amazing.
I read this as a joke, and then I heard my own accent, and I went, "Oh my god, I sound really posh."
Sometimes when you get drunk, I can tell that you've lived in Ireland your entire fucking life. It's funny.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, like...
You sure fucking do.
If
it's
I
very
drink
cute.
loads, me bear,
in terms of
like,
and just, it's cute,
so
and like, you try so hard to ignore the fact that you've lived there half your life, and it's like, oh, I heard it when you got drunk. I heard the accent.
You've been drinking now when you haven't had shit. Such a face. This is what I have to put up with every day.
Oh, how kawaii. Oh, he became. The South African became Irish.
Jesus, the thing of it is, I think that the South African accent sounds horrible as well. I don't know why.
I could never identify it until you and I became friends. Now I identify it instantaneously.
There are so many people who think the South African accent is sexy, and I'm like, oh my god, no, it isn't. It's horrifyingly bad. I don't know why it's attractive to anyone.
It's a weird mix of like, the British accent and
they
Dutch.
Sound so common. It's like, no. Like whenever I hear someone with a very thick accent. Yes, because whenever I hear someone with a I'm going to harm you.
Don't hurt me. I knew it was coming. I knew from the silence that there was harm coming.
Whenever I hear someone with a really thick Afrikaans accent speak English, my immediate reaction is just speak Afrikaans, because it's so obvious you don't speak English as a first language, and it sounds
I never met a nice South African, and that's not very surprising, men, because you're a bunch of ignorant loudmouths with no sense of humor.
It's funny coming from the English.
I'm not English.
No, from the English, because they're the one that says that shit.
True.
Yeah. So I have to read this abomination?
Yes. And again, do your best.
Jeez fucking Christ. Where was I again? Wearing twigs in their hair and speaking in stage Irish accents that make the cast of Wild Mountain Thyme sound like Daniel Day-Lewis. 20 minutes in, I am having flashbacks to the 1997 EastEnders episodes with the fighting villagers and donkeys walking the streets. The Lord of the Rings of Power, fucking terrible as well, takes place centuries before the original Lord of the Rings.
I didn't mean to scroll down that far. My bad.
Well, I have it up, so shows you're not paying fucking attention.
No, I am. I thought I could just scroll, but there we go. Sorry. I am paying attention. There we go.
Let's see. And the Harefords are ancestors of the Hobbits. If they don't quite keep livestock in the living room, they are otherwise a laundry list of 19th century hibernophobic caricatures. The accents embark on a wild journey from Donegal to Kerry and then stop off in inner city Dublin. The Harefords themselves are twee and guileless and say things like, "Put your back into it, lads." One is portrayed by Lenny Henry, a great comedian, which, if you speak normal Irish,
he has not been a comedian. I've heard that he is. I've not seen Lenny Henry's comedy. I've heard he's a great comedian, but I also have heard he hasn't done shit for like 10 years.
Oh, there we go. So he's not a great comedian then, otherwise he'd be on the circuit.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I've heard that he's a fantastic comedian, but I've not heard any of his comedy, so I can't speak on it.
For God's sakes. Let's see. A great comedian and actor who deserves a better than having to deliver lines such as "De boat of ye, this does not bode well" in an appalling Irish accent. I guarantee mine's better. Scouring the internet, there is no evidence of Scouring the internet, there is no evidence of any Irish actors having been involved. Now, the thing is, I don't really quite understand that.
This is the Irish Times. Also, I should point out the article is written by an Irish. This person is most likely a separatist, I'm guessing, or has separatist-aligned feelings. This is a very complicated issue that Americans don't quite understand. The stuff with Ireland. The Irish.
Sweet talking. Fuck you.
How do I start this discussion, even, Spoon? But how the Irish UK relationship?
You want my based foreigner opinion?
Yeah, you live in the UK part of Ireland.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Can I just be brutally honest in my opinion of the Irish? Ireland.
Yeah, you've lived there your entire life.
Yeah,
your entire adult life.
Yeah, but they're gonna say like, "Well, you're foreigner. Who the hell you talk about us?"
You've lived there since you were 11. You're allowed.
Okay, here's the thing about the Irish. They have a massive inflated sense of self-worth that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. That is the main thing to know about the Irish. Secondly, you were colonized by the British, and therefore you need to shut the fuck up and say thank you. Because without England, you wouldn't be shit. That goes for a lot of countries around the world, right? That doesn't include Ireland. That just includes that includes America, for God's sakes. If it wasn't for the English, you wouldn't be worth shit.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
Very true. We wouldn't exist.
Yeah, so it's not just everywhere the English went, they made things better. This is the way it goes. If you disagree with this, it's because you're gay and you don't want to acknowledge reality.
We do need to, I think, acknowledge that the English, their colonization program, whatever you want to call it, did spread civilization around the world.
Yes, much better than the
people
Spanish
don't like
went
it.
And pillaged everyone.
People don't like it now, but if you complain about it from your smartphone that you wouldn't have if you hadn't been colonized.
Yeah.
And as much as that's I understand a harsh reality, it is the reality. If the British had not colonized these places, you wouldn't be able to express how much you hate the British Empire.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be speaking fucking English.
Because you wouldn't be speaking English, and you wouldn't have a smartphone or internet access, probably.
Showing himself to be an English supremacist. Yeah, well, if you're looking at history, and I'm going to say, like, which empire was the best influence in the world, it was the English. Like, it's true. Like, I may have Dutch stock in me, but I can, if I just have to be an objectivist, I have to be like, this is the thing. This is... Yeah, don't sit down in a pub. Yeah, cool. I'm not going to talk politics amongst a bunch of drunken Irish people. They can't even handle this sober, let alone fucking alcohol in their systems. Well, I mean, if they swing at me, it will prove me correct, which they likely will. I can understand their hatred of the English, at least from a national perspective. However, from a global perspective, I think they're just fucking idiots. I mean, these people... The thing about Ireland that I found so funny is... Ireland, you've never had an empire, okay? So you're not really worth shit as a country, as far as your place in Europe goes, all right? This is a thing. Your main exports in the world is Conor McGregor, Guinness, and whiskey. That's
true.
The thing,
not lying.
This is how every country works. every country has a local culture, and then they have an international culture. And the international culture is one of those local cultures exported. So Irish is the drinking and Conor McGregor. England's is empire and bad teeth and pretentious accent. You know, the Germans are... the Italians is the hopeless amounts of corruption. The French is pretentiousness and their obsession with garlic and sex. You know, the Dutch is like, you know, clogs and windmills in the red light district. And
yeah.
Eastern Europe is gypsies, all of them. So, you know, it's like every region has their thing as like an international caricature. And the Irish is alcoholics and, you know, fighting. That's your thing. Mine is, you know, racism and competent government.
True.
Yeah, but like, you know, America is, you know, your fat rednecks who like guns and burgers.
Hey, don't be rude. But yeah, true.
Yeah, but that's the American stereotype. You know, Canada
and that's
is
fine.
Canada
like,
is being polite and cocked.
Yeah.
And maple syrup.
And maple syrup. And
yeah. Cuba is communism and cigars.
And your flag is a leaf.
Yeah. See, like that's the thing. Like, just every country has their thing. Sorry.
I'm sorry, just laughing about it.
I was going to offend everyone in Europe now with that shit.
That's fine. Shall we continue? Why? I think it was why these primitive.
Except for the Australians, they don't have anything positive. They're just fucking horrible people.
Wow. Wow. Terrible.
Except for my cousins who live there.
So I think it was why do these primitive itinerant hobbits
hail communism and cigars? No, you can hail the cigars. The communism is shite for Cuba.
Then read the article.
Oh, sorry, here we go. The accents of... Okay, well, I already read that. Let's see.
Yeah, why did these... Did we get to that? Yeah.
What did I say in my video? I said it doesn't make any fucking sense because you're essentially taking... You're upset that there is not an Irish actor involved playing characters that aren't actually fucking Irish, and you're upset that there's not peasants being used, or Irish people, sorry, to...
This is so bizarre.
You're
that
complaining
they want...
these people are based on Irish people, that they're not actually based on Irish people.
They're not.
Yes, but you want an Irish person to play a character that isn't based on an Irish people. That makes no fucking sense.
Wait, can we not see the article? Do you still have the share screen pulled up?
No, I don't actually. Why the hell?
Oh, that's why. No one can see it. Ding dong.
Thanks for
Spoon, you little dingus. That would be why people didn't see the article.
Let's see.
Thank you, chat.
Why
Here you go.
I think primitive Irish, or why do primitive
itinerant?
Sorry, there we go. Sound like something from the dodgy Irish builders. Oh my god, there's so many jokes I want to make because they're the cheapest, the ones you have available. And you can pay them in Guinness and whiskey.
Episode of Faulty Towers. Yeah,
that's the very first one as well.
No.
According to the show's Australian dialect coach, that's why the accent is shy, because you have a fucking Australian for a dialect coach, it's why, instead of a fucking Irishman. At least there's one reason to have the Irishman, is just to have the fucking Irish people. You can actually have a proper Irish accent then. Or your actors are shit and can't act. It's probably that one as well. The accents are intended to be familiar but different. Then why the fuck are you complaining then?
Well, again, like, the thing is, I've talked to you about this, is that Tolkien famously hated allegory. So the idea that, oh, well, the Harfoots are just the Irish. First of all, it's incorrect. If you wanted to make an allegory from Tolkien's work, which, again, he hated, they were the Middle English folk. They weren't supposed to be Irish.
No, I'm not going to watch it.
I won't watch it either.
I like Lord of the Rings, so therefore I won't watch this.
But Spoon and I really love Lord of the Rings.
Yes, and I'm not going to watch this because it's fucking atrocious.
And Tolkien's work, and this is an abomination, so we won't watch it.
Yes.
No hate watching.
Yes, I'm going to go with the Razor Fist, which is like, you don't hate watch shit. I don't want to watch anything that makes me miserable. Like,
yeah, why would I mean, like, it's for content, I guess, but I'd rather just read the articles and watch what other people have to say about it, who actually are okay with watching it.
But this is,
and that's all right. That's how I feel. I will watch Critical Drinker. I will watch other people what they have to say about it, because I don't want to put this. I don't want to
glorify.
consume this shit into my life. No, I don't want to fucking see it.
This is the
It's
thing as well.
repugnant. I don't want to see it.
I had a go at the guy who made this thing because he watched it and then he felt the need to bitch about it.
Yeah.
And if I did that, I would be doing the same thing. I would also be watching it to get pissed off because I know it's shit. And therefore I'd be a hypocrite. And I'm not a hypocrite, so I'm not going to do it.
Smeagol's a scouser, obviously, says Coming Mark. Yeah, probably.
Smeagol's a scouse. Can I do a scouse accent? Yes. Can I do it in Gollum's voice? No. Because I can't do Gollum's voice.
Precious. Yeah, I can't do it at all. I'm an American, so I can't do shit.
No, I mean, you can do accents, but, that's not...
I can, I try my best, and I can't do it, so,
I don't know why you make them sound like fucking dwarven fairy tales.
I don't know, because I'm an American.
I mean, you should just hear an Irish accent and then just do that. I don't know what Irish accent you hear that made you do that one.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
It sounds like something you did from Family Guy.
Yeah, exactly. It's bullshit, because I've never lived in Ireland. You've lived in Ireland for the last 20 years.
You know who Dave Cullen is, right? Computing Forever?
I very much know who Dave Cullen is.
Yeah, so do his Irish accent.
If you want me to try and read this with an Irish accent, I'd have to try, but it'd be so hard.
No.
It would sound terrible, so I'm telling you to do it.
Yes, for God's sake.
Okay, well, should I try? Should I try and see how bad it is?
No, I'm saying...
No, I'm going to try and see how bad it is.
No.
Let's do it.
Don't ruin the stream.
Chat. Should I do it and try my best and see how bad it is?
Don't make her humiliate herself.
I will humiliate myself. But should I do an Irish accent from my American perspective, chat?
No. Thank
Bill,
you.
Even Bill shouts her off the stairs. No.
Bill, if she starts doing this, no.
I hope it sound like someone from the dodgy Irish Builders episode of 40 Towers.
No.
According to the show's Australian style coach, the accents are intended to be familiar but different than the Harefords are meant to have Irish base to their accent. But they do not speak as though they've walked out of a particular cross street in Dublin.
I swear to God, I will mute you on fucking OBS.
Okay, I'm done. Now Bill's getting upset.
Good. Should drag you away.
It's done. It's completed.
God.
Bill's trying to watch his own Irishman in peace. They call me Kevin. Call me Kevin moved to Spain, by the way, Bill.
No, but the chat can fuck off. No. I have to save you people from yourselves.
Oh my god. Go ahead. You live there. Go ahead. Okay, so the portrayal of the Irish characters. There's the line.
The portrayal of the Irish characters as pre-industrial and childlike simpletons.
They're hobbits. They're hobbits. Ding dong. Dinkus. What fucking stupid shit is this? They're hobbits.
Okay, they're hobbits. It's set in the past. It's set before. I said this in my video. Why in the hell are you getting upset by this? These characters is set before the fucking Lord of the Rings. It's set before the Fellowship. Okay, so why in the hell would these characters that are ancestors of hobbits be more advanced than the people from the Shire?
It doesn't make any sense. It's nonsense. It's literally nonsensical.
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
Why would they be aristocratic?
Makes no sense.
Ridiculous. Let's see. Really threads neatly into the Anglosphere's rich tapestry of disdain.
Come on, no, come on.
I hate you.
Come on, let's go.
It brings us all the way back to the 70s, this 1870s, when no Irish person was alive to experience the 1870s, which makes no fucking sense, you
of course.
Fucking ding-dong.
This is why this article is so hilariously stupid.
It's so horribly wrong. It makes no sense whatsoever. There's an early scene in which we see the Harefords wearing filthy rags scramble on the ground for food. What is this? Famine cosplay? Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, it's recreating the Irish potato famine. Would at least be topical, actually. The Scots get it in it too, in the Rings of Power, stand in for the dwarves. They're portrayed as aggressive and argumentative. So
have you ever met a Scottish person?
Yes, that's pretty much what the Scots are like.
Like, okay, no offense. Bill, let me ask you a question. Here's a quote. The Scots get it too. The rings of power, stand-ins for dwarves, are portrayed as aggressive and argumentative. And that's considered to be an incorrect portrayal of the Scots.
Free Scottish person that has been a rampaging.
Did anyone hear that?
I heard rampaging.
Bill, do you want to come up here and reiterate that just real quickly?
No.
Well, what he said is that every Scottish person he's ever met has been a rampaging alcoholic cunt. So...
So you got 2 out of 3.
I have many friends who are Scots. I like Scots quite a lot, but he's not incorrect.
No.
Rampaging alcoholic. Funny, argumentative, aggressive, all of these are correct. These are, they didn't say funny, but aggressive and argumentative, 100%.
Yeah,
I don't think Scots would generally disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't think they would actually. Ask Dank.
With that characterization, yeah. Yes, Scots generally are argumentative and aggressive.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what makes them fun.
Scots, yeah. Yeah. It gets to the point where I expect Darren Prince of Cazadoon to whip out a deep-fried Mars bar. Every other Magi cliche has already been ticked off. Yeah, so is every other box fucking thing. Which is why the story's shy. This all tracks with J.R.R. Tolkien's disdain for Celtic culture. Why the fuck are you watching it then, you absolute pleb?
He didn't have disdain for Celtic culture. This is insane.
Well, this guy thinks he does.
Well, this Irishman's crazy, but alright.
What else is new? They have bright colours, he said, of Irish and Welsh mythology, but are like broken stained glass window reassembled without design. It also describes them every Saturday morning after visiting Temple Bar. If you're Irish or you've ever been to Ireland, you will know what that means.
Fucking chair's got a squeaky wheel in it. Sorry if you're hearing like weird wait every time I'm trying to fix it.
Perhaps he protested too much. Many scholars today draw a line between Tolkien's elves, willowy immortals from across the sea, and the Irish bollocks name I won't pronounce, a semi-divine
Tuatha de Danann. De Danann.
Sure, why not?
Hey, look, it's Celtic, which I speak a tiny little bit of because I'm a Welshwood. So
yes,
this is not Welsh, but Tuatha de Danann sounds correct.
Bad enough to
from
understand leftism.
Reading it from Welsh, which is it's not a Welsh word at all, but I guess.
Kids is like, I know what that means. Yeah, there you go. A semi-divine race immune to sickness or age. No shit, they're immortal, you twat. The parallels between the Irish mythological figures, Balor of the Evil Eye and Sauron, the flaming red iris of Barad-dûr, are similarly obvious, and Tolkien's
it's not.
And Tolkien's great romantic tragedy, I'm reading my own accent, fuck this. Great romantic tragedy, Beren and Luthien, which was inspired in part by the author's own romance with his wife, Edith Bratt, carries echoes of the Seminole Celtic bollocks, and I'm not going to read the rest.
Gaelic.
Yeah.
Not Celtic, Gaelic. But, okay,
whatever.
Diarmuid and Grianna.
Yeah.
The thing is, Tolkien took from all pan-Celtic mythology and Finnish and pan-European mythology to inspire his story. It is not even entirely English, and by that I mean like the United Kingdoms. It's not just entirely Welsh and Irish and Scottish. He took from Finnish mythology, from Icelandic and Scandinavian mythology to make his great work. This idea that you can just say, like, this is a one-to-one metaphor is not only antithetical to everything that Tolkien ever said, it's stupid. It's just fucking dumb, okay? It doesn't make any sense. So this is a very, very silly article. But it's funny.
Yeah, especially if I'm the one reading it and getting pissed off.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if anyone should sound Irish,
no, put it back on.
Fuck you.
Come on.
So if anyone should sound Irish, it is the elves. Why? Why?
It doesn't make any sense. No, that part makes no sense.
Yeah,
if you want to know who the elves are, if you want to attribute Tolkien's lore into mythology, into reality and call it allegory, the elves in Tolkien's mythos are Welsh. They're not Irish.
Well, the bit I don't understand, okay, is the story is told.
But the whole idea of trying to make.
Let me finish.
Sorry, Spoon.
The story is Celtic in origin. That has nothing to do with the accents of the people in this story. Why the fuck would they be Irish? Why would the storyteller, or why would the person who originally told the story in real life, be mimicked in a fictional world, and especially by like aristocratic characters? Like, what the fuck? Why? It makes no sense.
Absolutely.
It's it is nonsense. Like, how did you get to that? I don't. Yeah,
it makes no goddamn sense. Because this is bullshit. Is what it is. This is bullshit. The Irish being like, again, you can make these arguments like, who did Tolkien mean by this race or the other race? Tolkien hated allegory. Again, I think if you really need to do allegorical work, then Tolkien probably meant that the elves were the Welsh. They were the old Celts, but I don't know, because Tolkien hated allegory, and he wasn't trying to make a one-to-one allegory for the British Isles. He was trying to make a new mythology for the British Isles. So to say like, it has to be the Irish, or it has to be the Welsh, either one, if someone's being aggressive and saying you have to see things this way, they are going directly against the wills, beliefs, and statements of J.R.R. Tolkien. So you fucked up. Step one.
Let's see. Instead, and of course, these noble sophisticates have upper-class English accents. That's the reason the author's pissed off.
That's why this is the exact reason why the guy's pissed off, is that he doesn't like that the elves don't have Irish accents, essentially.
Have posh English accents as well, because the English, he just sounds like a whiny bitch now.
But again, it's the elves. They've been alive for thousands of years. What kind of accent do you expect them to have? You'd be like, oh my god, I mean, potato. And it's like, okay, I'm not trying to be rude, but it is a lower class sounding accent that received pronunciation, just as it has for hundreds of years, indicated someone who is educated and someone who is higher class. So of course that person will have an upper class English received pronunciation accent. That's just the way that it's going to be, because it depicts someone who is older and educated.
What, the English accent?
The RP English accent.
Well, I mean, because the way I just looked at it went, well...
hello. This is the received pronunciation to have the... You know what I mean? Like, that is what they have the elves. Yeah, the elves speaking. It's the RP.
No one hears the Irish accent and thinks like, oh, look, these people sound posh and sophisticated. Because
who hears a Welsh accent and thinks it sounds posh? How come they can't have a fucking Welsh accent?
Some Welsh. Rare, but they can.
Have you... I don't know about that. I don't know if people are aware of what a Welsh accent sounds like, but I don't think that it sounds very posh.
Nigel Owens.
It doesn't sound as like lower class as like fucking Northern British, but still.
It kind of depends on them, but if you take, for example...
North FC, like that stuff sounds lower class no matter what.
Yeah, no, that does sound lower class, but if you... the chat will know this if you're a rugby fan. Nigel Owens is a good example of someone who sounds Welsh and proper. Mainly because Nigel Owens was a referee who was famous for not taking any shit. He's actually really funny. Yeah. He's actually a comedian. He says funny things like, if you do a line out throw...
see if I have a video of this. I mean, it's fine, a video of because again, if you want to be like, oh, the elves must be this, that, or the other race. So, is there Welsh received?
Nobleman?
I'm trying to see pronunciation. Is there Welsh received pronunciation? I'm not aware of this. No, I don't think there is. But do people even know what Welsh sounds like? I guess is the.
It's because they speak in a certain kind of tone. The way the Welsh speak.
Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. Oh, you have to sound like you're speaking like a little flute, like you're talking a little bit like
you're just putting this weird generic fantasy accent on. I don't know where you get this from.
No, that is how the fucking Welsh talk.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Welsh has a little bit. It sounds musical.
Yes, but that's not how it sounds.
Welsh has a musical sound to it. It comparatively to. Let's watch a Jimmy Carr fucking video about it. How about that?
Now I've discovered the secret to the Welsh accent isn't so much a phrase.
Here we go. Let's see. Okay. I'm not... I don't speak Welsh. I've tried to learn it. It's an insane language that I can't learn how to speak. But here's Jimmy Carr on the Welsh accent.
It isn't so much a phrase.
I mean, it's true. It's a sing-songiness of Welsh.
See those two houses? The one in the middle is mine.
It is a specific thing about Welsh is that it has a sing-songiness to it. That it's part of the
It's
accent.
the
It's
cadence.
because it has a cadence that is sing-songy. Yeah.
He's not actually wrong. There is an element of truth to that.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is how this is the Welsh accent. It's a song. All of it. That is like it's like a poem. If that's the way that the Welsh accent works. It's poetry, songiness. You know, as far as my understanding of Welsh, and it makes sense when you look at the Welsh language.
Hearing them speak, like that's the way they talk.
I sure have. I tried to learn Welsh. Did you miss that part? Me saying that? Because my grandmother was Welsh, and she tried to teach me.
Fuck off! It's bad enough she's making
I
me an
can't.
Irish one.
No, I know I can't do it. But like my grandmother tried to teach me Welsh when I was a kid, because she spoke Welsh when she was a kid. She grew up in Wales. I don't know any of it anymore, but you know, still.
Sing-song tone.
I like the Welsh language. And I like the Welsh language because it was clearly invented by a dad losing at Scrabble.
Yeah, because the spelling is insane.
Yeah, good, or whatever the name of that town is, or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. It's like 17 letters.
That's not a word. It starts with 3 L's. It is a bloody word. Well, how's it pronounced?
I mean, it's unfortunately correct. Yeah, or whatever that town's name is. Like, whatever. My grandmother tried to teach me Welsh when I was a kid, and I was like, holy shit. I don't think that's gonna work.
And then Aiden went to stick to Japanese instead.
Yeah, Japanese was honestly way easier to learn than Welsh. From my own grandmother was easier. Yeah, I speak fucking fluent Japanese. I can't speak like 2 words of fucking Welsh, dude. Car, holy shit. Don't get a lot about it. Welsh is a very insane language. That being said, shall we continue this article? About the Irish, not the Welsh. Like, I'm not getting offended. I'm Welsh. I'm not Irish. I am partially Irish, but I don't get offended by that stuff.
See, the
like again, like you understand. Like, by the way, it's been like in America when it's St. Patrick's Day, all the people who are Irish, which is like all of us who are white or some degree of Irish, come out and they wear their green and they get all like, "Yay, I'm Irish! I'm so proud." Where's my Welsh Day? There's no fucking Welsh Day. I just have to sit there and be mad all the time.
That's because your national pastime is shagging sheep.
Oh, fuck off with that stereotype. You fucking Netherlander. What do? You go fucking tilt at windmills?
We make whore people in the red light district. We make cheese.
He goes
and
and you tilt at windmills. You're gonna fill your fucking all your dikes with ice. You can go ice skating on them.
I have a really weird image in my head when you said dikes and ice skating.
You did that though. Well, you not specifically though.
I was
Everyone understood. Again, your country's full of dikes. Just saying.
Is that why you want to go visit then, is it?
Don't tempt me.
I'm good with the comebacks, by the way. So
I know. Your own I know. Well, that's why you're my friend. All right, so
like that.
I think we started with at the end here now is with that huge caveat out of the way. Is it any good?
Yeah. No. No, but there's half the thing's
No.
missing, is there? But away ahead
did
of
I-
the old Halfwits in the pecking order, somehow the Victorian caste system has been smuggled into a 21st century American fantasy series. Yeah, because the series is not set in the 21st century, you
It's
fucking
made by
loon.
fucking and it's made by fucking Americans.
It's set before the fucking series or the trilogy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's
retarded.
It's not modern. There's no democracy, thank God, in the story.
Mm-hmm.
So why the hell would it be modern? Like, Jesus Christ, I hate this man. This
fucking
man is a
stupid.
retard.
Yeah, he is. Continue.
Fucking Jesus Christ. With that huge caveat out of the way, is it any good? No. And the fact that didn't Amazon come out and say it bought people to review the thing?
It's so bad they had to hide the reviews now. And they've said
Yeah,
oh
what a
no,
great
it's
save.
because of Review Brigade and it's because of the white nationalists who are hurting us. So we're just going to not allow
Yes,
anyone to review our stupid fucking show.
Yes, because Tolkien clearly appealed to the white nationalists.
Also, Troll with a Purpose brought up a good point. Dindu in Welsh means black person.
Oh, does it?
Dindu means black person in Welsh. Yes, it does.
Okay, I did not know
It
that.
might be it's Welsh or Irish. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
It's one of the Celtic languages.
Yeah,
You like I didn't do nothing. You get it?
It's terrible. Let's see. It's like actually it's great. Notice, and that's cope.
Nah, come
As
on,
long
put,
as
put
you
your
can-
shit back on.
As long as
Come
you
on.
fuck off. As long as you can get,
Perform, Irish monkey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Spoon. No, I can tell you're genuinely offended. Spoon, please. It's my fucking chair. It's not even me. Spoon, hello. Don't leave, please. I just left. Spoon, come on. Don't get upset. Spoon.
that's why you don't have Americans for friends.
oh, I'm sorry. I really am
Fuck
sorry.
you.
Now I feel really bad. No, I'm sorry, but use your powers to do the Irish accent. Please put the bomb in the potato. The sauce and all is coming.
I am not amused.
No.
One of these days I'll do a whole stream in a Batman or in a Joker accent.
No.
With friends like this one, who needs enemies, right?
Oh, we're besties. It's alright. You make fun of me all the time for being a woman. I can't help that one either.
Yeah, but that's different.
Why is it different?
Because you can't help that.
You can't help being whatever you are. You can do the Irish accent. You live there. You've been living there for 20 years.
I don't live in America, but I can still do that accent as well.
Oh, really? I would love to hear your American accent, please.
No.
No, Spoon, come on. No, you can't say that without actually exposing to all of our listeners what your American accent sounds like.
What, in my head?
No, just say it.
They all sound like Mr. Burns.
Read the rest of this. How about this, Spoon? Read the rest of this article in an American accent.
Fuck no.
And we'll see how good it sounds. Oh no! Oh, we have denied the gauntlet that has been thrown. How curious. I suppose I'll finish it off then. It's great. As long as you can get over the Celtic ordering, which I'm not sure is worth the effort.
That's just fucking Indian accent.
I can't do it. If it desperately want to return to Middle Art, then yeah, the showrunners have done a fantastic job combining the grandeur of Tolkien with the grit of Game of Thrones. Do you want to continue? Or do you want to hear my awful attempt? Continue.
If anything, it feels more like vintage Thrones than the new Westeros prequel, House of the Dragon, as we cut between multiple characters. I'm not going to do that accent more. Fuck off. across Middle-earth, each altered in varying ways.
Like he's no fun. You fell right over.
You fucking called me a monkey. For that, I should kick your ass. Beat your ass. To the return of the villainous Sauron, but for every high-flown moment, many featuring Morford Clark as their elf warrior queen Galadriel, who has PTSD,
Michael
by the way.
Galadriel!
There was one of those awful Harford scenes. By the end of the first episode, it's hard not to conclude that all has been included, partly as a joke, and that we are the punchline. You're usually the punchline, you're Irish.
Well, yeah. Wasn't Sweden, actually. Okay. Hang on. All right. I got to use the restroom real quick.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Expel the pure evil.
Well, where do we go next? Okay. With the
sleep, it is
stream.
almost 1 a.m.
Okay. We did talk about the under the knee.
Oh
under
my God.
the knee. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit.
Oh my
I think we
God,
got through that. Would you rather talk about Biden or thoughts?
Thoughts or thoughts?
Thoughts as in whores. I really gotta go pee. Go think about it for a second.
Sophie's choice.
And entertain the chat. And there's been more chats, so be right back.
Ask the chat. You guys have a choice between whores and Biden. I suspect most people will choose the former. And not the latter. Yes, thoughts as in hoary people. I have no idea what she's going to put up, by the way. Be gone. I agree, begone thoughts. But then if the thoughts go away, then you have to subject yourself to Biden. And I don't know which one's worse. I don't know which... Maybe ask which race is the thoughts. If they're not white, then I'm not interested. What's the difference? The one is a tit and the other has tits.
All right, I'm gonna guess that you.
The one thing they have both in common is they both are bought and paid for.
Very true. So there's a couple things I'd like to get through before we take off for the evening. Do you want to talk about Anna Kasparian being seen? We could talk about that. I would like to talk about. Yeah, I would like to talk about how everyone who's clapping like seals about the fact that their student loan debt got forgiven is actually not forgiven.
I think it needs to go to the court still. I don't think it's
either way, even if it goes through, I would like to show people what's going to happen. Is that in fact it's going to be very, 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 very bad for you. That's not going to be good. Let's do this. Okay.
Guess what? It's going to be really bad for the economy. Like every fucking.
It's not. It's very bad for the economy. Let's do a couple things. We'll do a couple things. Give me an hour, Spoon. Can you give me an hour?
An hour.
45 minutes. 30 minutes. Give me 45 minutes. We go to the half hour mark. We go to the half hour. We go to 1:30. Is that all right?
No.
Stop being weird. Senate candidate.
I've been here since 8:30.
Senate Representative candidate Tim Ryan tells MSNBC, quote, "Time to kill and confront extremist Republican movement."
Bipartisan members of Congress. The last two Congresses, I've been in the top.
Whatever.
Please tell me, how do you
kill
and then confront? That's like a blue version of shoot first and ask questions later.
This is. I thought that the whole thing is that we're supposed to be afraid because the Republicans are going to come and kill everybody with their violent rhetoric.
No, women do have tits. Come on.
Okay, well, U.S. Senate candidate Tim Ryan from Ohio declared Americans need to, quote, kill and confront the extremist Republican movement if the nation is going to make political progress. Ryan made his comments during this Tuesday's. That sounds like a call for political violence, does it not?
Yeah,
kill them? You said kill them!
Yeah,
okay.
For political progress. What the fuck does that mean?
Dude, the guy said kill people who disagree with you. Right? Did he not? He said kill people who disagree with you. But we're supposed to be so afraid of the MAGA Republicans and so afraid of Donald Trump and all the bad things he said. He fucking straight up says kill people here. Now,
I mean, typically speaking,
okay.
that's not very good. Like, you know what we should do? We should
No.
antagonize all the people in the country that have all the guns.
Oh, where's Rackets? He left a little while ago. He had to go take care of his own shit. But we had a very fun time while he was here. But like again, I do admit that we have to be aware of how language works, which is that they fight rhetoric. Remember, they said when Republicans said fight, that was a call for violence. When Democrats said fight, that's just political language. This stupid cocksucker has said kill and confront. This is not fight. He said kill them. What do you think that's supposed to mean, ding dong? The amount of political extremism is ramping up every single fucking day, and I think that this guy means fucking to kill people. I'm gonna have to grab a beer actually for in a second, but Spin, would you like to cover this? You want to cover the My Pillow guy, right?
Oh, Mike Lindell.
Yeah, here I've got the. This is insane that this guy just like straight up said just kill people. We disagree with you.
Yeah, there was Razor Fist had a. Hold on, let me see what he said.
I have the article up here. My Pillow CEO Mike Lindell has had his phone seized at a fast food outlet. How fucking curious! I've put this up on the stream. If you want to go through the article itself, you can see it here. I'll be right back in 1 second.
Hold on a sec. I'm trying to find the Razor Fist line. Oh yeah, he said, if you somehow got from Orange Man is Hitler to fuck yeah, the FBI just raided the My Pillow guy in just 5 years, time to take a beat, ask yourself who the fuck you've turned into and why. I can't floor that in any way. Because I don't quite know how the hell you did get to that point. Like, fucking hell. Like, why the hell are you cheering that the state is prosecuting your political opponents? Like, if Donald Trump did that, you fucking morons would scream to the high heavens that he's done something horrible. But if you do it, it's because you're saving democracy, which should tell you people are very, very fucking stupid and will justify any kinds of stupid shit. So do not expect these people to play by the set of rules, because they don't even see the rule book as the same as you do. These people see the world in a completely different way. By that I mean they don't fucking see it at all, which is what makes them dangerous, because they're retarded. You can't appeal to people that can't think and have no rationality whatsoever, which again is what makes them horrifying. You may as well just fucking toss things at them. Yeah, Razor has good takes. I think you guys need to do a national divorce. And just say, okay, leftoids, just give them like a month, then you can just reinvade them. I mean, half of them will be dead and starving, and they would want your help anyway, because otherwise they would die. They couldn't do chance for like 2 fucking weeks without it exploding into rape and murder and arson. Literally. So if you do this in a whole fucking country, like all the farmers are going to go to the right. Anyone that's basically doing anything worthwhile and productive is going to go to the right. And the leftovers are just going to sit there and bitch that they don't have any food, and then they're just going to die off. And then you can take California. For the first time since Reagan. And all you need is 2 weeks to leave them alone. And this will happen. Say reparations. Or repatriation, sorry. You could just put them in California. Just put them in California, wall them off, and then take the surveillance state and make it into a live-action TV show.
It kind of feels that way, doesn't it?
I mean, I don't see why you can't do that.
Well, they're straight up fucking just prosecuting people and trying to... Okay, do you want to... Should we go off brand, which I wasn't going to do. Like, I had someone tell me the other day, they're like, I don't like when you attack Dev. I'm like, I'm not attacking Dev when I disagree with things that he makes on his channel.
You should stop saying stupid shit then.
That's what I mean. And they were like, don't attack your like people who are aligned with you. And it's like,
Dev's
that's not how this
with us.
works. That's not how this works. Do you want to watch Dev's video real quick? Because it's one of the dumbest things I've ever.
Do you want to make Sweetie Spoon into Angry Spoon?
Yeah, let's just Okay, again, we've had Dev on the channel.
We
have
have?
also... Yes, he's been on here.
Really?
Yes, he was on here a while ago. And also, he's defended our monarchistic position, by the way.
That's because he's a Canadian.
But he has defended us. But, or the monarchistic position. But I have to say, like, this... We talked last week about his previous video. That was a
Dev
problem,
does not
I
like
would say.
Uzulu.
Dev hates Uzulu, and that makes me feel weird.
It's
like
funny.
I'm friends with both of you, and I don't understand why. However, I do want to say, we're gonna speed this up. There is stuff in this video that, in my opinion, is really, really fucked up and not cool. Can you see my comment here? Yeah, it's down here. Oh, he responded, I guess. Okay, let's read this first then.
I cannot see it, by the way.
Oh, did I not? Is it on the screen?
No, I can see it, but the quality is.
Oh, okay. I bet. Let me scroll in. We'll get into this, so don't look at my. No,
it's like 480p instead of 720.
Oh, really? I don't know what to do with that.
I had 720 before.
No, I just zoomed in. She told me to zoom in. I don't know. Dev says the root word prosecute isn't what we do to convinced, I think he means convicted criminals. But we're going to go over is that Dev uses the word persecute in this video. And he's now making a weird linguistic argument, which, Dev, that's a really, really bad argument of linguistic. Let's listen to this, because, again, I really like Dev as a person, but he sometimes says stuff like this.
Claiming Hayek supported universal healthcare? When the fuck did he make that claim? That's a stupid claim.
Basically, what's happening right now is that I again, don't dislike Dev. I think that he's realized that the left has moved so far left that he has to move left with them in order to not be seen as a right-winger. And so he will say things like the things that are said in this video. And I want to show you guys this because, wow. I saw it earlier today and went, holy shit. Again, like Dev, he's always welcome to come onto the show because I like him. I consider him a friend, but I disagree with everything he says here. And also, this is a thing that we should be able to do as human beings, is just say, hey, I disagree with what you said, but I still consider you to be a friend, and I don't have any problem with you as a human being. We should be able to do that. Okay?
Mine's a bit different.
We'll see.
Well, that's it. They nicked the new Twitter account, guys. I hadn't even posted it yet.
He talks about his Twitter account for a minute. That part's not really important. Here we go.
Down a bit. Look what I
he talks about...
See more tweets from Lilith.
He talks about his tweets here. Okay, here we go.
Clearly a biased source of information, but they are still a source of information.
So he says, Lizard TikTok is a biased source of information. I find this to be a little bit of a weird statement in the first place because Lizard TikTok does provide a little bit of a... They give an explanation of what they're posting, but they just repost what they see on TikTok. So them giving their opinion in a comment is not... How biased is that? Let's be honest, right? I don't think it's biased. He's just... Or lives a TikTok, she is just reposting the stuff that happens on TikTok. So I don't know how biased that is. I have a difficult time understanding how reposting things that other people themselves made public is biased. I have a difficult time understanding that, but let's go.
The things that they show off, like another Kids at Drag event, or a second grade teacher who's explaining a workaround that they use to discuss gender ideology with students. Sometimes these captions are a bit hyperbolic, but they are posting real pictures and real videos made by real people who do seem to be doing some shady stuff. So clearly, Libs of TikTok has an ideological bent. It's in the name, but she's still a reasonable source of information. You just have to go in there with that in mind. She's reporting on things that are really happening, but she herself is biased, and there's the obvious problem with the spotlight effect.
But she's just posting what they post. She's just reposting what they post. Is she ideologically biased? Sure, everybody is to a certain degree. But we have to be clear about this, Dev. She's just posting what other people post. She's not changing it. She's not editing it. She's not doing anything. That's very important. As we'll get into the chuds of TikTok issue.
Where she is only showing you things that are good for her side. And that's fair enough. I consider myself...
Only things that are good for her side. That is a very interesting way of phrasing it. Is it good for her? I find that very weird, Dev. It's not good for my side that teachers are destroying children's lives. That's not good for me, okay? I find that to be repulsive and reprehensible. And I think Libs of TikTok finds that to be repulsive and reprehensible. It's not good for my political side that people are abusing children. I find it a little bit bizarre that you think that the only reason we would post these things or show people the things that the left is doing is because it's good for our side. No, it's to put a spotlight on vile shit that is happening on TikTok where fucking teachers, people in positions of power, politicians even, come out and say, here's what we're doing to affect the lives of children. That's not it's not a win for my side. This is not a chess game. This is real fucking life. Dude, and again, I like Devil as a person, but this is a very weird take, man. And I don't know why he frames things like this. I'd love to have him on again. I'm sure he would say yes, obviously, to try and explain this, because this is not a good look. We talked about him last week in his video, and not a good look. But I think now he's upset his own audience because they didn't like what he said last week either. I digress. Let's get into it, though.
It's funny
be independently minded enough that I can.
I've complaining about your audience is a very that's a
dangerously stupid thing to do.
No, it's a death knell is what it is.
I like my audience.
You can disagree with your audience, but if you start being like, I hate my audience, which is what Dad's been doing recently, is that he hates and he claimed that, I think with Adam and Sitch, that he hates his own audience. He hates how right-wing they are. Not if he said hate, but he's like, they're all a bunch of right-wingers that, glommed onto me because of Sargon. And it's like,
no, you've gone like uberly left.
Then make a new channel, maybe. I guess if you really despise the people who are following you around, then make a new channel. I think we've had Dev on before, but I'd like to have him on to discuss things like this video and his Dark Brandon video, the video we watched last week, because we had major issues with it. But let's see.
Look at what she's talking about. Notice that it might be a problem, but still not accept it as if this is the prevailing narrative, because it's not. It's only one narrative. But there is a counterpart to Libs of TikTok. Someone who is just as partisan, but on the other side.
Oh, is there?
That is Chuds of TikTok.
Libs of
so this is a thing.
Is not partisan, by the way. Just to show what the left is doing. It's not putting like a spin on it. That's just showing you what the crazy people are doing.
Very curious, isn't it? So, Dev's perspective. No, I know. I'm going to explain to you. Dev's perspective is that Libs of TikTok is partisan because they put commentary, as in 180 characters above the video that they posted, that a left-wing person themselves posted about how they can't wait to tell all the children in their kindergarten about how they're all gay. You know what I mean? Or whatever. And there's a big difference in that. We'll get into this. Let's watch. But here is the counter argument to Libs of TikTok, who, even though, again, Libs of TikTok, according to Dev, Libs of TikTok is giving a political opinion because of the 180 characters that are put atop of the video. Let's see how this is the complete Spoon, this is the complete same thing. It's 100% the same thing. There's no difference. On Chud of TikTok.
That's quite the name. Considering how often
watch how it's the exact same thing.
The left would have grown out of using it by now, because it's
the exact same thing. It's a bunch of right-wing pastors posting about how they're teaching children how to hate blacks and gays. That would be the equivalent, wouldn't it? Right? Wouldn't the equivalent be that the Chuds of TikTok would be teachers on the internet talking about how they teach their kids in their they teach children in elementary schools how to hate blacks and gays or something like that. No, I'm not saying conservatism. I'm saying like insane stuff, like stuff that we would find reprehensible.
And that's just based.
Is that going to be? No, I'm just saying, is that going to be what Chads of TikTok is? Oh, is it not? Is it not even a little bit relatable? Let's see.
Dunked on so much, but I mean, I saw Adam and Sitch yesterday. I'm recording this on Monday.
Yeah,
I saw
I
Adam
know.
and Sitch yesterday. They were doing like, a teardown of Xander Hall's attack on Mahler, and Xander Hall was like,
Talked about that.
It's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
That video was
2015 wants the
insane.
terminology back. Fuck. But here we are. This is the inverse from a leftist perspective, looking at the right. We've got Chuds of TikTok, and in fact, the icon looks kind of similar. You know, if you look at Libs of TikTok, it's got like the gender.
Yes, it's meant to be a parody.
Symbols.
Def.
You look at Chuds of TikTok, it's got QAnon. It's like,
The
okay,
left
I can
does
appreciate
not know
it.
how
They're
to
going
talk
for the
about
same
the
kind of
right
memes.
ever.
And on
Yeah.
Chuds of TikTok, you will find things that are pretty much the inverse of Libs of TikTok.
Is it really
Stuff they
the
say is
inverse
true. They
though,
don't
my
make
dude?
anything up. But they add their own specifically lefty spin to it, and they only report on things that suits their narrative. So in my opinion, you take Libs of TikTok, you take Chuds of TikTok, you smash them together, you absorb real happenings from both positions, and you probably get some semblance of what the truth is.
Dev.
Here's a QAnon casualty
No,
story.
but
A
Dev.
man in Michigan shot and killed his wife and dog.
Okay, we're gonna get through this. But Dev, is it
What the fuck
teachers
keep happening?
who are doing this, who are posting this, or is it like weirdo drunks? Like, but this particular situation is fucked. Like, this guy killed his wife. That's fucked up. It's horrible, and no one who's not insane would denounce that. But wait until you see what he actually posts as the main content of Chuds of TikTok. It's not
Injuring
even
his
mostly
daughter, who's
posted
now
on
in the hospital.
TikTok.
Also firing
course.
at police responders who killed him in the shootout. He reportedly, according to a Reddit post, had severe QAnon delusions that started
What does
after
that
the
mean?
2020 election. Yep, the internet ruined him. Growing up, my parents were extremely loving, happy people.
And the internet doesn't ruin the people
In
on the left.
2020, after Trump lost, my dad started going down the QAnon rabbit hole. He kept reading conspiracy theories about the election stolen. Trump,
By the way,
vaccines,
this
etc.
isn't
He always said he
read
wanted
as
people
real
safe
to me
and
at
healthy.
all. This
He kept
Reddit
getting worse,
post,
and he verbally snapped
this
at us a few
sounds
times. Nothing
fake as
physical,
fuck, but
you know,
I
not
don't.
physical
I
thing.
can't confirm
Well,
or
at around
deny.
4 a.m. on September 11th, he had an argument with my mother. He decided to take our guns and shoot her, my dog, and my sister. My mother succumbed to her wounds, and my sister is in the hospital right now. My dad also fired back at the cops, and they killed him. I'm shocked. I don't even know what to say. Fuck you, QAnon. I hope the FBI tightens its grip on you and that your lackeys rot in prison.
You really think? Okay.
Wild, man. I know that some of the
Really quick, Dev. Do you really believe that that Reddit post is real? Someone having that kind of nonchalance about their own parents and sibling getting murdered? Be like, oh well, thanks Reddit, thanks for the updates. Do you believe that? Really? You believe that that's a real post? I'm a little bit without words because look, what I do all day, every day, is I look at research, scientific data that's been ratified. The fact that you're just like, oh, this Reddit post, that must be correct. My dude, Dev, I like you so much as a person. You're the cool, like, one of the coolest people I know. But what the fuck are you doing by being like, okay, that's real because someone posted it on Reddit? That's not cool.
rightoids who watch my channel sometimes get a bit
here we
triggered
go.
by this, but there are some legitimate
Rightoids.
crazies on your side, dude. You can't fucking deny. Man
Yeah, there are.
compares his struggles as mega to what happened.
So here
to
we
the
go.
Jews
Here's
in
the real
Holocaust.
problem, Spoon.
Thursday's speech from Biden.
Jesus Christ, 2 minutes, 37 seconds. I thought that TikTok was known for its brevity. All right, let's see what's going on here.
So Spoon, here's the
Sounds
real
awful
problem.
familiar for me.
Here's the real
Very
problem.
familiar.
Here's the real danger.
Don't
Here's the
see
real
it. I
terrorist.
don't think you ever will see it.
Now I posted a video on this before. I did the video. I did the Tubcast with Lilith, and I did my own video. People are complaining about that one. That's fine. It's not that I don't see it. It's that I don't agree with you.
And Lord have mercy on
In
our
other
souls
words,
for those that don't
if
see
you
it.
disagree with them, yeah.
Dad, you're never gonna
Fine.
believe it. Hitler
That's
just won
fine.
the election, and he's blaming
Oh, wait,
Disagree with me, disagree with data, but
is
that's
he
fine.
doing a thing? Okay, all right.
Not with my opinions on a podcast. I say my opinions here. In a video, it's different though.
Dad, did you see the new Nazi newspaper? It's spreading
Oh my God,
lies
wait,
and
hold on,
saying
hold on,
terrible
hold on.
things about it.
How? Jesus Christ, he does it for like 10 years.
This is gonna be something that's
maybe
really
I get
fucked
the point.
up.
They're gonna show the escalation.
I want you
don't
to
watch all this.
I brought this
shit.
up because Dev says something in this video that is so fucked up and so dangerous that
Do
it
you see
actually
the
concerned me.
correlation here? Do you see where 2 and 2 is going together? All you gotta do is just change one thing to the other. You don't see it?
No, I don't. And here's the reason why I don't see it.
here we
Anyone
go.
can be persecuted.
Here we go,
But
here we
the
go.
linchpin is, are you being persecuted for a legitimate reason or not? It probably does.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you hear that, Spoon? Should I replay it? Spoon? Did he walk away? Chat, did you hear that part though? anyone can be persecuted. It depends on whether or not you're being persecuted for a legitimate reason or an illegitimate reason. The definition of the word persecuted means to be punished for an illegitimate reason. Basically, on its most basic prima facie level, a nonsensical phrase. Persecuted for legitimate reasons. So he wants to, I'm not saying he wants to, but he's saying that, well, some people should be persecuted because there are legitimate reasons to persecute people. But we'll continue because it gets worse.
Doesn't need to be said, but the Jews in Germany weren't persecuted for a legitimate reason. Are MAGA people
Okay, this is important. The Jews in Germany weren't persecuted for a legitimate reason. From your perspective, Dev. From the perspective of the Nazis in Germany, they were being persecuted for a very legitimate reason. Persecution and legitimacy is based on a whole bunch of different levels of people's understanding and people's perspectives. So the Germans thought they were persecuting the Jews for a very legitimate reason. To say that there is legitimate reasons to persecute people politically is fascistic, and it's crazy, okay? It's just an incomprehensibly fucked up thing to say. That's why I did want to play this, because like I can't believe somebody would say this. You know, persecution's okay sometimes when the person is a really bad person. Well, that's what the Nazis did think about the Jews, Dev. They thought they were controlling and destroying their economy and their culture. And they were creating the Weimar Republic that was destroying German society. They saw that as a legitimate reason to persecute and murder and massacre millions of Jews. So what the fuck is legitimate persecution? That is a very dangerous thing to say. A very dangerous thing to say.
being persecuted for a legitimate reason? That's going to depend on your point of view. If you believe that the election was stolen from you, then no, you're freedom fighters. However, if you believe that the election wasn't stolen, now you are illegitimately usurping a democratic process. And that's dangerous. You know, this is the crux of the whole one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter situation. Just because you are being targeted does not automatically make you a victim, in the same way that criminals are not victims. It's more complicated than that. Moreover, let's see if what's happening in this video is actually happening to MAGA people. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
Dad, did you see the new Nazi newspaper? It's spreading lies and saying terrible things about us.
What does it have to do with it?
Okay, it might be the case. Assuming that you're...
Dev, there have been countless people, we don't even know, who have been held without trial for now over... It's 2 years now. It's going on 2 years. That's persecution. They have not been placed through prosecution. And I can go through and show you Dev's response to my critique in the comments here. And he says that it's a problem with language. That he meant prosecution, essentially, is what I think he meant. What he said in the context. I don't think this is prosecution. You're saying persecution, and you're not. And you're saying it's fine to hold people without any kind of fucking. Not charge them for 2 years as they're being held in a jail cell, which is what's happened with the people in the Jan 6 committee. There are still people for 2 years who have been held without even having been told what they are being tried with. That is against the United States Constitution. It's against every aspect of law. But if anyone brings it up, well, people won't do it. Do you know why they won't do it? Because they're afraid that they're going to also get dragged in if they do so. And now we're supposed to be okay with this? Are you fucking kidding me?
Correct that everything Biden said about you is a lie. Okay. I'll give you that one, even though I don't agree.
What? We're not allowed to have gatherings anymore, and they're passing anti-Jewish laws in Parliament.
Okay.
This
so,
guy's just
are they
trying...
cracking down on mega gatherings? You can make a joke about COVID all you want, but gatherings specifically for the purposes of discussing or spreading the MAGA point of view. I just saw a Trump rally yesterday. What are you guys talking about?
He's making an allegory.
Kind of falls apart. And frankly, I think Mr. Meth Addict here might just be a bit of a snowflake who really wants to reap some of that victimhood power that the left has been getting high on for the past decade. So yeah, I would agree with Chud's TikTok here. This is pretty lol-worthy. I didn't threaten anybody.
All right.
To make a vague
How about
threat
this?
fighting the government.
Let's talk about
you're
this
really
then.
starting to piss me off because now I'm being contacted by people that I've never met before, telling me that I need to be wary about the things that come out of my mouth and the content of my videos.
Let's get into this.
Not on this platform, but social media platforms.
The people he's posted about here are like weirdos who have no power. They are not teaching in elementary schools. These are randoms These are actual random fucking weirdo people who are just posting their shit to the internet to scream into the void. These are not people who have institutional power like the teachers on that Libs of TikTok posts about. This is a complete non sequitur in terms of being like, oh, one versus the other. Spoon, you still there?
Yeah.
Well, maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe he fell asleep. Do you see why this video made me kind of pissed off?
Because these people are insane.
Because
That makes no sense.
he's saying something that is nonsensical. This is bizarre.
Radical centrist.
The video's doing all right, like to dislike wise, but this is really weird to me.
Well, I got something to say to you. You can suck a whole fucking nest of bird dicks. You want to know why? Because freedom of speech is freedom of speech. I haven't threatened anybody. Come on my fucking land and see what a threat is. But you guys, on the other hand, your presidential fucking overreaching powers and your bullshit fucking policies that you've enforced, that is a clear declaration of war on the people of this country and of people across this planet. So, my big question that I have for you is, who gets to hold you accountable when all the blood gets fucking spilt on the ground?
Well, who cares about this
Who
guy?
holds you accountable?
It's just some random dude yelling into the void.
Okay, we'll see in the near future. That was the moment when it tipped from angry libertarian into actual
Okay,
threat.
I actually don't really care anymore. Like you can go through this and watch the entire video if you feel so inclined. It's the same thing though. It's like random weirdos on TikTok, whereas what Libs of TikTok is doing is exposing people who with actual fucking power, who are bragging about how they are convincing children to engage in life-changing medical behaviors. This is not comparable. Like, did you find some weirdos on the internet? Yeah. There's weirdos all over the internet.
Yeah, that bit didn't make any sense to me. Is when he brought up the person like, oh, there's weirdos on your side too. I said the statement before. Like, the difference is our weirdos don't hold any institutional power, whereas your ones fucking do.
And here's what I said. I said there aren't legitimate reasons to persecute someone ever. That's the meaning of the word. To punish for a crime, yes, but that's not persecution. And to suggest that there are legitimate reasons for political persecution is a far more dangerous thing to say than I think you really know. Dev, the Nazis absolutely believed that the Jews were destroying their country and undermining its political sovereignty, culture, and economy, and use it to justify mass murder as legitimate. Anytime anyone on any side starts talking about legitimate political persecution, something is severely fucked. And his response is, the root word is prosecute. No, it's not. Persecute and prosecute actually have a different base root word. Pro and pros. This is... Per and pros have different root Latin words. So you're incorrect, Dev. As a person here, even in the comments, is telling you that you're incorrect. Oh, whoops. Yeah, well then stop lying and saying fucked up shit about how we need to persecute people for their politics. I mean, I really don't understand this, my dude. Again, Dev, I love you, my brother, but like, I don't understand this shit at all. This is a really, really fucking bad look. When you start talking about how it's okay to persecute, his word, persecute people for their political beliefs, you're a Nazi. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. And I don't mean to use it as like, oh, everyone's a Nazi. Then you're going in the same route. You're saying it's okay to kill and harm people because they don't agree with me politically. And that is extremely, extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Yeah, per and pro are different root words. All right. Whew, that one made me mad. How much more do you want to go through with her? How tired are you, Spoon?
Sleepy, Spoon.
All right, you're sleepy. Okay. Wait. Can I give you a fun Rand Paul take on Dr. Fauci before we head off?
Oh God. Okay, go on.
This is great. Let's do this. All right, this is very fun. Watch this, because watch Dr. Fauci shake in his stylish little boots. This is very funny. Let's go. And I love Rand. Let's watch this real quick. Yeah, September. It's today. Yesterday.
immunology.
Any of the guidelines for vaccines?
You know,
do any of the guidelines for vaccines from the government include previous infection as something to base your decision making on with vaccines? Do any of the guidelines involve previous infection? That's why you're ignoring previous infection, because it doesn't involve any of the guidelines. And furthermore, we've been asking you, and you refuse to answer
for months.
whether anybody on the vaccine committees gets royalties from the pharmaceutical companies. I asked you last time, and what was your response? We don't have to tell you.
Right.
We've demanded them through Freedom of Information Act, and what have you said? We're not going to tell you. But I tell you this, when we get in charge, we're going to change the rules, and you will have to divulge where you get your royalties from what companies, and if anybody in the committee has a conflict of interest, we're going to learn about it. I promise you that.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that, please? Okay, there are two aspects for what you said. You keep saying you approve, you do this, you do that.
Yeah, well, you did.
The committees that give the approval are FDA through their advisory committee. The committees that recommend are CDC through their advisory committee. And you keep saying, I'm the one that's approving a vaccine based on certain data. So I don't really understand, with all due respect, Senator.
You're the one that said you would not reveal what companies gave you royalties, or what company gave the other scientists royalties. You told the committee.
Senator Paul,
Sir,
we gotta move on.
Could I please answer that?
Briefly,
you
yes.
keep asking committees.
Can't answer the
they're
question,
not
can
my
you?
Committees. They're the VRPAC committee for the FDA and the ACIP for the CDC.
So, to give you the TLDR of what happened there, Fauci, to this day, still refuses to disclose any personal information or any personal donations that were given to him by drug companies for anything he did or said. He refuses to admit or to disclose the money that he fucking made from people's serious life and health decisions.
But simping for the vaccine, basically.
Basically. He won't admit to that, and that's some insane fucking shit. There's a whole bunch we could have gone over tonight. Well, we'll maybe do it later. But since you are a sleepy Smith, I will we will, and awesome to have Nick on here tonight. I'm going to just read the super chats, and then we'll head out, okay? All right. So, Tato Chip for €2 says, I draw cute anime girls on draw.svin. Hey, thank you, Tato Chip. Critic19 Adam says, for $2 thank you for the great stream. You were all vibing. Madden Williams for 5 says, also, do you guys remember the prosecutor had an email account named as Flufferboy? I sure do. I sure do. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 said, in terms of establishing a new monarchy, has a monarch ever been elected into power, or can they ever be established through war? Or can they only ever be established through war? Typically, it's through genetic line. War it can be part of that, but you cannot have a democratically elected monarch.
Caesar.
Generally speaking, yeah, you can. You know, Bill's correct. You can't have a Caesar who is and in fact, Hitler would have been one, but I don't want to make that analogy because that'll make people angry at us.
Yeah, but he took power when the Reichstag burned.
Yeah, he was elected. Hitler was elected to power.
Yeah, but he wasn't elected to the position of
monarch. He wasn't elected to that position.
Yes, he
so
took
to
power.
be
Like he did the typical Democrat thing was when shit hits the fan, it's like, oh look.
Oh, now I need all the power.
Yeah, the what was it? Never let a good crisis go to waste.
Mm-hmm.
Which is an extremely democratic move. Of oh look, this I can justify this to take power, and then
how horrifying
fuck up the country, and then what was it bit that the idiots of things is like we celebrate with the whole world war and then lose the whole fucking empire by the end of the war.
Right. Well, he was a dictator, but you can't get a dictator out of democratic leadership. That is a problem with it, though. Of course,
you always will. Like every single bloody
inevitably,
democracy.
Inevitably,
every time you try this, you will get.
Aristotle tells us this.
Yes,
it's
a martial
2,000 years. 2,000 years of understanding political science will tell you that inevitably with a democracy you will find a dictator.
Yeah. So when these people all want all of the governments to be democratic, what do you think that means?
Very curious, right? Ardent Party for Twos says irony whites represent rep black myth best American Gods. Oh, American Gods is a good comic. If it's what I'm thinking you're talking about.
Do you know what is the
John
one
Beck
thing? What the one thing that will always make the left drive themselves completely insane? I thought about this because I'm gonna do a video on that that Anna video discussing crime. Here's the one thing that the left will never be able to solve, because this actually is the cause of their problem. They want to be an ally to blacks. Who is the biggest threat to blacks? Are the blacks. So if
themselves,
if you want to make black people safe, you have to put other blacks in jail.
But no, that's racist. That's racist. That's racism.
Yeah, exactly.
Ardent Party.
That's the problem.
I'm sorry, I read Ardent Party's one. John Beck for 2 US says, thanks, thank you 3 subbed. Thank you, John Beck. Kizza for £5 says, speaking of women voters in the US, Aiden, just remember the majority of white women didn't vote for Clinton in 2016. Yes, I'm well aware. Love dropping that stat, as do I. Morty J for 5 US said Upper Echelon Gaming did his own dive into TikTok and did his own dive into TikTok and revealed a nightmarish side to the platform. TLDR, TikTok Live is cheese pizza. Not at all surprised by that, but thank you, Morty J. And finally, Brendan Let's Go for 5 says it tries over and over until it gets its right or it gets the wall again. Yeah, very true. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream, and I have to say thank you so much for Nick Rekieta for.
That's interesting. That when there was a woman on the ballot, women voted for the guy.
Yeah. Because women know that women aren't good at running shit.
But
it's not
funny.
Sexism, it's just reality. It's just reality.
Yeah, but I know it's kind of funny because women scream like, oh, look, I am woman, hear me roar. But when there's a woman on the ballot, they won't vote for
whatever.
women.
No shit. Because women know that women are terrible at running stuff. So anywho, thank you guys so much for showing up and watching the weekly stream. Thank you so much to anybody who showed up who was a new person here, because Rekieta, of course, shouted it out, and I appreciate it so much. It was really fun to have him on. I thought it was a really fun conversation. Rackets is always a fun dude to hang out with. He's a funny fucking guy. Very cool dude.
Yeah.
And luckily and hopefully his channel will be back on YouTube and producing normal content.
And then
I think in a couple days.
We should talk.
I think in a couple of days.
I'll send you a super chat at some point.
Yeah, so thanks so much to Rekieta for coming by and hanging out with us. Thank you all for coming by and hanging out with us for a little bit, and we will see you all next week. I hope if you have enjoyed this live stream at all, we do this every week. We just hang out, we have a fun time, we read news, and we'll see you all soon.